Cisco, and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Miller ready from the stretch. He throws, and it's swung on and missed. Eric Miller strikes out 3 in the 9th, and now we've got words being exchanged. Stewart and Miller yelling, and here they come. The benches have cleared. The game is over. Just a lot of yelling right now as coaches and umpires are getting in between players. Sal Stewart, who struck out to end the game, is being ushered away back to the Reds' dugout. Just a lot of standing around right behind home plate. The bullpens have run out on the field. It's all calm right now. The game is over. The Giants have won 3-0.
Let me tell you something. I am fired up to be here on this Thursday, and it's not 4 hours. It's going to be about an hour and 20. One of those rare days of the year where Papa and Silver take it on the back end of a Giants game. But the skid is done. Landon Roop was your stopper today. And yes, you've got to fight for your right to get angry at the Reds dugout. 3-0 is your final score. And JD, as I say, good afternoon to you, my friend. I'll just lead with this. If I had one San Francisco Giant charging at me, Eric Miller would probably be my last choice on the roster.
808 KNBR, did Steph Curry save the Giants season last night down in Inglewood? 415-808-5627. Is Steph so great that he not only led the Warriors along with a bunch of others to a play-in tournament victory over the Clippers and the right to fight tomorrow down in the Valley of the Sun, but is he so good that he also, via transference, sent the positive mojo to Landon Roop and the boys in Cincinnati? Nice win for the Giants. Great to be with you as well, even the truncated edition, and we'll be with you tomorrow from Phoenix. We're not home, by the way, as you can see, not in the home studio, as could have been the case here. But a really nice win for the Giants. They stopped the bleeding a little bit, and they needed the win. We'll see where it ultimately leads, but they strung some hits together. Landon Roop, when he's on, he is awesome, and we've now seen that a few times in the early part of this season. And so the Giants get the win. Eric Miller gets the save, and I think the big overarching takeaway, not only from this morning and early afternoon's game, is just the fact that the Giants did show a little bit of fight. Yesterday got ugly, and it was a literal low point when 6 games under 500 after they had been 5 games under, 11 games through the season. And so they bounce back and get a win. Still not a good series, losing 2 out of 3. It's still not a good road trip at this point with losing 4 of the first 6 in Baltimore and Cincinnati. But they get the last game. They get the win. They get Logan Webb and Robbie Ray both pitching in Washington. So still plenty of time left, as bad as this thing looks at 7-12 for the Giants. And I think the big takeaway, though, was a little more feistiness, a little more edge to the way the Giants played. Even at the end of the game with the Brubaker issue with Spencer Steer, which led to the back and forth today and the Reds retaliating. Good to see the Giants show some signs of life, and we'll see this weekend if they can actually turn it into anything more legitimate.
Well, look, going back to Tony Vitello's quote before the season about wanting to be a tough out for teams in an uncomfortable spot, part of that, especially if you're 6 games under 500, part of that is going to be a team that can be a little bit of a pain, that's got a little bit of that attitude, that's not afraid to step up and square up with you, and the Giants at least were that today. I also think another one of my big takeaways, too, is it ought to go all the way to the bottom of the 7th because both Chase Burns and Landon Roop had fantastic starts today for their respective teams. There was 2 outs when Matt Chapman got that double to drive in the first run. Why was there a base runner? Because Luis Arraez got on base after an Ellie De La Cruz error. I think they finally got rewarded for just putting the ball in play, something we harped on so much with this team. Parts of this season, whole lot of last season, whole lot of the season before. Luis Arias has been that steady offensive presence that they've absolutely needed, not to mention what he's doing defensively has been damn impressive given all the concerns that were laid out. But putting the ball in play, sometimes you get rewarded. That's how the runs kept coming, and that was all it took to make the difference and avoid a sweep. And what was, yes, still a rough road trip. You still lost the series. But when you're just sliding in the way that they were, especially with the way it went yesterday, it was immediately 4-0 and then 7-2. And it was like, all right, well, at that point, like, you already lost the series. You just need to find the way to stop it. Landon Roop, Eric Miller, and a little bit of Matt Chapman, Casey Schmidt, Jung-Hoo Lee. Those were your stoppers today.
Yeah, and you look at it, I mean, who gets the big initial hit? And I agree with you. Of course, it was Arise who gets on and takes advantage of the error, but Chapman gets the hit that drives in the most important run, and then that makes it a little bit easier for everybody else to add on and pile on in that situation, especially when you look up and it's you look up and it's an unearned run, and it ended up being 3 unearned runs for the Giants in that seventh inning that allow for them to get the victory. So, yeah, 7-12. We'll see. Again, now you have the opportunity with Logan Webb going to Washington. He's obviously got to pitch much better than he has to this point. And so this is the kind of win when you look at the layout, and I'm always looking at the layout of the next series in terms of who's pitching and kind of the trajectory of the next opponent once we get through these series. I don't want to make a lot about today's game individually, other than Roop being spectacular and continuing to show that he has that in his bag. Anytime he goes out there, he has the ability to be dominant, which I think is a level, maybe more than you would have anticipated from him coming into the year, although he did flash it even last year before some of the injuries. So Roop kind of the big takeaway for me, because I think that's the thing that you wonder, like, oh, wow, could this guy really legitimately be, that number 3 type starter for the season? And the Giants are going to have, if he can be, a lot more opportunities to win games and try to get this season on track. So that's kind of my big takeaway. And then looking ahead, it's can you turn 1 into 2 because you've got Logan Webb on the mound. And then, I don't want to get ahead of myself. And again, this has still been a bad baseball team to begin the year. They're still 7-12. They're they're underachieving what we both thought they would even do on this trip. And the hitting has still not been there to anyone's liking. But I think, can you turn 1 into 2 and then see what happens Saturday, knowing you've got Robbie Ray going on Sunday? And it is this, you're always looking for these little windows or patches in the schedule to where if you do play good baseball for a stretch, you can make up some ground quickly. And again, it's one game. Don't want to get carried away with it, but I do think the layout of the weekend, if the Giants can play good baseball, sets up to at least get a 2 out of 3 in Washington and turn that into a 3 out of 4 coming back to face the Dodgers.
Yeah, look, a lot happened between the end of our show yesterday and today. And as of the yesterday game, it was pretty ugly, right? Tyler Mahle, I'd rather have him wear number 54 than 42 because on Jackie Robinson Day, one of the worst outings we've seen out of him, out of any pitcher this season, and hopefully the worst one he's going to have for the entire year. The other part of it, though, is that for as ugly as it was, and you got the drama of Devers snapping his bat and Brubaker's Spencer Steer drama that led into today, Daniel Susac does continue to hit the baseball on a team that needs offense in every which way. So that's another one of those things that I think as we move forward, when we start looking at lineups, when you start looking at day game going into a night game, maybe some potential DHing, could Jesus Rodriguez mix things up if he were to get called up at some point? Daniel Susac, I've seen enough of a sample size now to just know, plain and simple, he needs more at-bats in this lineup.
Yeah, he does, and so we'll see over the weekend if he gets that opportunity. Again, it's so early that this team, as much as they have dug a hole, they're trying to figure out different ways to dig themselves out of it. It didn't quite work out because Mahle got lit up yesterday early, so we don't really know what the lineup changes could have potentially provided with guys that were added to the roster. Again, today was nothing to write home about, 3 unearned runs, but Chapman, as often is the case, was the guy who came through, and now you go to D.C. and you see what you can do to continue to shuffle the deck as Tony Vitello has and see if they can keep that feisty energy up and try to and try to build a little bit of momentum to close out this trip and get back to where they were when they left Oracle Park and left the Bay to go on this trip, try to recapture some of that feeling and winning 3 of the 4 going back to the first game of the trip. If you can win 3 out of 4 going into the trip with the first game and maybe win 3 out of 4 coming back, I think that would at least be some semblance of a positive sign, because you know what's looming for them when the Giants come home. Obviously, it's the Dodgers, who are off to an unbelievable start to begin the year at 14-4, and Ohtani getting another win last night.
Yeah, so look, I mean, we had yesterday's ugly game. We had today where they avoided the sweep. Did anything else happen between the end of yesterday's show and now? I'm trying to jog my brain.
We buried the lead.
Bro, Steph freaking Curry, Draymond freaking Green, Steve freaking Kerr, Al freaking Horford. I was wondering for a second, JD, looking at this bobblehead, was this going to be the Al Horford legacy on the Golden State Warriors? Nah, it's not a 3-quarter game. It's a 4th-quarter barrage. We got to get into all of that when we come on back. Not dead yet. And what does it all really say about the bigger picture? 808 KNBR to join the conversation. It's Papa and Silver with JD on a short Thursday on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants avoid the sweep behind 6 scoreless and just 1 hit given up by Landon Roop and the bullpen combined. So they avoid the sweep. They're going to go to Washington. And I think John Dickinson asked it best. Did Steph Curry save the Giants season? Let's talk about that next. 415-808-5627 to join the conversation.
And Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Steph Curry. Time is on it. Bumped Curry. Three. Good! 34 for Curry.
Where to even start after that last night's game? 126-121, your final score. JD was boots on the ground and brought Dubs OT to you right after the fact. So you get Dubs OT, the bonus hour, with a better audio connection for Silver. And let's have a lot of fun with it. 808-KNBR is the number to join the conversation. 415-808-5627. And we were wondering, JD, and you threw out the question, and it was the right one going into last night. Could it be Steve Kerr's last game as a Golden State Warrior? Could it be Draymond Green's last game as a Golden State Warrior? Now, the literal answer is no, because they're playing again tomorrow. But I also think the effective answer, when you saw the way that they all dug deep after a really trying and difficult season, I would have to think it's also going to be no heading into next year. Man, what a game.
Well, unbelievable game, unbelievable atmosphere down at Intuit Dome, and a lot of Warrior fans that were making themselves present and accounted for and heard over the course of the second half as Steph got on his heater with the 16-point third quarter, and then all the shots that he hit in the fourth, the Al Horford shots. It felt by the end of the night a lot like games that you see the 49ers play just down the road in Inglewood from where Intuit Dome is at SoFi Stadium when the Niners go down and take on the Rams. and by the end of the game, you look up and you're like, oh, damn, it feels like it's about 70 or 75% 49ers to Rams fans.
Rorical South, baby. Rorical South.
It wasn't maybe that stark, but it was definitely, it felt like 60-40, 60, two-thirds to a third by the end of the night. And, there were so many questions going into last night. And I know this is a 37-45 team. And, the debate as to should this team, even care about winning a game like last night when they have an opportunity to get into the lottery and all that. And the debate for the last 2.5 months as to why, would Steph Curry come back in an attempt to try and get this team in the playoffs as woefully injured as they've been. But my goodness, sometimes it truly is. And I was on with Murph and Marcus early this morning here on the Sports Leader, and I evoked Buster Posey again. We did it after the Easter Sunday return of Steph, and that was nothing compared to what we saw last night down at Intuit Dome. But it's the memory-making business, and Steph Curry made a lot of memories, whether the Warriors win tomorrow or not, whether they go on to play Oklahoma City and get swept or not. For one night, as Steve Kerr mentioned, Steph found it, Draymond found it, a couple of the other guys who won championships on other teams found it, and even some of the young players getting an opportunity to play with the guys who have the champion's blood. Shout out Bruce Bochy on his birthday, champion's blood, to show that they've got a little of that in their DNA as well. Just an unbelievable game, the way that the Warriors fought to earn the right to play again tomorrow in Phoenix.
No, it was really something else, and I know it's our job to talk, but at the same time, you just become speechless, and you just hope that having someone like Kevin Harlan to narrate it courtside with what Steph Curry was able to do in the second half. It felt very 2019 Game 6 in Houston, where first half wasn't looking like himself, wasn't really finding a shot, and all he needs is a couple little mid-rangers or one little drive to the basket to get going. And then once he did that thing where he was pointing at the Clippers bench to cut it to 7, man, that was crazy. But before we get into the way it all played out and what they showed in terms of fight, I was going to bed last night thinking about it. And that game, the message was loud and it was simple. And that is, we are not done competing, and Steph Curry will dictate when this thing is over. It's not about tomorrow night. It's not about whether or not they end up playing Oklahoma City and getting into the playoffs. It's about what Hall of Famers and champions are showing you that they are made of and still capable of on any given night. The message isn't about the Warriors being immediate contenders or being Oklahoma City or San Antonio immediately as we head into the offseason. But it's one that told us once again, after all this time, if you can just leave the door cracked open a little bit, just enough to where the unbelievable, the unthinkable still remains a possibility, then these guys, most specifically Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, they will relish every opportunity to compete for something special. That's what last night's message was.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think as much as we do focus on the big picture of what everything means, normally, as we run through, I think, the game last night, it really is a game where you can get a little bit more into the weeds and just how the Warriors fought back. It felt like the entire game, they're down 10, they cut it to 2, they're down 10, they cut it to 2, they're down 10, they cut it to 2. They end up down 13 there in the fourth quarter, even after Steph has the flurry that he did in the third quarter with the 16 points to help them a couple of different times come back and hang in the game. Yeah, there is something to be said for give Steph, the opportunity, and I think you're spot on with the nature of, this is another statement toward try for next year, right? Try. Like that was the big debate the last 2.5 months is should the Warriors even try? And I think the Warriors showed you again that when Steph Curry plays and when Draymond Green has the ability to dial it up in the big moments, I mean, Draymond was an absolute monster last night against Kawhi Leonard down the stretch in that game, denying him the ball, forcing turnovers. When Draymond gets to that spot where he can make 4 or 5 plays to win a close game late, he still has the ability to do it. Now, can he do it over the course of a full season at that level like he did 10 years ago? Absolutely not. But it just goes to show, as much as when the Warriors have that magic going like they did, there's still nothing like it. And we've obviously seen it fewer and farther between in terms of their ability to do it. And the injuries completely wrecked this season to set them up to be 37-45. And I know everybody in sports is so often just hard focused on, if you're not at this level, then you need to tear it down. And you need to, you couldn't believe how many people on Dubs OT, and it's kind of an embarrassment, have actually suggested that the Warriors should have already traded Steph Curry. Like, trade him now, should have traded him a year ago, should have traded him 2 years ago. I mean, really? Like you could watch a game like last night, and again, forget about the ceiling for what this team can be. You watch a game like last night, and your takeaway is they should have already been 2 or 3 years into the rebuild. The rebuild's going to come at some point down the line. To me, it's more about appreciating the moments and appreciating every night that you have Steph Curry out there on the basketball court. And he showed everybody why he wanted to come back last night, because he has the ability to make some special memories, even in a 9-10 play-in game that I think people are going to look back on and recall for a long time. I think 10, 15 years from now, the Steph Curry play-in game that he played last night, nobody's going to remember the Warriors had a crappy record going into that game. Nobody's going to remember even if the Warriors made the playoffs or not, probably, as time goes on. But you know what they're going to remember? They're going to remember Steph falling down, hitting a tie-breaking three-pointer with 50 seconds to go, and then turning to the fan in the front row at Intuit Dome and asking him if he made the shot as the crowd's going nuts, and then dancing on the Clippers' grave as the Warriors are about to eliminate them from the possibility of making the playoffs. That's what people are going to remember, not whether they should have been in a rebuild 2 years earlier.
Dude, 100%. I mean, you can play in game all you want. That was still an all-timer. What we saw last night, that was one of those, where were you when this game was going on? What do you remember about watching it live? If you weren't watching it live, how did you process it when you saw the internet just blowing up over it? And that was one of those things that, the internet's full of S, and it's kind of bad sometimes. But that was also one of those where everybody just went to online to just be tweeting all about it and reacting in real time. Didn't matter if you were local, didn't matter if you were on site, didn't matter if you were a writer who covered a different team. The entire world was watching 38-year-old Steph Curry, and it's somewhat of a blessing and a curse at the same time that the Warriors are trying to figure this thing out. They need a roster that can get them through 82, but Steph Curry still, at age 38, is capable of being the guy. He's still the greatest show in all of sports, and we can do the rankings thing all you want. I'm putting him in that top 10 player for sure of all time, and if he continues to do things like that, as far as what I've seen in my life, like that's a top 5 player of all time kind of outing that we saw in the second half.
It was unbelievable. It was the stuff of legends. I know Marcus Thompson, our buddy of The Athletic, wrote about the legend basically of not only Draymond but Steph, of course, living on in the performances that they were able to come up with in that elimination game. And it's interesting, since the dynasty ended, right, if you want to go back, and I always say you go back, and we talked about it yesterday, you go back and over time and you sort of re-time when the dynasty actually ended. This is what, the third elimination game on the road that the Warriors have won now since the dynasty ended, basically, since they won their most championship 4 years ago in 2022. They got a Game 7 win on the road in Sacramento in the first round of the playoffs. They get the Game 7 win on the road in Houston last year in the first round of the playoffs, and now you get an elimination play-in. And look, I don't want to over-glorify what last night was. I mean, in any other year prior to 2020, the Warriors would have been long sent home already, and we wouldn't have had the opportunity to even watch what we got to see last night. But we did, and the Warriors showed up and showed out when we questioned whether or not they would, given the circumstances and the desire to win 2 games versus just 1, 2, 3 Cancun and having LA be the gateway to your vacation and all of that. And the Warriors said, And you could tell the embrace between Steve Kerr and Draymond Green after the game, the emotion of Steph Curry. It's important to those guys to show that they've still got it, even if it is a lot more fleeting and can't necessarily lead to a championship. Tonight, or last night was special. I mean, bottom line, point blank, end of story, last night was a special performance that without question, regardless of what happens Friday, regardless of what happens if they win Friday and go out with a whimper in 4 or 5 games against Oklahoma City, it doesn't change the special nature of what Steph and Draymond and the rest of that Warriors team did to lead them to victory. And it's also funny, Greg, too, because they show you, even in a miserable season, and this is the second worst season that the Warriors have had in the Steve Kerr era, basically since they've been good, right? This is the second worst season that they've had. But even in that season, they show you, that they still have the ability to be, the team at the top of the billboard when they're going right. And you look just kind of around the landscape of, the draft is coming up for the Niners, and that's a huge deal. And the Sharks had this unbelievable run with Macklin, and the Giants are really struggling to begin the year. And everybody's, excited about the Giants. And what could the Sharks do? This Macklin guy might be the NHL version of the next Steph, and the 49ers with all their expectations. And then you look up, and it's like, it's the guys that have won the most that are still right there as the headliners in the Bay and providing a lot of those, to quote Buster Posey, memory-making moments.
No question. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Wow. It's one of those days where, right, feast or famine, JD, we get the short show, and there was so much action between the end of yesterday at 2 o'clock and to now, so we're packing it all in these next 50 minutes. We'll take a timeout. We will stay on the clock. And when we come on back, I got 2 receipts from last night on my own self. One good, one bad. I'll share those with you as part of the larger conversation. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just a beautiful display of competitive will, and this is why Steph came back. So everybody out there who thought Steph should have taken the rest of the year off, this is what he does. This is who he is. If he can compete, he's going to compete. And it was just incredible to watch.
Bang the table, Judge Steve Kerr. Yeah, if there was any discussion, any thought internally that they were just going to shut it down and think about next year, well, that's not how they've ever been wired. And don't you dare bring up the word tanking around this version of the Golden State Warriors led by this core with those Hall of Famers that showed everything last night. 808 KNBR, good to be with you here on a shortened show. Silver, JD, and Walter with you. All right, JD, I told you I had 2 receipts. One of them came your way. Now, the first one, I said I want to say I wrote this around late first half or maybe early second half where I was like, long way to go, but I'm giving the Warriors a lot of credit for fighting back every time the Clippers threw a punch their way. The Clippers threw the first punch, and then the Warriors fought back. They threw the second punch, and I don't know how many times over the course of the night that the Warriors trailed by double digits, but it felt like it was just a constant push and pull until the Warriors finally broke through and took the lead back with that Al Horford 3 a little bit later. We were talking to Tim Kawakami yesterday, and we're kind of saying, hey, what level of intensity are we going to get? Are we going to get the last 10 seed Warriors intensity where Sacramento came out, threw those punches, and clearly wanted it way more? Or were we going to get some of last year's intensity where Steph and Jimmy went nuts, scoring a combined, 75 points, 38 and 37, and they got past Memphis en route to the playoffs? Well, it ended up being where they took a punch, and they might have lost that game, but how they were going to lose was going to say a lot, and then how they ultimately won it said even more.
It really did, and I'll go back to the conversation in the lead up to the game that I was having with people on site, and mentioned this yesterday as we were kind of breaking it down. So I've got one that didn't wind up proving to be true. I mean, the simplest way that I could sort of evaluate the game was the Warriors have Steph, the Clippers have Kawhi. And then if you look at the Clippers' healthy and available players versus the Warriors' healthy and available players coming into the game, I think you could accurately deduce on paper that, hey, the Clippers have more good players. The Clippers have more guys that you would bet potentially have a game against the Warriors than maybe Warriors guys have a game against the Clippers. And when you look up at the end of the night, Steph won the Battle of the Stars for the second half alone, won the Battle of the Stars. He had more in the second half than Kawhi Leonard had for the game in finishing with 35 overall. And Warriors hit threes last night. That was the other thing. At one of those games you look up and you're thinking at the end, you go back through the box score. They hit 19 threes, and they needed every single one of them, and they did it efficiently, 19 of 41 from three-point range. So who says the Warriors can't shoot in Intuit Dome or down in Southern California against the Clippers, even when they were still playing over at Staples Center. First win for the Dubs, by the way, since November of 21 against the Clippers on the road, and the first one in Intuit Dome, period. But I made the point when asked throughout the day that I felt like the Clippers had more good players. Well, it didn't wind up being true. Curry won the star battle. And then you look at, Mathurin is one of those guys that tends to play well against the Warriors, but not as consistently well against others. They didn't dust off Bogdanović after his meaningless game performance on Sunday in the game 82. But you look at it from the Warriors' standpoint. You look at Guy Santos, game high plus-minus 16, had 20 points. Porzingis, 20 points. Podziemski, 17 points. And then you look at Al Horford with 4 fourth-quarter three-pointers of the 19 that the Warriors hit for the game, and he ends up with 14 points. Horford was really struggling. He might have been the worst player on the floor before the fourth quarter for the Warriors. He was definitely in the conversation with DeAnthony Melton as well, I thought, for among the 8 that wound up playing for Golden State in the game. But the Warriors got the number 2 and 3 and 4 and even 5 options consistently and more efficiently than the Clippers guys did. Yes, Darius Garland had 21. Mathurin was really good, hit 5 threes, had 23. But the Warriors had the 5-6 guys really step up in a big time way and score the ball next to Steph, which is something that I think we both would have agreed that they were going to need to have happen if they were going to pull off the victory.
Well, you know exactly where I'm going to go with my second receipt because it went right to the inbox of you and Kyle Haar. This was late third quarter, and I said Al Horford is a disaster out there. And at the time, he was. He was a minus 21. Wasn't helping that much on defense. It also didn't help that Porzingis was playing relatively well, but he was part of the minutes restriction crew too. And then the fourth quarter happened, and you had the note last night, which is the best way to say it. It was a little bit of a makeup for game 1 of the 2022 NBA Finals when the Celtics went berserk and Horford was a big part of hitting all those corner threes. So he had 1, then he had 2, then he had the third, and then he had the one to finally give them the lead when you were thinking, oh my goodness, is this really going to happen in this fashion? And you bring up the others, right? Draymond Green, the second half he had defensively is one of the best halves I've seen him have in a long time. We could go on and on all day about Steph Curry. But you also wonder about who's going to be part of the future. And Kristaps Porzingis played well after shooting the ball pretty poorly for the last stretch of the regular season. That matters when you take in the context of could he be around. Guy Santos had never been in that kind of environment before. Team high plus 16, and every single time he was on the floor, I just wanted to see more number 15. I wanted more Guy Santos, and that's the type of player, a small forward, a wing, who could do a lot of hustle plays, play well with Steph and Draymond out there, and just continue to overachieve. That was the type of young infusion that they've needed in the regular season, and certainly to do it in a game like that went a long way. And then you mentioned Podziemski, too, who I know he's everybody's favorite punching bag, and he had some moments that were rough. There were some jump passes where I was like, man, you got to be more careful with the ball. But he also was a steady source of offense when others weren't getting it going early. And more importantly, Podziemski was worthy of hitting that 40-minute mark and being a closer at the end. Didn't mean he needed to touch the ball all the time. Didn't mean he needed to be the guy taking the toughest defensive task. But he was a winning player out there, and Steve Kerr did close with the proper 5.
Well, I think they showed Guy and Brandon Podziemski, Guy Santos and Brandon Podziemski specifically. I mean, it was a night for the guys who had won championships, the OGs, as I called it at the end. Steph, Draymond, Horford, and Porzingis, who didn't obviously win championships with the Warriors, but do have the champions' blood in their DNA for their time with the Celtics. GP2, another one to a lesser extent. He was really good in 24 minutes last night. Kind of the underrated GP2 game where he ends up with an assist and a few rebounds and a couple of steals and 6 points, but ends up being a +8 on the game. So those are the guys with the champion's blood, and GP2 has it from going back to 2022. But could the guys, the young players that were going to play the most amount of minutes, and it was Guy and it was Podziemski. Could they show themselves to be worthy in terms of just dog and intensity, not being guys that are of the champion's blood variety from not having done it? And I thought both, it doesn't write the script for either of their careers, but both showing that they were up to the task and up to the level intensity-wise to play with those other guys who did have the championship championship DNA in their system that they were exuding throughout the course of the game. I think it is something that proves worthy moving forward as the Warriors, even if they go out, as we've talked about, tomorrow or go out against Oklahoma City. They grew up a little bit, both of those guys. And Podziemski didn't have a good playoff series last year. And Podziemski at different times last night wasn't playing a very good game. I think had the Warriors lost, he, along with probably DeAnthony Melton and maybe Horford before he got hot, would have been the guys who would have been the most maligned. But Podziemski's always the most maligned among the fan base. He gets way too much of the criticism. Not to say that he's a perfect player, because he's not. And even last night he was maddeningly frustrating. But for Podziemski and Guy Santos to be able to show that they belonged on the court with the other guys, I don't think is nothing, and I do think provides a value moving forward that would not have been attained had the Warriors just tapped out last night or given up or gone into the tank and tried to lose every game they possibly could from the end of January. It's about finding value, and I really do think the goal for the two games, and I don't know for sure if the Warriors have accomplished it just with the win last night, but I do think the goal for the two games was just to show that next year can matter without going into some massive rebuild around Steph or anything like that. It's not to say that this team as it currently is constituted waiting for Jimmy is enough, because we know it's not. I mean, that this team waiting for Jimmy, if they don't make another move, in my opinion, is destined to be 17, 18 win team in the middle of the year, and a team that probably will be incapable, even if they get really hot in the second half, of doing anything other than playing in another play-in game this time next year. So they have to do what they can to improve for the regular season. But I think what they did show last night is that they've got a bunch of guys in the vets that can still call it up in the big moments, led by Steph and led by Draymond, and they got a couple of young guys who showed that they belonged in those big moments if they wind up seeing more of them in the future.
808 KNBR, there's a good text on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line I want to get to when we come on back to further some of the points that we've brought up and make it into a more refined topic. It's Papa and Silver with JD, but a half an hour left on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
This is the one of those 41 that if we lose, we go home. And we don't want to go home. We want to keep playing. Anytime you got Steph Curry, you got a chance. So it's on all of us to do our parts to give him a chance to show his greatness. Everybody did their part. Brandon Brzezinski was huge. Everybody did their part. Guy Santos. And we allow him to be Steph Curry.
Draymond Green, an exhausted Draymond Green after defending Kawhi Leonard. By the way, I sent you this. I haven't actually heard the audio yet, but Shams on ESPN said team sources told him Draymond was sick, was throwing up, puking all over the place pregame, sideline in the back area by the locker room. I mean, he could have been feeling the best he's ever felt and had that performance, and it would be remarkable. Was that his Michael Jordan flu game after the fact? Did you hear anything about this?
No, I had, and even Rachel Nichols had put out there that he was coughing in the time, and I was in the locker room and before the game in the open locker room availability time, and Draymond was kind of walking out to warm up, and it was something that was kind of going around in the pregame a little bit. And yeah, Rachel Nichols had pointed it out, the fact that he was, coughing and less than 100 even before the game started. So it was something kind of worth monitoring throughout the course of the entire game. Now, you look back, and is it I don't want to be super cynical here on this, because I think he clearly was sick. But again, you already said it, the Jordan flu game, and he was awesome. He was spectacular. And I think it should be noted, but it I don't know, it does feel a little like, all right, he was even more sick considering how great he played. It feels like there's a little bit of that maybe embellishing after the fact for effect. But you know what? So the hell what? If it's a little bit of embellishing after the fact. But yeah, he was definitely sick. That I'm not questioning at all. And yeah, I had heard and read about the coughing and some of that kind of illness, but not the puking. But you definitely have to trust the reporting, and it does, I think, make what Draymond was able to do even more impressive going up against Kawhi. And, that's been the other thing with Dre is, and I mentioned this on Dubs OT last night, he's not really guarding centers anymore with the Warriors acquiring Porzingis and having Horford in the mix. And I think it was wearing him out when we saw him, obviously, against Wemby at the beginning of the year and being able to dial it up defensively in a couple of those games in November in San Antonio. But since they acquired Porzingis and since they lost Jimmy and then Moody on top of that, but really since they lost Jimmy, Draymond has been accepting the best wing player assignment defensively. And so that is Kawhi. That is Luka. That is, at times LeBron. It's KD when the Warriors played Houston. It was even Shea Gilgeous-Alexander when the Warriors played Oklahoma City in a game toward the back half of the season. So for Draymond to, already have the defensive prowess of being such a dominant small big in terms of his defense, to now ramp it back up at his age on top of maybe some of the illness that he was dealing with more specifically last night, is impressive in its own right to go up against wings when he's been more of a big defender and switchable, obviously, and guarding different positions and the like through the years. But for him to kind of go back to needing to be the primary guy against the wing players that have the ball in their hands a ton, and to be able to deny, I mean, Kawhi Leonard is as strong as any player in the NBA in terms of a wing, and to have Draymond just physically denying him the ability to get the ball, I mean, that's something that typically is saved for players defending the post, right? Deny the catch in good position, and that's, half or more than half the battle of coming up with a defensive stop. But Draymond, just monstrous. I mean, the inbounds pass, the one where he dove on the floor to create a steal. I mean, he was just awesome as the game went on at, keeping Kawhi in front of him, contesting him, But then once the game got to a point where the Warriors could win it and he could seal it, just denying Kawhi. It was phenomenal stuff from somebody that is still an elite defender. Maybe not as consistently as he used to be. Maybe he can't dial it up night in, night out because of the age and because the games don't consistently have the juice that last night's did or some of these playoff games have had over the years. But Draymond was just healthy, sick, coughing, puking, whatever. Draymond Green was absolutely freaking phenomenal defensively last night against one of the great one-on-one players in the game.
So I told you I wanted to get to a text on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, and 209 says, no one will ever look back on a great play-in game. Too many other great memories. This is just a slow death. And I disagree with that, and I want to explain why. It's not about how far they get this year, or even if they get into the playoffs and win tomorrow. They were 37-45, borderline unwatchable from mid-January until April when Steph Curry returned off of the absence. JD did a lot of dubs OTs and just dubs. You could feel it was a very different reality with what this team was when you knew they were just headed for 10 and you didn't know what to make of the regular season. That last night leaves a lasting image. If you're Joe Lacob, if you're Mike Dunleavy, if you're Steve Kerr, who's not under contract beyond this season, if you're Jimmy Butler watching from the sidelines while you rehab your ACL, that leaves a lasting image. Nobody's saying that this is a championship-level team. It just shows how much they value competing. It reaffirms that over and over and over. This is over when Steph Curry decides that it's over. Steph Curry is the pulse. Now, it's on those around him moving forward to make a team that is built for 82 games because you know that you have the will where if you can get to an elimination game or get to a 7-game series, that you're always going to have a chance if your Hall of Famers can play at that level, but you can't have it where you go through a regular season and it's just about getting into the playoffs because you don't have the guys anymore, certainly with their age and the games that you can slot them in to miss. You don't have the guys where they can just coast through a regular season and get into the playoffs. That's what we learned this year.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question for the offseason. How do they fix that and all that? But, the competitive spirit is undeniable. And I think, people that think that, well, why are they able to bring it on a night like last night and maybe not more consistently throughout the course of the regular season? I mean, that's where the age and the attrition and the not having Steph to be there. I mean, that's the other thing that stands out for me is it was vintage Steph Draymond two-man game last night with Draymond setting screens and setting Steph up as he's getting on the heater in the third quarter, and obviously the iconic game, what proved to be the game-winning shot when the game was tied at 117 there in the final minute, and just the way that those two operate together in lockstep offensively, almost as if they're sharing a brain, is just something phenomenal to be able to watch. But to your point, I mean, I was wondering about Draymond. Would Draymond have it in the tank? And the desire, because we've seen, he said it a week ago, and I think Draymond, he said, I'm not really excited about the play-in. Well, Draymond played like he was excited about the play-in. Now, can he do it again, a second game in a row after the Warriors had expended so much energy in LA last night against the Suns team that's, it's going to be another knockdown, drag-out, physical, defensive battle, kind of a game, even more so, I think, against the Suns than it was against the Clippers. Do the Warriors have the ability to be as physical as they're going to have to be in what otherwise is actually a pretty good matchup, I feel like, for the Warriors? And Dylan Brooks being on the other side for Phoenix now after the Warriors are able to eliminate him with the Rockets a year ago, eliminate him in 22 with Memphis going back. Could they eliminate Dylan Brooks again? Steph's going to want to do that. Draymond's going to want to do it. It's just a matter of can they replicate in many ways the game that they played last night where Steph is doing a ton of the heavy lifting and gets on that heater, and then Draymond can carry him through defensively. But the thing that they're truly going to need is the scoring at the level which they got it from the others. That's been something because this team has just not had enough they probably don't have enough consistent scores to begin with, but then with all the injuries, they just haven't had guys out there enough at all to where they could truly figure out who their second, third scorers are going to be consistently on a nightly basis.
Well, and again, that's where guys like GP2, Melton, who only scored 6 and 7 respectively, that's where Guy Santos, Brandon Pajemski, that's where they do get credit because it took a while for Steph Curry to get going. So as amazing of a closer and clutch player as he is, you did need the contributions of the others, and you got it enough to just hang around and be able to fight back every time the Clippers were able to throw a punch at home with the wall and the Warriors missing free throws. I mean, I don't know how you were feeling, but early fourth quarter, they were down by 13. That was their largest fourth quarter deficit. And I'm thinking, if they lose this game, my takeaway is not going to be that they didn't want it and they didn't play hard. Like, it's been awesome to watch the will, but it was the sloppiness of points off turnovers, some second chance points, particularly in the first half, and just kind of general sloppy play and the missed free throws that were going to be the things you looked back at as saying, yeah, that probably did them in too much. And when you have somebody like Steph on the offensive end, when you have someone like Draymond on the defensive end, that can be just enough to erase all those misfortunes.
Well, it felt like the game was over. I mean, bottom line, it felt like the game was over or on the brink of being over 5 or 6, 7 different times. I know Steve Kerr mentioned this in one of his cuts from the postgame at the podium, that was the number one thing, was just for him the ability to continue to compete. And, yeah, I mean, 13 down in the fourth quarter after Steph had already gotten on a big-time heater. You're thinking, is he going to have enough in the tank to do what he's going to need to do? Can the Warriors get it from anywhere else? And that's where Horford came in with the 4 3-pointers in the fourth quarter to help carry them, back into the game and set up the possession where the game was tied for Steph to be able to give him the lead, and then set up the defensive possessions where Draymond could make a couple of plays that led to the Pajemski with the goaltend and one, and the other steal on the knockaway, the dive from Draymond trying to defend and deny Kawhi Leonard. So it was a situation where I thought I didn't declare it over at any point in my mind. I will say that, but there were I think 6 or 7 different times during the game where I made the mental note, they're like a possession or two away from it being over. They're like one turnover in a dunk or one missed layup that turns into a 3 on the other end from this being a night and season over, and let's get to the draft lottery on Mother's Day, May the 10th, and move on from there. But every single time they got to the brink of where they could have been broken, they fought back and got themselves right back into the game, including from down 13 there in the fourth quarter.
You talk draft lottery, you see that because the Warriors won that game, now the Oklahoma City Thunder get the LA Clippers lottery pick.
Yeah, yes. I did see that.
Rest of the league's like, thanks a lot, Steph. Thanks for getting him angry just to prove a point. And now the maybe 2-time defending champs, if they defend it, would be getting another lottery pick.
And that's the Clippers. I mean, that's the Clippers still paying off the Paul George, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander trade.
Yeah,
correct? I mean,
I think so.
That is amazing. Here, I mean, that went down in 2019. I mean, that is truly incredible. And so, yeah, the Clippers are going to have to live with that. Impressive for them to come back from 15 under 500, given all the changes that they made. But the Warriors wind up getting the last laugh, and we'll see if they can carry it toward Phoenix.
And now Paul George is not a Clipper, and Kawhi Leonard, will he be a Clipper after this offseason? Ramona Shelburne wrote all about that. We will wrap up the show when we come on back. It flew by. It was quick. And we'll have a good 4 hours tomorrow. Matt Mayoko is going to join us, so we'll get a little early Niner draft talk in. We'll get ready for a little Phoenix Suns and Dylan Brooks maybe poking the bear. And, of course, Giants we'll talk about a little bit more as well. Good way to stop it today. Landon Roop was stellar. They avoid the sweep and showed a little bit of fire there and intensity at the end with Eric Miller talking trash. It's Papa and Silver. Final segment coming up on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I know it was on Walter's mind more than anything with the Warriors wrapping that up. Tim Kawakami's presence was earned. He'll be going to Phoenix along with JD, along with a lot of other people that are seeing if they could actually pull this thing off. If there's one thing we learned, and not that it was learning, but just a big old reminder, if you got that dude on the floor that wears 30, you always have a chance.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quick turnaround, but this is, look, we finished 10th. We're lucky to even be here. If this were 7 or 8 years ago, we would be on vacation already. So I want to thank the league for creating the play-in tournament. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, hey, if there's one thing where the stock is up this week, it's the freaking play-in tournament. It was funny, JD. We were asking about it, and I said to Marcus Thompson, you think the play-in tournament's an issue, or is it just everything else that's made this regular season kind of a bad product? Well, all of a sudden it turns out if you have elimination-like games or games where people need to care, particularly in the context with which the Warriors stars came back and the season that they had, we got 3 out of 4 games that were awesome to watch this week.
We did. It doesn't change the regular season problem. It doesn't change the tanking problem.
Not at all.
But the play-in games themselves, the creation of the, I've called it at different times, what can come off as like faux drama, right? You concoct these. It's Steph v. Kawhi in an elimination game. Like, who doesn't want that? Despite the fact that it is a 9-10 game, and I think the league kind of trusts that the majority of people don't really care if it's a 9-10 game or not, and don't really think about the fact that, the Clippers won 42 or whatever, and the Warriors won 37. Like, a lot of people don't think about that. They just think Steph v. Kawhi elimination game, this is cool. And it's a way, and I know Steve is tongue-in-cheek talking about the play-in and thank you, Adam Silver, but the reason for the play-in, as I've said a bunch, is specifically to give, I think, the star players that maybe are not on teams that are contender status in the top 6 extra opportunities to get in. You're telling me that the NBA doesn't want or prefer the Warriors being in against the Oklahoma City Thunder, even if that series ended in a sweep over the Phoenix Suns, who won, 10, 11? How many more games did the Suns win than the Warriors? I don't even know. I stopped counting in about early March. So I think the Suns won 9 more games, 10, whatever it was. Anyway, do you think the NBA would rather have the 37-win Warriors with Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr going up against the defending champions, so you could go, it's the aging old OG dynasty that's not a dynasty anymore against potentially what the new dynasty could be as the Thunder tip off their attempt to go back-to-back. Like, the NBA is dying for the Warriors to win tomorrow. That would be a ratings bonanza for the league to have Steph Curry, even if it is only 4 more games spread out. And I mentioned this yesterday. Did you see the league spread those games out? I know it's still not come to fruition, but they at least initially gave, if the Warriors win, that Oklahoma City series is Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday. So 2 days off after game 1, 2 more days off after game 2, and then it goes every other way the rest of the way. But the one thing they guarantee themselves is there will be at least 9 days of Thunder Warrior conversation if the Warriors have the ability to pull that game off tomorrow night in Phoenix. And I should also say, if you recall, I know people don't, OKC and Phoenix did play some really competitive games this year. They also played, I think, in the in-season tournament against each other. So we'll see how all that shakes out, but I don't think the league gives a rip about that. So the design of the play-in to me is, LeBron is on a team that isn't having the best year, or he has to miss half the year to rest up. We can still put him in an elimination game against Steph. We can still put him in an elimination game against the Timberwolves and young Ant Edwards coming up. Just thinking back through the years. So I think the league loves it for that reason, and I think the league is kind of counting on the fact that the majority of people don't care whether the Warriors won 37 or 47, because, as I said earlier in the show, nobody's going to remember how much the Warriors lost 10 years from now over the course of this season.
My 3 favorite words, the how matters. And I don't just say that just to say it. It's why the how, with the Giants losing early, has shaped the conversations we've had around that team. The Warriors losing last night, like they did in Sacramento in 2023, would have brought a very different conversation to the table today. If they lost close and it came down to the wire, but the Clippers did just enough to prevail, that also would have been a very different tone than that conversation. And because they snatched it from the jaws of defeat behind the will of champions and future Hall of Famers, that's a lasting impression that shapes the offseason talk, regardless of whether they win or lose tomorrow night in Phoenix.
Absolutely. And again, for those that are rooting, and I mentioned this to Murph, and Murph was giving me crap about it early because it was the guys, and I give them credit, they were caught up in the emotion. Murph is a memory-making business kind of a guy.
Yeah.
And so he gets it as it relates to, maybe this team winds up losing tomorrow. Maybe they wind up losing against OKC, but the memories are going to be there for what Steph Curry was able to do. And it's interesting because I'd kind of said, well, the people that want him to be a lottery team still may get them. You may get the best of all worlds if you're one of those people, because they still could lose tomorrow and be a lottery team and have the same odds that they would have had they lost last night. Only everybody's better for watching what we watched last night.
Well, we'll have a lot to get to tomorrow between Niners, between Warriors and Phoenix, between what's ahead with the San Francisco Giants. Appreciate everybody for hanging out with us on a shortened show today. So let's get you over to Dirty Work. JD, you're the man. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 10. Big thank you to Walter. And it is time for Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb as you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Take it away, fellas.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb hanging out with you. A full show, first full show since Monday, right?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
It's our only full show for the remainder of the week. We got a short one tomorrow as the Giants are off to Washington. They finish up the series today with a win, a day game win. Got a little chippy
at the end there.
Against the Reds there. Some throwing at each other. I like that. I like when it gets a little chippy. Maybe the Giants need a little fire.
They do.
To the tune of 3 runs. But, hey, they squeezed it out when they needed to after they got Burns out of the game. And they pulled that one out. They salvaged a game in that series. So still 2-4 on the road trip. But opportunity against Washington starting tomorrow.
Baby steps.
But we got a full show for you today. And we got a full guest list for you today as well. Sam Amick of The Athletic going to join us, covers the NBA as he joins us every week. He covers the NBA every day. He joins us every week.
Every day of his life.
Here on Dirty Work. And we'll talk about the Warriors' win last night in the first round of the play-in. Rich Aureli at 4:50 for our weekly conversation, talking some Giants ball. And then Marcus Thompson, since we have a short show tomorrow, will join us today.
Do we have an update for Rich Aureli when it comes to the amputee?
Well, I don't want to press it. You know what I mean? I actually sort of feel like I should send him some videos. I don't know if you've seen. There's some videos.
I've seen some videos.
And video clips have come out.
This guy's not my guy.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be hanging with amputee guy.
No.
Quad amputee murder.
He's not getting on the Bills Wall of Fame.
Derek's okay with OJ, but this guy's athletic career.
Hey.
Now, what about the cornhole wall of fame?
Time now for your Rich Aurelia Cornhole Amputee Update.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like that.
Current affair. I love that. I love that sound effect.
Twinkle at the end is good.
I love that
dude.
sound effect.
The twinkle at the end's good.
Yeah, I need to see his stats when it comes to cornhole, but I'm sure he probably deserves a place.
I mean, he's a champion. It's pretty incredible what he's done.
We can separate that, can't we?
I was thinking of a good riff yesterday. We didn't have enough time, but I was like, dude, it was Jackie Robinson Day yesterday.
Yeah.
I was like, you think in his league there's like a day for him? because of what he's accomplished as like an amputee.
Everybody wears.
I don't know.
That riff might go too far.
That's where I drew the line in my head. I was like, I don't know where I go from there.
I don't know where I go after. Like, everybody wears.
So I threw it at you. Yeah. Everybody. I don't know. Yeah. Replays. Certain. I don't know. I don't want to get into it. Anyway, win for the Dubs last night. I would assume that's the story of the day for everybody.
Not for you.
Well, I just like. It was fun to watch. It was a hell of a performance. Would we call it a vintage Steph Curry Warriors performance? I think we would.
Yes, absolutely.
I think without question,
Draymond Green as well.
Everybody had some fun. I don't think you'll like my take though about how the reaction of this has happened today.
Okay.
Because I can put the game in context. I was impressed with the win. I told you yesterday. Or was it yesterday or 2 days ago?
2 days ago, you thought they would win.
I was like, I think they're going to win. I was like, I think it's winning 2 games against 2 teams that aren't that far above you. Like, it's Steph Curry.
Okay.
And we were joking on a minutes restriction. There was all the talk that, like, if they lose, and I'm like, dude, I never, ever buy into the notion that a team will go in, especially a team with players like Steph and Draymond and the vets that they have there. Like, those guys don't go into a game thinking, well, we might just lose. Maybe they think that it's going to be a tough game and they know the reality of it. But thinking like I'm going to lose because that's going to help the team in terms of draft. Like,
they didn't bring Steph Curry back to lose that game last night.
That's what. But like even once the game gets going, those guys like instinctually aren't even capable really of that mentality.
No, not at all.
They're too high level of competitors.
Yeah, like even Draymond the other day saying, I'm not excited for this because they don't like the circumstances, but they're going to be playing up for this game.
My take is this. Like, dude, I have loved the Steph Curry era. I think everybody has. I love it to the point that I can put in context that, like, I don't think we'll ever enjoy basketball in the NBA, in the Bay Area at the same level. Like,
no,
it's different than the Joe Montana era because football is such a different sport. Like, Joe Montana was the guy. But they also then won another one after with Steve. They still were competitive. And, like, I'm just saying, like, the Joe Montana era is a thing in and of itself.
Yeah.
The only comparable thing to Steph is what Joe and those Niners did.
Or Bonds, but not in the postseason.
Right, exactly. That's a different debate, right?
Yeah.
That's about individual performance, I think, versus team performance.
Yes.
But the difference is in basketball, like, you get one guy in the era that Steph developed and you were a team. Like, it's a superstar league.
Yeah.
We've always heard that. It's a superstar league. And now it's like you got to have multiple superstars if you want to compete. And part of that is what super teams did, and then by product or by proxy, the Golden State Warriors developing in the way that they did. We will never enjoy it at the same rate. If the Niners became a dynasty again, we'd all be like, it's another dynasty. Look at this group of guys that's doing it.
Right.
To be what the Warriors were and change the game in the way Steph did, maybe, and we'll discuss this later, the most exciting player in the history of Bay Area sports, debatably the history of the NBA, right? Like there is
an argument, yes.
And I'll listen to other arguments, of course. I'm being biased in saying that, but there's a case to be made for that.
Yeah.
So with all that in mind,
okay,
I watched the reaction today. And dude, I love JD. I listen to Silver. I hear Murph, and they're talking the memories, and this is a hearken to the past, and yada, yada. I'm like, dude, I love you guys, but I'm also like, dude, Warrior fans, have a little respect for yourselves. This was a 10 seed against the 9. It was a 37-win team. This doesn't mean anything in my memory into who Steph Curry was. Will we remember this game looking back? If they lose to the Suns on Friday, tomorrow night, will we ever even care that this game happened? It was an awesome performance. To me, it means less than a performance in not less, but about as much as a 50-point performance earlier this season, right? Or going into Orlando last year and carrying the team for 50. I'm saying like a game like that to me, when you're carrying a team in the middle of a season, almost carries more weight than I'm like, we know the result of this year. It was fun for sure.
Yeah.
But I think we're painting this with some pretty rose-colored glasses because he had just come back from this injury, and I'm just not buying it. I'm like, dude, the Celtics would never be hyped about some 10-seed performance getting into to go potentially lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I 100%.
I get how cool it was. I enjoyed it as much as everybody.
I hear you.
But I'm just like, I don't get this doesn't even hit the top 25
of course
like
not.
Steph moments.
No,
you know?
and that's my thing today is it's not about what happened last night or this season. It'll be an exclamation point on a very forgettable season. And yes, Copes, I will remember that win just because it's the only good thing about this season. It is a forgettable season, but last night was fun. Now, in the grand scheme of things of Steph Curry and the Warriors, no. There's 25, there's 30 better moments in Steph Curry's career. Yeah. The Olympics, everything with games of, more magnitude. But I will say, going into the game, and I'll say this too, I did not think they were going to win. And I think that we have been spoiled and jaded as Warriors fans Because
no question.
Because this fan
it's not
base,
reality.
This fan base is unlikable.
Steve
now.
Kerr said that. Oh yeah, Tom used to say that a lot. He's like, we become the Lakers.
No, but it's true. Where they have no reference to crappier times, to the Cohan days. I grew up with this team being terrible. It's a great time out.
I didn't even know what Cohan looked like because he wouldn't show up. Now you got Joe out there. And
I envision him as like Dr. Claw from Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But
smashes of self-destruct too.
But with this season in particular, I wasn't invested in every single Warriors game because let's be honest, Steph Curry wasn't around and Jimmy Butler wasn't around.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
You had guys. I have respect for Brandon Podziemski, and honestly, we should give him more respect for what he did this season, playing 82 games. And I know he had some ridiculous comments earlier this year, but give props to Pods. Yes, there's a lot of guys on this team that are not true. Like when you think about the Warriors,
they're not part of the legacy of the Warriors.
They're not Kevon Looney guys.
That's a really good way of putting it, dude. And I think that's part of where my head's at, where I'm like, this team isn't like really likable in the scope of what has been this Warrior dynasty.
Yeah.
Not because of just their lack of success, but it's not even like the guys that we're familiar with. And even Pods is a little polarizing to people, as you mentioned. Moody got hurt. Like, that's kind of how I'm going to remember this season is
unfortunately
the lost season of like what could have been in the second to last year. And now we've got the Steve Kerr saga of the offseason. We don't know what happens with Draymond beyond the end of this season. So I sort of in the scope of it look at it and I'm like, oh, dude, I'm going to sit around with my grandkids one day and they'll be like, father, grandfather, they're English kids, tell me the story of Steph. And I tell them
in
this
the
story,
9-10 seed?
and they go, and then what happened? I go, well, then if they won the next game, they get to go to the playoffs.
No, it's not. Honestly, dude, I 100% hear what you're saying.
It doesn't carry
but
any weight.
Last night is not about that game.
Look at ESPN. They're showing Steph in the three like they're all.
I know.
To me, that's not what this is. That's my point.
But last night was about nostalgia. Really.
Yeah, I disagree. That's what I'm saying. Is I disagree. I think like it's who he's been all year. When he played this season, we knew he was capable of this. So why was that nostalgic? It's not even a playoff game. The premise of the play-in is what shatters all of this to me, is that the play-in is a fabricated nothing date with OKC, and they're a 10 seed that's under 500. Why does this mean any more than a in-season tournament game?
Well, because it has bigger stakes than that.
It's basically just you're a wild card team with a chance to get in, but you're not even a wild card team. You're just a chance to get in. We've known they were in this spot. That's the thing is like they didn't even earn this spot. So it just feels so blah to me relative to what real Warrior championship Steph Curry moments have been.
I'm not saying it was a real Warriors championship moment.
About?
Well, no, dude.
That's my point.
Because it brings you back to the good times. That's what last night meant to me. Like going into the game, I'll be completely honest. I thought they were going to lose, and there's an argument to be had that maybe they should lose. And I know that's like a loser mentality, but when you think about how the Warriors could get better, maybe it is better that they lose and they are a lottery team and they get a top 4 pick. Maybe that would benefit them in the long run.
The funniest part is you saw OKC now is in the lottery because they had a pick from the Clippers. So now somebody was like, what if the Warriors done after beating the Clippers?
And you think about, is it really important that Steph Curry comes back and plays in this game? And honestly, I know that like when I think about the all-time Steph Curry moments, the Warriors moments, this won't crack the top 10, but it brings you back to the top 10 moments. That's what last night was about for me, honestly. Was watching the game, wasn't that invested initially, didn't care if they won or lost, and then as you watch, you're like, wow, Steph Curry's going off for this third quarter, and it brings you back to those times. So I know that, we can make it like it's not that big of a deal, and it's a 37-win season, but that S that we saw last night, that never gets old to me. Steph Curry putting up those numbers, putting up 35 points and being open on the left side of the court, having a 3, that never gets old to me. Draymond Green having 2 steals in the final minute of a game, that never gets old to me.
Don't get me wrong. The whole thing was fun.
Coaching this team never gets old to me. Me coming in, like I've been doing this for 10 years and making rejoiners where you have Warrior highlights.
Do we have one coming?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
that never gets old to me.
Is it from last night or is it from some real big highlights?
It's from last night. I'm not going to diminish what they did last night.
I thought we were going to play some highlights for some big games, dude. Yeah. Last night was a blast.
It's not like Pat Beverly getting on the scorer's table and celebrating. It's not like that.
No. It's not like that. It's not like that.
But it does kind of make you think about how we're not going to have these moments anymore.
Again, it's not about how they reacted to it. Again, I enjoyed the game. I thought the game was fun. I thought Steph's 27 in the second half and the final 10 minutes to come from mine. That was a blast to watch. I just was a little surprised by the glorified reaction to it that's even happened here on our airwaves. I'm just like, I'm not feeling the same way. That's just not how I felt about it. I was like, sick game. Now they can make the playoffs if they beat the Suns.
But it's not really about that, though.
You didn't even believe they were going to win.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't at all.
I believed. I'm the fan.
Oh, yeah, really. You don't even care that they won, though.
Well, if they win one more, they go to the playoffs.
It's not even about that.
I want to be clear.
though.
I was watching Sharks last night too. Had a tough third, huh, Tim?
Let me ask you this: like you and I differ on like rebooting a franchise.
What do you mean?
Like I can't stand that when they're going to come up with like the same old movies over and over and over again.
Oh, you mean like how we always talk? You and I always talk off air a lot too about how it's all reboots. Or now their big thing. The big thing now is let's do a prequel to this.
Ocean's 11
or
whatever it is coming out.
Ocean's 2.
And I'm not a fan about that because I want things to change. And I do want things to change with this Warriors team. But like with the end of any good franchise, like I've been watching the Scream movies. They're basically like the Fast and Furious of horror movies. It's the same thing every time. But you have the same characters and you're really invested with them as the years go on. It's the same thing with the Warriors, where yes, it's run its course. And this is a fading dynasty, as Steve Curry said. But I'm all for their final reckoning because it brings you back to the nostalgia. It brings you back to the good days. It brings me back to moments in my life 10 years ago where I was starting a radio and I remember what happened. Like when we play Barry Bonds highlights, I see it in your face. You get excited because you remember those days.
Yeah.
Murph and Marcus, when they were talking about the rise of the 49ers, I heard it in Murph when he was reliving his days of being a 49er fan, and he got emotional thinking about those times.
Nobody gets nostalgic like an 80s Niner fan.
I know.
Nobody gets nostalgic
and
like
that's
that.
the way it's going to be for Warriors fans. Me in particular, when I think about those days, I know last night in the grand scheme of things won't matter, but to me, it brought me back to the days that did matter.
Look, it's fine. I'm not trying to yuck yums, but I have to have a take, and I just got to be honest about how I feel about it. That's just, it didn't make me feel the way it makes everybody else feel. I could have came in and been like, all right, have fun. Enjoy it, everybody. But now I'd like to argue with you all. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We got a lot of fun coming your way today. Sam Amick 350, Rich Aurelia 450 with an amputee update. 5:30, Marcus Thompson joins us, plus the debut of a brand new segment. We'll tell you about it a little bit later in the 4 o'clock hour. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday and a big, nice Steph Warrior rejoin coming your way next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The Warriors, the only team with the losing record in the play-in. Curry, three! Curry at the other end. His shot is down again.
And Curry on a 7-0 run.
Curry again. Collins is there. It's a three. Another one. Oh, he's a machine. Porzingis, it's a three. Bullseye. 3-point game. It's Horford for three. Got it. Corner three, Horford. Got it.
And this is the reason why the Warriors signed Al Horford.
Curry trying to untangle. He finds Horford. It's Santos in the corner.
Can he do it again?
Another one.
He does.
Another one. Horford knocks down the three. Horford three for the lead. Got it. Curry three. defense. Green, steal, Pajumski. Oh, he can't get it at the doorstep. Leonard has not scored in the fourth, and here he's got the ball and Green in front. Green steals the ball. Green stole the ball. Warriors have won. The Golden State Warriors have won.
This is why Steph came back. So everybody out there who thought Steph should have taken the rest of the year off, this is what he does. This is who he is.
The powers that be. It's in you. It's in me. NMC.
That's what he does.
126-121 final. Warriors over the LA Clippers at LA. Was that Steve Kerr or was that JD at the end there?
That was Steve Kerr.
He's like, hey, anybody who thought he shouldn't have come back? That's what JD sounded like on Dubs OT last night.
Was it?
Yeah, JD was coming.
I was one of those people that was like, what is this all for, Basil? Why?
Yeah, oh, yeah, you thought he should have sat?
I was asking Sam Amick and Marcus Thompson, does this make sense? And then moments like last night, yeah, that's why they come back, and that's why they want to play. They don't want to play in the play-in. Like when Draymond Green was asked about that last week, he's like, I'm not excited for this. It's just what it is. But they're built for these moments, and that's why Steph Curry comes back, is to have a memorable moment, not an all-time moment, but one that makes this season a little more tolerable in the end. That was pretty crappy for the most part.
35 points, 7 of 12 from 3. He goes for 27 in the second half. In the final 10 minutes, they just go on a tear to come back and win this one, 126-121. You get 20 from Porzingis. You get 20 from Guy Santos. You got Draymond with a couple of big steals, as you pointed out, in the fourth quarter, and was playing like vintage, like Draymond defense. You got 17 on 5 of 11 from Pajemski. He played a great off guard. Horford, big, 4 threes for him off the bench.
Yep.
I mean, what was unique, I think, in when I think about what they did in this game in such a short period of time with all three of these guys playing together, I should say 4, Draymond, Steph, Porzingis, and Horford. And I know Steph has been in and out, but Porzingis, the new piece to all that, is having big men that can shoot from outside.
Absolutely.
Right? You've got Porzingis with 3 of 6 from 3. Horford goes 4 of 7 from 3. So you're talking, 7 of 13 between them from three-point range?
I mean, those guys showed up and looked like their former selves. Like last night, Al Horford looked like Boston Celtics Al Horford.
Yeah.
Same thing with Kristaps Porzingis. Draymond Green looked like Draymond Green from the championship days. That's why I know what you're saying, Copes, and I agree with you in some aspect, but that's why that game harkens back to the days that you remember with the Warriors. It was a throwback where Steph Curry looked like Steph Curry from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like some of those shots were reminiscent of him when they were down 20 points to the New Orleans Pelicans, and they come back and and have that game go to overtime and sweep the Pelicans the first round in the first championship.
Yeah.
Draymond Green making unbelievable steals on Kawhi Leonard, who's a great defensive player in his own guard. And then Kristaps Porzingis having his best performance as a Warrior, and Al Horford being clutch. So I understand what you're saying. I'm not going to make this as like an all-time Warriors moment.
I just don't go harking back to 15.
It's just a good throwback.
I don't go harking back. I guess it's a play-in, so it's not for me. The play-in didn't even exist when they started this run. So I'm like, for me, it's not.
But how many of these moments are we have left, though?
I don't know. The play-in goes away. Remember the whole thing with the play-in tournament is like, go find me some old play-in stats, dude. That's the thing, is this game, it just lives in the ether of nothingness.
But this
game isn't a playoff game. It's not like a harken back because it's not a playoff game. That's my point, is I don't care about the round itself. So why does this mean something in the nostalgic? It was great to watch. I enjoyed it as a fan. Mm-hmm. It was fun basketball, and everything we just talked about, I felt like everybody else. But the reaction to it, where I look up at ESPN, they got the Steph, Clay, Draymond holding the 3 rings, and they're doing their champion. They're like they're acting like this was a all-time vintage Steph Curry performance, and it was, but it's not a playoff performance. It's just the biggest performance of last night's play-in tournament is all it was. They're not even in the playoffs yet because they're a 10 seed. So, I mean, they had 37 wins.
But do you remember it all?
37 wins like the All-Star break.
Okay, but do you remember it all, the LeBron versus Steph performance a couple years ago in 2021? I do.
I know the one where LeBron got poked in the eye and he said he shot at the middle one?
Yes.
Yeah, but I couldn't tell you anything else really that happened in that one except LeBron hit a game winner and the Warriors got eliminated. That was it. Or they had to play one more.
So you're just on the whole play-in in general?
Yes, dude. I've always been out on the play-in in general. There's 30 teams and 20 of them get a shot. Why is a 37-win team doing this? And we know the results. So this is part of it too. A week ago, or about a week and a half ago, it was the Monday we were at the Tank. So you were off and Ted Ramey was in. Mm-hmm. I asked him, and I think I told you about this question after. I said, hey, so at this point of the season, and we weren't done with the regular season yet, but we knew the Warriors were set at 10.
Right.
Steph was just coming back or had just come back. I said, is there anything he could do that would feel like a legacy Steph moment, or a legacy Steph would add to either what you think they could be next year or what he's done throughout his career? Is there anything he could do? And I said, for me, if he took if he won the first two play-ins and then took OKC to the brink of elimination, if he got them to a game 7 or it was a game 6 potentially, I said that would be some superhero Steph Curry stuff that you'd be like, damn, remember that time he got them out of the play-in and then they took OKC to the brink? I've already set that bar in my mind. Short of that, it's just the play-in tournament, and I don't really give a damn. So it was fun to watch, but to me, this isn't a piece of legacy. This is just all right, cool, we all know Steph's still good to go do this again, right? We all know that he's still the best guy on the team for next year. We know that that's all that means to me right now. Take OKC to the brink for me, and then I'm like, this guy's the greatest thing I've then we that's a legacy moment.
But I can still feel that way after last night, though.
You can, I don't.
Okay, that's
what
fair.
I'm saying. Yeah.
Hey, man.
We're just
different strokes for different folks, man.
I'm just explaining. That's where I'm coming from. I set the bar for myself. To me, it was a play-in. Get me into the first round, and then dude, start a playoff series for me. Get one in OKC, and then I'm like, all right, dude. They did what the Dubs do. They win one on the road, and if Porzingis is shooting and playing with size, Horford is that way, then maybe you've got size in a way they didn't anticipate going into a series like that. I'm just saying you can ruffle some feathers in the first round. Then we're talking Steph legacy stuff. For me, that's where I'm at. This is just a game against the Clippers in early April.
I hear you because you don't like the whole play-in thing.
Yeah,
but take that out of it, though.
But that's what it is.
I know, but it was a game with stakes.
They don't go in career stats even.
Well, postseason stats don't go with. I don't even know what your argument here is.
They don't go on postseason stats. Tom and I talked about this.
It's a separate thing. I know.
It's not even a thing. They don't even exist really. They don't mean anything.
Okay, but how many more of these memories are we going to have where Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr playing with game with stakes?
Hopefully not many more.
But you don't know because they're older now.
Yeah,
so that's what everybody's doing is just cherishing these memories, Copes. That's it.
I get it. I've said go ahead. I don't have the same feeling about it.
You don't have to.
It's seeming like it's getting to you.
It's not getting to me at all.
Okay. All right. I wanted to upset you that I don't really, it doesn't make me feel nostalgic.
Dude,
I enjoyed the game.
Hold on. I've been working in radio for 10 years now. People could have differing opinions than me. I don't care about that.
All right.
What it meant to me last night was just nostalgia. That's all it is. Was Steph Curry looked like himself 10 years ago, Draymond Green, Kristaps Porzingis, and Al Horford. They all look like younger versions of themselves.
I agree with that. That's
and maybe that could. I'm not saying that this is going to be some drastic thing that makes them championship contenders, but maybe there's something they can build off of. Maybe not for Steph and Draymond because they've proven that, but maybe you build something for Pods and Guy Santos. But yes, it's a playing game. Like Draymond Green said it best. Come on, man, we're not getting psyched up for playing games. I get that.
That's my point.
I totally understand that. But the thing that I'm about today is it just reminded me of good times. And I don't know how much longer we're going to see Steph Curry at this stage because it's not a foregone conclusion they're going to be a top 6 team in the Western Conference next year. It may be where they are a perennial play-in team for the remainder of his career. But as long as you keep giving me those moments that matter, I'll keep watching and I'll enjoy it.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. What were you feeling going into last night's game? How did you feel after the Dubs win? Do you have an opinion on either side of where Derek is very nostalgic about it? And I'm just I need more for the actual nostalgia to hit in terms of this meaning something to me because I've got a higher standard, I guess, about what this season could have been and should be even from this point. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Your calls, your text, next. Dirty Work on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text if you want to get involved in some of the conversation. What were you feeling going into last night's Dubs game? How'd you feel after the win? And are you on one of the sides that Derek and I are on where, like, I'm not nostalgic about it. I'm like, I got to see more for this to feel like a legacy thing. Derek's saying it made me feel like I was watching the Warriors of old. I did get some of that. I get in the style of play because when things are going at the Warriors system's best and the system is Steph, that's what it can look like. And it did look like that last night. For me, it gives me hope for the future. It didn't make me think much about the past. 808 KNBR is the number to call and text. Let's go to Jennifer. Jennifer's in Oakland. Jennifer, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's going on?
As much as I would love to start a fight between you two because I love listening to you bicker like an old married couple, I actually agree in part with both of you. So, for one, I agree with Derek. And that this was...
You got to have one side, Jennifer. Come on.
No. Hear me out.
All right.
So, I agree with you, Derek, in that for me, this was a very nostalgic game.
Yeah.
They have definitely been unwatchable this season.
They have.
And I was at work last night, so I didn't get to watch the entire game. I came in about midway through the third period. And when they started the fourth, and Steph Curry had his, Curry flurry moment.
Yeah.
And we were down by a lot. It reminded me so much of that playoff game against the New Orleans Pelicans.
Right,
I think it was in game 1 or 2. And they were down by 24. And they came back, tied it up. It reminded me so much of that moment because for that postseason, that was the pivotal moment. And so I think in a way, I agree with Hope in that this is a pivotal moment for the Warriors where I had no hope for this season. They were unwatchable as much as I love them. And I think this is the bow on the ending of the Steph Curry era. But to Coates' point, even if from here, to me, if they don't do anything, but definitely if they are competitive in the remainder of the postseason, assuming they even make it there, this game alone as a standalone gave me more hope than I have had in probably 2.5 seasons that maybe even in the end of the Steph Curry era, the Warriors will still have an opportunity to be competitive and watchable. And really, that's all that I want. I have zero expectations of, 3 more championships in 10 years.
Exactly.
But if they could just be watchable, I'd be happy with that.
Jennifer, I totally hear you on that because that's like I said, for me, it feels more like looking to the future. That makes me be like, okay, dude, Steph's still got this in the tank and the ability to be the best player on a championship team. And if you still have that, then you can try to make something happen and get yourself to be a 6th seed next year.
Exactly.
And real quick, Jennifer, real quick, even when you said you agree with both of us, Derek wanted to start an argument. You see what I'm dealing with? You see what's going on here, dude? He wanted to argue just because you agreed with
honestly,
both.
I think Jennifer agrees more with me.
I love it.
No.
I absolutely love it. I love listening to you bicker in a way that I didn't think I could because I used to listen to you, Copes, when you were on with Tolbert.
Yeah.
And I think you just deferred to him too much. I think you've kind of come into your own being able to fight with Derek. But I got to tell you, my favorite part of the game last night was actually the post-game interview that Blake Griffin did with Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And he was like, man, you were giving me PTSD just watching this game. And I'm like, yes, that's the kind of Clippers hate that I still need in my life.
There you go, Jennifer.
Them beating the Clippers was good enough for me. I'll call this season a win just because of that.
Appreciate the call, Jennifer. Thanks so much. 808 KNBR. She definitely agreed with me more than you.
No, I don't know about that one.
By the way, she started. She's like, and Derek, for the first time, I agree with you. That's how she started.
Did she say that?
Yeah, she started. You started talking over that she was saying at first. Let's go back to the phone lines. Do one of the popular callers.
Oh, our guy?
Yeah, our guy Dwayne in Stockton, the filthy bed slinger. Dwayne, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up,
How you
Dwayne?
been?
Hey, fellas, what's up, the homies?
What's up with the homies, man?
What's up, bro?
Hey, a couple things. One, Jennifer, you got to pick a side. All right, you got to pick a side. All right, please.
Yeah.
Pick a side. Pick a side, please. Two, Copes, you're 100% correct. I'm with you, Copes, bro. Is this what the Warrior Nation has been reduced to? Sentiment and weenie-isms?
See,
Is
that's
that what's
what I mean.
happened?
That's what we've come to now.
You know what I'm talking about?
But this thing is dying, Dwayne.
Now,
This thing is dying, man.
Why is everybody glossing over the fact that now OKC has that lottery shot and not the Warriors? Why is everybody glossing over like that? It doesn't matter, bro.
No.
You got to stand on business. Right now, people are putting Curry moments over business.
How about this? Did that win hurt their chances of trading that pick for more value this offseason?
You can still get a lottery pick if they lose on Friday.
Hey, Copes, I would have tanked it.
It's hard. It's hard to think a team would actually do that.
They're not doing that, though,
But
Dwayne.
I know. Like that's to me, that's the silver lining of not winning the game. You know what I mean? Like that's what almost might be better.
Thing, bro.
Yeah, I don't know how many
Curry,
teams
I wouldn't
actually
even
do
let
that.
Curry and Draymond in the building, bro. They would have had to watch from home, bro. Because I know if they were in the building, they would have wanted to play. So they wouldn't even be allowed in the building, bro. I would have played everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to do.
Yeah.
If I had to run out 4 guys, I'd have ran out 4 guys, bro. I stand on business, bro. You know what I mean?
I know, Dwayne. I know.
Hey, I'm out, fellas.
All right,
Hey,
bro.
good
Appreciate
talking,
the
man. I gotta go.
All right, brother. Good to talk to you.
He's got to go back to work?
Yeah, he's got to go back to work, dude. He calls us from work.
Okay.
I saw he called from his work line, too. I know where he works. So
Okay, real quick. Let me ask you this. If there was a new format to the MLB postseason.
There was like 2 years ago.
I know, but let's say the Giants won that. Would you say that that's not really a traditional series win? Would you poo-poo that?
I don't know, dude. What's the context?
And the same thing with like a play-in.
Do more than half the teams from Major League Baseball now get into the playoffs if the Giants are 74?
I'm just asking you in this crazy hypothetical if there's a new type of play-in in baseball.
So if the Giants are the equivalent of a 77-win team to the Warriors' 37?
Yes.
No, I'll never feel the same about it. Like, dude, you shouldn't be playing for the playoffs at that point.
They shouldn't
have been. This is just a shot to get in. Again, like when Jennifer's like made me think about that 2015 Pelicans game. I'm like, yeah, dude, that playoff game, yeah, this wasn't that.
No, it wasn't. No, dude, but that's not
what
the
I'm
point.
saying. I know it's about what the future can be. That's what I'm saying. You're thinking past. I'm not thinking that. I'm like, what can this mean for
But I know this thing is dying, man. It basically is
you're
dead.
talking about it like it's dying. I'm saying, dude, that showed me Steph can do it, bro.
Steph
can he do it for one more game and then ruffle some feathers for me against OKC? I'm just pulling the D-Pop Classic. I want more, bro. I want more. Give me more, dude. That's what I'm looking for. Give me more Ernie. Ernie's who I need more of in Santa Cruz. 808 KNBR. Hey, Bert. 808 KNBR.
Ernie.
415-808-5627.
It's basically Rick Tittle.
Ernie is in Santa Cruz. What up, Ernie?
Really never heard Bert ever once in my life. In my 6 years. No one's ever said, Ernie, where's Bert? I got to say that I agree 100% about the fact that the playoffs should be 8 teams and 8 teams only. I don't like the plan. However, the fact that Steph and Draymond did what they did last night was spectacular.
Yeah.
And the other players who Bazingas and fucking
Bazingas was funny enough. The F-bomb was just, a little extra on top of that. What was his name again? Bert?
I thought it was Ernie, dude.
Yeah, I know. He didn't like that.
Dude, I lost it when he said Bazingas.
Bazingas and then effing, like, dude.
Okay.
I need you
Rack him, Tim.
I need you to cut. The funny thing is, the funniest part about that call, now I don't mind saying this, is Tim was busy trying to pull up, I think, the more song is what I think he was hustling to get over there. Just he was having some fun. Yeah. There we go, Tim. Not a kid, man. Nice work, bro.
Derek needs more.
Yeah, dude. So I think he was running to do that. And while he gets the call on for us, and then the guy, like, we made the Bert and Ernie joke. He's like, I never heard that before.
Oh, thanks.
So just in Tim's ear, just to be a smart ass, as I am, I said, yeah, rack him, Tim. Like, nice call, bro. Like, as a joke. And Tim turned around thinking he might have cursed. And I was like, no. I'm kidding. Don't worry.
But just wait.
2 seconds later, he goes,
Bazingas
and effing.
Come on, Bert. Come on.
Like this, there was Ernie.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, Bert. Come on, Bert. KNBR. 415-808-5627. Let's get to more of your calls. I see Eric and Millbrae, you're waiting on the line. We will get to your call. I see you disagree with me, so I got to hear this one. Don't worry, we will get to that, Eric. And then more of your calls and texts at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How about this question? And I want to hear the caller's thoughts on this because you posed this to me this morning in our rundown.
Yeah.
And I was hyped on this question. Is Steph Curry the most exciting player in Bay Area sports history? Exciting, pure excitement. Because that's one I'd love to get into.
Playing with joy.
There's a case he's maybe the most exciting player in any sport ever. Like, that's on the table.
Yeah.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Do you have a take on Bazingas and what went down last night, or or effing either side that Derek and I are on, or is Steph Curry the most exciting player in Bay Area sports history? We'll discuss that next. Only here on Dirty Work. The Bazingas leader, dude.
The Giants snapped their 4-game losing streak earlier today, salvaging the final game at Cincinnati 3-0. Landon Roop tossed 6 scoreless, 1-hit innings, and San Francisco got RBIs from Matt Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Casey Schmidt. For everything Giants, keep it locked right here to the sports leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The other players, Bazingas and
come on, Bert. Can't be doing that, Bert.
That was the guy Ernie who called in. He texted us back. He said,
that's my go-to. I don't know about that.
I do like He texted back in saying he's sorry for cussing. No worries, dude.
It's all good.
It happens,
Ernie.
man. We all slip out of Bazingas and an effing every once in a while, you know?
Yeah, back in the day, Don Nelson used to call Andrew Bogut bogish. So it happens.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. Let's go to Eric in Millbrae. Let's talk more about this Warrior conversation we were having. Derek said he felt nostalgic, and it feels like this is like a
throwback.
As Jennifer said, maybe a throwback, kind of a bow on the end of something. But I was like, I don't know. It kind of tells me more. And I'm just not calling it a nostalgic victory in the same way.
All right.
Eric, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, boys?
What's up, dude?
What's up, Eric?
I got to side with Papa because to me, we know this team is near the end of their run, well past it. When you won 4 titles and you've done as much winning as they have, one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the league. Obviously, winning a play-in game when you have a losing record doesn't seem like much, but it is to Warrior fans just because when you look at the turmoil the team has had all year with the injuries, with the chaos around them, with the Kuminga saga, the in and out, we know they haven't had their full team. And when you have a transcendent player like
Steph Curry?
Curry going off doing one of his patented Curry flurries, it just brings back that what this team can do in any single game. So I think that's what that represents to a lot of players. Now, obviously, if they lose to Phoenix, that's going to be a major debacle coming off this. But I just think what the Curry still provides and shows, and even though he can't stay in the court as much, is that this team, when fully healthy against any given opponent, can provide that type of entertainment. And to me, as you mentioned before you went to commercial, to me, there is nobody like Curry in terms of what entertainment. He is, you could argue, the greatest show in sports because what guy in any place, even for the opposing team, when he's on one of his flurries like it was last night, the opposing, even though the Clippers don't have fans, the people are just chanting Warriors and Curry, and people come out for his pregame warm-up. So I just think the nostalgia what represents for Curry is he's older, he's coming near the end, and what this team can do when Curry's on one of his heaters. So we're not going to get much of this that much longer. So Warrior fans are just going to enjoy it. So that's what that game meant last night, especially against a team that's dominated them and who a lot of Warrior fans didn't even think they were going to win, especially me. I didn't think they were going to beat the Clippers. The Clippers have manhandled, whooped their ass repeatedly. So in that down 13, I think this game's a wrap. And that's what Curry provides, man. He just provides that hope, and we're just not going to see it as much, and there's never going to be another. He's 1-1. So I just think that's where Copes is a little off. They're not a title team. So, if you're using your angle, there's nothing to be that much happy about. But I just think that's what Curry provides for Dub fans for a fleeting dynasty near the tail end. Thanks for the time, fellas.
Appreciate it, Eric. Thanks so much, man. I mean, again, if that's how you viewed it, that's how you view it. I'm not saying you can't be happy about it. I was shocked that it was painted this way by everybody, including national media. I told you while we were discussing it, like ESPN's kind of doing the same sort of thing.
Well, what do you expect the national media to do, though?
Of course ESPN's going to do it, but I mean, like, we had guys here talking about it, and everybody, I mean, it seems locally and on like, I was like, wow, that's the reaction to this is a play-in win feels like this is something special. I'm like, wasn't how it felt to me. Because I also, by the way, I want to counter one thing that he said.
Yeah.
He said, if they lose to Phoenix, then that's a whole other debacle.
No, it's not.
Did you know what'll happen if they lose to Phoenix? You know how I'll feel? About the exact same.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not, I'm saying win against Phoenix, and then I'm like, all right, now let's go to OKC and win one.
But I'm happy.
Win one of the next two.
Yeah. But I'm happy we got that game last night. But if they lose to Phoenix, I'm not like, oh, man, what a missed opportunity. No. In reality, this team was bad this year. Really bad. 37-45. They should not have advanced to a play-in or a postseason. But these are the breaks, Copes. Like, this is the play-in. So I'll take it when we don't have many of these moments left. And I know there's things to turn off the Warriors. Like, if you're a true diehard fan from back in the day of Run TMC, then there's a lot of stuff recently that you're like, what the hell's going on here? The Kuminga stuff, everything with fans wanting Steve Kerr to be fired. Just Draymond. Like, there's elements to this team that could turn off fans. And I think we put up all that with all that crap to have moments like last night. That's what makes it worth it, to have that type of moment. And I know it's not like a top 10 moment when it comes to the Warriors' history and all-time postseason moments. But to me, it just brings you back to those days. Like, like Fast and Furious. Like, there's going to be a 10th installment. And it's not going to be as good as the original.
Go on, keep going with this analogy.
But you're there for just the feels because you want to see Dom, you want to see all the characters, and you want to see one last cookout. That's what the Warriors' final reckoning is to me. It's not about winning a championship because probably they won't. You just want to feel the nostalgia of what the original was.
As a guy who has seen only the first, so I've seen Fast and the Furious, the original. I love the original. That's Monica. Yeah, that's a great one, dude. What's he say? Yeah, it's all about family.
It's all about family.
You can have any beer you want as long as it's a Corona.
That's what the Warriors are about. They're all about family.
Brian L. Spillner. You sound like a serial killer. Anyway,
the Buster got me home.
You're saying it feels like the nostalgia. I don't think any of the new ones feel anything like the original. The original is all about cars and like racing and everything, and I think the new ones are all just over-the-top action movies. You're saying that's the nostalgia. I don't think it feels that way, though.
Well,
did the end of Happy Gilmore 2 have any nostalgia for Happy Gilmore?
Oh, absolutely.
The end of 2?
Yes.
The first half of Happy Gilmore 2 is all like, this feels like Happy Gilmore. And then once the golf tournament starts, none of it feels like Happy Gilmore.
No, but the ending when they play Tuesday Comes with Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, that's just the song. You think
I know, but those moments mean something, though, man.
No, in that movie, it's not the same thing. In that movie, it's a complete rehash. You know why? Because it's like an over 2 hour movie.
That's the highlight of the movie to me is when they bring something back from 1996 from the original.
That's what I mean is the first half of it, but then playing the end is just the theme song.
Of course.
But they play it in the beginning, too, don't they?
You know how to, Adam Sandler knows how to tug on my heartstrings.
And
so do the Warriors.
Anyway, KNBR, on the heels of what Eric was saying on his call, Eric and Milbury just a minute ago, is Steph Curry the most exciting player in Bay Area sports history? So to be the nitpicky a-hole that I am, I'm like, well, what do you mean by exciting? Depends on what your definition of the word is, said President Clinton.
Yes, he did.
What's your definition of exciting? Is it based purely on, because like, if you were going to ask me who was the more exciting quarterback, now again, I admit, and I've said this, I did not watch Joe Montana play. I've seen a highlight video. I've seen all tapes and 49ers Super Bowl victories and all that. It would be my opinion, and I watched him live, that Steve Young was in general a more exciting play-to-play quarterback to watch. Though Joe Montana won in some of the most exciting manners and fashions any fan can remember, right? So we're talking two different things. Like, was Buster Posey an exciting player? Not really. But everything he did was
the championship
Hall of Fame
player,
level and as a championship level, right? He wasn't like a big flare and flash player. Whereas Barry Bonds, alarmingly exciting, like have to stop everything you're doing, changes the entire course of how the other team has to manage the entirety of the game, and went to one World Series and didn't win a championship, right? So like, what is excitement? If you were going to ask me to like name the top most exciting players in Bay Area sports history, it'd be hard to put anybody above Steph Curry. But if I could throw other names at you, Steph and Bonds, I would argue Steve Young over Montana in terms of play-to-play excitement because of his mobility, because of like what he did. Like Michael Vick had the Steve Young factor. You know what I mean? Like
I
to
hear
the
you.
nth degree. That's just my perception of that. I would also posit Ricky Henderson, dude.
Oh yeah,
Ricky Henderson, more leadoff home run. Like you walk into an A's game, you better catch his leadoff at bat. You know what I mean? He might go yard. More home run, and he's going to get on base, and he's going to steal two of them. Like, Ricky changed the game in the same way.
Klay Thompson's in the conversation.
Klay would have to be in the conversation. And another unique one, because pitchers are weird, Tim Lincecum, dude, was a way different beast to Giants fans. Like, when it was Lincecum Day, the maniacal way fans obsessed over Tim Lincecum and continue to because he's a recluse and whatnot. So I think absolutely Tim Lincecum's up there, but it's really hard, dude, to think of anybody because of what a three-pointer is in its nature. It's why Bonds is up there because of the home run, right?
Right.
It's chicks dig the long ball. That's the most exciting play. It's the most points you can get on any one play. It's an automatic for your team. I don't know that there's anybody. For me, it's got to be Steph or Barry. The top two.
No, I mean, for me, when you're talking about the legends of Bay Area, sports, it is Barry Bonds, Steph Curry, and Joe Montana. And I hear what you're saying, Copes, that, Steve Young was a more exciting player with his mobility. He has that touchdown run against the Minnesota Vikings the regular season. He had, unbelievable playoff, performances, 6 touchdowns against the Chargers in the Super Bowl. But Joe Montana was Mr. Clutch. So I think that's what causes more excitement. And to your point, I didn't live in the 80s, so I don't know what that was like for local Bay Area fans. But for me, personally, no one gives me as much excitement as Steph Curry does when I watch sports. It's just unbelievable. And I think that he's eclipsed what Joe Montana and Barry Bonds has accomplished with getting the whole Bay Area together. It's not divided by San Francisco and Oakland. Steph Curry was in Oakland. Now he plays in San Francisco. Everybody loves Steph Curry. For me, when I was younger, the guys that I loved as far as athletes were Jason Giambi and Charles Woodson. And as I got older in my 20s, I really haven't I admire, athletes, but I don't say oh, that guy's one of my favorites. I've gotten older, it is what it is. Steph Curry, I have never enjoyed watching somebody play more than Steph Curry plays basketball. It's just incredible to me what he does at the height of basketball as far as going to the postseason, having the moment like he did last night. And again, it's not going to be anything that I remember in the long run. The Olympics will be bigger to me than what we saw last night or anything he's done in the finals.
For sure.
For Steph Curry, it's what he did in Game 4 against the Boston Celtics, that finals appearance, 45 points.
Sorry, 209 checked in, and I had this written down too. I don't know why I didn't say Jerry Rice did. I don't know why I left that off.
Jerry Rice was electric.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't say that one top of the line. It's got to be him. I would say him, Barry, and Steph.
Yeah, me
personally. I had him written down. I didn't even say it.
So. I mean, I totally understand that Giants fans, they were excited when they saw Barry Bonds go yard. And where Joe Montana threw a touchdown pass, 49er fans got excited. For me personally, at 35 years old, I have never been as excited watching sports when I watch Steph Curry play basketball.
Man. Well, it's because you're a Raider fan.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot to be excited about.
Well, you know what I mean? No, not a lot of excitement.
Hey, every now and then, Tyrone Wheatley had a good run.
Yeah, nice. You break one free, dude. I was like, one play, Garrison Hurst could go to the house, dude.
Yeah.
650 checks in, says Dub Stands wants smoke with Copes on site at Chase Center. That'd be weird because then Dub Stands have to show up to Chase Center. You know what I mean? It says the 650, by the way. We're all diehards for sides. Not in Oakland.
I hear you on that
one. Not the
one.
East Bay. You know what I'm saying? I'm riffing a little bit. 209 checks in, says I can't even.
707 says Macklin's on his way to this conversation.
Yeah, Macklin probably will be.
In time.
Dude, this thing is loading slowly for me.
Well, what? Which one are you looking at?
616 says that Copes doesn't get the greatness of Curry. You're a casual. I haven't existed and watched all of that. I haven't followed it. I'm not casual. I'm a casual, but you're hyped about the play-in tournament? Who's asking for more here? You're saying, man, what a legendary day this was. How great this made me feel. I'm saying, bro, get another one and go ruffle feathers with OKC. That's the Steph I know. That's the Steph I'm capable of. If I'm a casual because I'm asking for more than 37 in a play-in, then by all means. But to me, that's what I started this whole debate off by saying, or conversation off by saying, was we will never enjoy basketball in the Bay Area the way we have because of what Steph did.
Yeah.
Because of the greatness that he brought this region. We will never enjoy it. It will never satisfy me in the way that I was ever satisfied. I am insatiable now when it comes to basketball happiness because of what Steph Curry did.
Yeah, I get that.
That doesn't make me a casual, dog. That means that I'm not resting on the laurels of, oh, boy, this felt good. This is not I don't see it the end. I'm not looking at it like this is the end of Steph Curry and this is the bow tie on the season. I'm looking at it like, damn, dude might still be able to be the best player on a championship caliber team if they're healthy enough next season. So I hear your nostalgia, but I don't look at it like this makes me feel warm and fuzzy. I look at it like, dude, let's ruffle feathers. Let's see if you're going to win and not take the lottery pick, then you may as well go try to take OKC to the brink and show everybody next year, and LeBron and Kawhi and whoever else might want to come over, Steph Curry is still a force in the West to be reckoned with. Not, oh, dude, 37 wins. I'm a casual? Where you been, dog? 37 wins. They won 19 games when I was 11 years old in 6th grade. I'm still here. I'm just not hyped about 37 wins and a 10 seed.
That's fair. Okay, but do you acknowledge that maybe they're not going to win a championship in 2 years?
No, probably not. It's probably over. 808 KNBR is the number to call. David is in Elk Grove.
Cherish the memories. That's all I'm saying.
David, you're in Elk Grove. David, you're on the Sports Leader. What up, bro?
Hey, thanks, guys, for taking the call. Look,
hey, what's up?
Lon Simmons is more exciting than Steve Young. I mean, really. It's Lon Simmons' call of Steve Young's run that we remember.
Yeah, you love
Steve Young was a very, very good player, but you cannot be serious about Joe Montana being second fiddle to Steve Young.
I didn't say,
misread of the market.
David, hold on, David. What did I say first? Did you even hear what I said? I admit to not having seen Joe Montana play live. I'm sorry.
Right, that your opinion, you're coming on like a water cannon with your opinion, though.
Yeah, that's my job, David, and you're coming on like a faucet, dripping your tank, dog. Well, I mean, you're a leaky faucet. You're coming in attacking me. I just said I didn't see him play, and I said nobody's nostalgic like the 80s Niner fans, dude. It's not a crap on anybody to give my opinion based on what I watched and saw.
No, it's not. But I'm just saying that you got to be able to see what your market and the listeners.
My job is not. My job's to tell you what my opinion is, bro.
What we're listening to is a guy who is, young and inexperienced. Like,
How old are you, Dave? How old are you, Dave?
66.
And you're not really my market. Thanks for the call. 808 KNBR. Let's go to Roger. Roger's in San Jose. Roger, what's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I'm old too. But
I don't mind, dude.
Because I've been here for a long time.
Appreciate you, Roger.
I remember. I remember. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you,
Yeah,
Roger.
we got you, bro.
We got you.
Oh, okay. So anyway, I just moved to San Francisco in '92. I'm a diehard everything Pittsburgh fan, but we've sucked in most sports for a long time.
Okay.
But I remember the excitement of one or two moments, like one of you was saying that, like, are you the most exciting over a long time? Then Curry's it.
Yeah, like potency over years, for sure.
But I remember the excitement that San Francisco had when Timmy got big.
Lincecum-itis was a thing, man. Yeah, that was why, because they weren't even championship level yet. Remember that? It was 08 and 09. They were a 70-something win team, and then 88.
It kind of set them on a course, an energy. It had an energy to it that set them on the course for what they did. And it's really exciting to live here for those 3 World Series. It was great. And I just remember, though, that Timmy had a cult.
Yeah.
And it was exciting. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
Appreciate the call, Roger. Thanks so much, man. Thank you, bro.
I mean, Steph has a cult, too.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Steph thing is that's why, and I started this whole thing by saying the Steph comp is the Joe Montana comp.
Absolutely.
Because I was like, it's the only, it's why when I argue, and Murph and I used to debate this, because Murph would be like, I would say Steph Curry is the most beloved athlete in Bay Area sports history, in my mind, hands down, no question.
Yes.
And the reason is because he's a Warrior. Like, Macklin has a better chance of being the next version of that because there's only one hockey team. I don't care that Joe Montana, I do care that he galvanized a region and created a fan base. What I'm saying is there was another football team here. There's a whole part of the Bay Area that wasn't Joe Montana diehard. That didn't feel the same way about it, whereas the entire region and market is Steph Curry's market.
Yes.
He has everybody's heartstrings.
And let's be real, too, like, Warriors fans love Steph Curry. I mean, sports fans love Steph Curry. He transcends the game. Joe Montana, yes, he was beloved locally here in San Francisco, and then he went to Kansas City. And then I remember when they went to the first Super Bowl, in 2019 between the Chiefs and 49ers, Joe Montana said, I'm having a hard time deciding who's going to win this game because I have loyalty to both organizations. And fans are like, damn, Joe. Like, yes, we love Joe Montana, but Joe Montana shows up when it's good for him. So it's not the same love they used to have once in the day. So I would say Steph Curry's beloved in a whole different way where there's no blemishes in his career. He's perfect off the court as he is on the court.
Too perfect, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Then you get a little skeptical.
Everybody's got Steph. Yeah. Now I'm taking on Steph, dude.
No, but for me, dude, yes. Like last night, I felt like watching sports as a young kid again, where it's like, damn, Steph Curry gets me excited. He makes me, like, I'm a football guy, but I love watching Warriors basketball because of that guy, because of Steph Curry. And yes, there's been other exciting players I've watched, LeBron James, Kevin Durant. They all pale in comparison to what Steph Curry brings as far as excitement to me watching sports.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We'll take a quick break off of some of this stuff. We'll get out of the heated debate about Steph Curry's legacy and where it stands.
Is it heated?
I don't know. People are upset. What's his name got really upset?
I'm not even that mad you have that opinion, dude. I'm like, no, honestly, I totally understand what you're saying. It's just for me, I do think this is dying. So I just want to cherish the good memories we have left. That's it.
415 says, why don't you tell that to Dave his Joe Montana love is disrespecting Y.A. Tittle and John Brody. How dare you? Get to know your market, dog. You're not going to talk Tittle and Brody? What's the matter with you?
Come on.
Your market.
You got to talk a little Tittle.
808, you can Rick Tittle, maybe. When we come on back, how about this? Dude, we found it. I was down in the KNBR storage facility.
Yeah.
You hear about this? The facility down there, it's got all the old trinkets.
You tell me about it, yeah.
Yeah, I was down there, dude. You know what I found?
What's that?
The dirty work dial, bro.
Oh, it popped up again,
yeah,
huh?
dude. It's sitting down there. I always forget it's back there.
Did the Piedmont MILFs drop it back off?
You'd have to tell me, dude. Careful, man. The MILFs will get you.
Yeah, sounds like it.
We'll wheel that thing on down here. Tim, get off your ass and go wheel that thing on down here. And we'll spin it when we come on back. It's nothing like the NBA grab bag. It's the dirty work dial. And we do it next on the Sports Leader.
time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. It's been brought to my attention. I should issue an apology to all the 66-year-olds out there listening. The Dirty Work Dial. That was it. That was the apology.
We love you, 66 and up.
And under, too.
Other people might tell you, you don't matter. You matter to us.
Leave it at that.
Yeah.
Well, the Dirty Work Dial, we dust it off periodically. I think there's an open for it.
There is.
I think there is, which is funny because I think the open.
We got an open for everything, man.
Do we? All right, dude. There's a new bit coming later today in the 4 o'clock hour. We got a brand new, not a brand new open. It's just an open for a brand new edition of the Dirty Work Dial.
It's the Dirty Work Dial, and it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
There we go, dude. The Dirty Work Dial, you can watch it. You can see it right now up on our YouTube channel or on twitch.tv/thesportsleader, or, of course, streaming video every day on thesportsleader.com and the The Sports Leader app. We spin the wheel and we see where it lands, Derek. Round and round and round it goes. And the first little pie slice that lands on. By the way, you eat that pie from Ron?
Oh, I did.
Tim, you get into some of that pie?
That was a great pie.
You have any ice cream or anything with it?
I did not.
Did you heat it up?
I did, yeah.
You heat yours up, Tim?
I ate it while I watched the game. It added to the excitement.
You got to go heat in a little nil, dude. Did you ate both slices already?
No, I still got some more.
Get yourself
I'll be going for seconds tonight. Don't worry.
Get yourself a little pint, dude.
Oh, I will.
Get yourself a little ice cream.
Oh, some ice cream?
Yeah, dude. Some little vanilla ice cream with
all
it.
Right.
Get a little a la mode. Dude, it lands on 65.
I knew that was going to happen. I knew that was going to happen. It has nothing to do with age, though.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Nothing to do with age.
Yeah, that's hysterical,
Luka Doncic and Cade Cunningham will be eligible for end of the season awards after the NBA, the National Basketball Players Association, agreed today that both of them will be allowed to bypass the 65-game threshold for eligibility requirements.
So Luka and Cade Cunningham are now eligible for end of season awards.
Bad.
Well, it's not really what the point of the rule was. Like, Cade Cunningham did get hurt.
Yes.
Missed some time, but he's played every other game, basically.
It's not about load management with those two guys.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not in the spirit of what the rule was created for.
That being said,
it's to prevent guys who are just load managing all the time.
I get that. That being said, though, they did not play 65 games. Should they get this, this courtesy because they played on really high-profile teams this year? Not so much Detroit,
come on. Yes. What are we doing here? What's the point?
All right.
What's the point of what's the point of the rule?
I don't care either way, but I can understand some people being like, well, that's the rule.
So who's the MVP if not? It's like then we're going down to
neither of them are going to MVP. This is moot.
My point is we're going down to the Ty Huntley, the Snoop Huntleys.
For the Pro Bowl vote?
Pro Bowl votes.
Yeah, exactly.
Once we start limiting 65 gamers.
Watch neither of the. Well, Luka will probably get some MVP votes. Maybe Cade Cunningham,
I think Cunningham's having a huge year.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Wembanyama or SGA.
Yeah, SGA's having another big year.
Yeah.
All right, moving on here in the Dirty Work Dial, round and round, and round it goes. Are you a big a la mode guy in general when it comes to pie? It's like a hot apple pie with a little vanilla ice cream. Some of my favorites.
I do love pie, but I never really think to put ice cream with it.
But we sell pie. Al Val is what it lands on. Al Val.
Al Val?
Yeah, I don't know what this means. AI Val.
AI Val. So.
Sorry, that capital I looks like a lowercase
I know.
L.
I get it.
Tim, you're going to need to change the font on this thing.
No, that's me with the topic to titles.
No, it's the font. Yeah.
Val Kilmer, over a year ago, passed away.
Yeah, dude, R.I.P.
But you get to see him in a new movie pretty soon. Val Kilmer has been resurrected by AI to star in this new movie called As Deep as the Grave. Jesus.
Whoa. The movie that they've used...
As Deep as the Grave.
It's called As Deep as the Grave, and they're using AI Val Kilmer to make the movie.
He just passed away April 1st of last year. And Kilmer's digital return has the support of his daughter, Mercedes, who previously told Variety he always looked at merging technologies with optimism as a tool to expand the possibilities of storytelling. This spirit is something that we are honoring with this specific film, of which he was an integral part of. So maybe he was invested in the film to begin with.
So he was already doing stuff with this movie, and now they're putting him in an AI version. Did it have his blessing before he died?
That I don't know.
Because if we're just doing this now, I mean, like, can you imagine if we just started
dude.
If we unloading dead dudes as AI versions of themselves? And first of all, this is terrible for film. We don't want AI in film. This is not good.
I was doing a Fast and Furious reference earlier. I don't want Paul Walker back in these movies.
No, absolutely
not.
not.
That would be totally disrespectful.
Now, it's one thing if they do, like, did you ever watch they've relaunched the Ghostbusters franchise?
Yes.
And the first edition of the newest version, it takes place in the same universe, and all the old Ghostbusters are in it, but Harold Ramis had already passed.
Yes.
So they used the CGI. It wasn't AI. But it was like his family was okay with it. It wasn't any voice or anything. It's like a ghost version of him.
Oh, it's just
waving
like
at the end. It's not like
it's the end of Star Wars.
Yes, exactly. But it's like a CGI
where they
version
changed it.
of
Where
him.
Now, like it's the younger
Anakin Skywalker. They put him in it now.
Exactly.
What's his name? I forget.
Hayden Christensen.
Yeah, Hayden Christensen. There you go. That's a little bit different. But doing a whole AI movie, I'm like, at what point are we doing this with other movies? Like, I think I texted you, and when we heard about this, I was like, dude, can the new James Bond then just be Connery?
Can you imagine that today?
They just have Connery
younger Connery.
But they like cast the woman as like a current woman. It's a Connery macking on Dua Lipa.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
man.
But it's like a young
That's
Connery.
some crazy fan fiction.
He's like, hello, Moneypenny.
Hello there, Miss Dua Lipa.
Hello, Miss Dua Lipa, Moneypenny. It's my Connery. It's not good.
Quickly, boys, get on my back.
Yeah, can we get him back to do it? I mean, this is, I don't like this at all.
This goes down a slippery slope where you could put like Tupac in movies or, I don't know, like any actor that's passed away. I don't want this.
408 on the text line says, we'll be cooked if they bring back an AI Barbieri. I'm back. Yeah, we just don't have anything. That'd be terrible.
Yeah,
dude.
well, you know what? That's kind of in our contract, so you might actually see that where one day, like, they let us go, but it's Copes and Depop still on the air.
Oh, dude, that'd be incredible. That's our that's in our contract?
Yeah, apparently.
I just signed a new. I don't know about that, dude. 408 says James Earl Jones did a bunch of voices as Darth Vader before he passed away for future movies. That's a little bit different.
That's
And
different.
TV shows. Also,
that's like Tupac making albums before he died.
Yeah, well, did he?
Yes.
Die?
I think so.
I don't know, man.
Was this like a moon landing thing
I
with
don't
you?
know. I'm messing around, dude. That's what. Yeah, we got to do that one day. The conspiracy you believe in. What's the one you're most in on?
The last year's lottery. But Howard Beck told me I was wrong.
You think the draft lottery was thrown last year for what's his name from Dallas?
Oh, Cooper Flagg.
Cooper Flagg. There you go. I almost said Gordon Hayward because
Oh, they all look alike to you?
All right. Moving on here in the Dirty Word Time.
What about Saltamaki?
Why?
All right, moving on.
What about Rafael Devers?
The Dirty Word Time. What about Rafael Devers?
What about JT Brubaker?
I've had enough of Baraki. Yeah, I don't even remember Baraki. All right, sequel titles is what the dial lands on.
So
dude.
it was announced today that we have 2 sequels that we're kind of interested in. They have titles now. The 5th Jackass movie will be called Jackass Best and Last.
Okay.
It'll be released June 26th of this year.
Best and Asked was right there, by the way.
Yeah,
But
I
go
know.
ahead.
Well, you'll be disappointed in this one, too. The sequel to Spaceballs will release on April 23rd
The
of next
Search
year.
for More Money.
It will not be called Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money. Instead, Mel Brooks announced today it will be called Spaceballs, the new one.
It's all right. At least if he's calling it that. As long as
you know
Brooks
what?
is calling it.
Mel could do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
And thank God he's still with us.
Speaking of AI, did you see they announced there's going to be a new the Top Gun 3 they're working on now?
With AI Val Kilmer?
No, but they better now. You know what I mean? No, I'm kidding. But they are making a Top Gun 3.
I mean, they could.
Tom Cruise is coming back for
Watch like Tom Cruise, like, yeah, I talked to Val's family, and we need Iceman back in this one.
it. Well, I don't know.
I'm not down. I'm not
in
down.
on the AI. I'm just trying to think of what would be the funniest dead guy to have in a movie. In what role? Do you know what I mean? Like that's where I'm
you
at.
go like way back, like Cary Grant's like in new movies, or
I don't know, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Gregory Peck is.
Yeah, Gregory Peck.
He's like in Christopher Nolan's Batman in The Dark Knight.
Who's my guy from It's a Wonderful Life? The actor. I talk like James Stewart.
James Stewart.
I'm
Jimmy
Batman.
Stewart. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, dude. No, we're not bringing Juice back.
No.
Dude. Come on.
Oh,
just
Juice?
saying.
No.
We're just bringing back to doing Twitter.
Nordberg's back?
Yeah, Nordberg's back. Moving on here on the Dirty Work dial. Round and round and round it goes. You can, of course, see it streaming. But our video stream there. It lands on Only Pie. Only Pie.
Speaking of pie.
A lot of pie talk today.
It's a wonderful day for pie. Where is Only Pie on this? American Pie actress Shannon Elizabeth is joining OnlyFans. Shannon released a statement on her career. I've spent my entire career working in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Whether other people control the narrative and the outcome of my career. This new chapter is about changing that, showing off a more sexy side no one has seen. Well, we've all seen American Pie. And being closer to my fans. I'm choosing OnlyFans because it allows me to connect directly with my audience. Create on my terms and just be free. I really do think this is the future. And on an unrelated note, Meryl Streep is also going to be on OnlyFans.
No, she's not, dude. Knock that off. Don't you do that. Nadia from American Pie. Shannon Elizabeth?
Yes.
Well, we'll just tell your mother that we ate it all.
She's starting her own OnlyFans.
Yeah. Because her career, she hasn't been in a movie quite some time.
Yeah, I don't know.
After American Pie, it was Scary Movie and Jay and Silent Bob.
It doesn't seem like things were going really well. I mean, more power to her.
Well, she was on...
Tim, will you subscribe? Will you add this to your list of subscriptions?
No, he's all about Sophia Rain or whatever her name is.
Yeah, what's her name?
Sophie Rain.
Man, I don't even have an opinion.
Yes, you do, Tim. You know her name. You know her damn name.
Well, she was on, I want to say she was on the celebrity poker circuit for a while, Shannon Elizabeth.
Shannon Elizabeth
Yeah, I think so.
So she started OnlyFans. All right. I mean, as I told you before.
So what's the handle?
When we were discussing, I don't know, we were discussing though last week, or a couple weeks ago, the movie you watched with your mom or your family member, your dad. Remember I told you, saw American Pie with my mom, I had to cross my legs, remember?
In the theaters or?
No, I saw it at home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it was Wolf of Wall Street, my little sister.
Yeah, then I told you once I saw that, my dad was like, Porky's, you're good, man. I was like, whoa. I was like, damn, Dad.
That's a weird one to watch with your dad.
Yeah, it was a little weird. I didn't really I was like, Dad, I'm 11.
Yeah. Especially with...
what's that hole for?
Yeah, the woman from Sex and the City she's in, she's got some scenes. She's got some scenes.
Yeah, 5'3" inches, dude. They got to get AI Norm Macdonald as Maverick's new wingman.
Yeah, come on, Maverick.
What are you flying these planes?
Hey, so I realize why they call you Top Gun, huh?
What are these, what do they call them, airplanes?
Wait a minute, hold on. You're telling me that you're having sex with the instructor? That can't be right.
Well, Tim just said they can bring back Don Rickles. But don't forget, just like James Earl Jones, Rickles did a bunch of voice work for
Mr. Potato Head.
Mr. Potato Head and was in the last Toy Story movie, but I think that's the last one they were using him.
No, the new one that's coming out this summer is not going to be Don Rickles.
No.
Or George Costanza's mom. She was Mrs. Potato Head.
George Costanza's mom. It's not her real name.
Georgie!
She was also the, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Round and round and round it goes one more time here on the Dirty Work Dial. It doesn't land on something that we haven't already done. Crimson Fraud.
Oh, okay.
Crimson Fraud.
A former Alabama football player faces charges of wire fraud and identity theft after he allegedly used wigs and fake driver licenses to impersonate NFL players for the purpose of securing nearly $20 million in loans, according to the federal court records.
Wait.
Hold on. Prosecutors allege that Luther Davis pretended to be 3 different NFL players from May of 2023 until October of 2024 to secure loans from multiple lending agencies. The players whose identities were allegedly used are Atlanta Falcons QB Michael Penix, former Cleveland Browns tight end David Njoku, and Green Bay Packers safety Xavier McKinney. All have had, what's his name here? I lost it for a second here.
Luther Davis. Hold on.
Luther Davis impersonated these guys with wigs.
This guy wore wigs and pretended to be 3 different NFL players, Michael Penix Jr., David Njoku, and Xavier McKinney.
Yeah.
They allege that he pretended to be 3 different players to secure loans from multiple lending agencies. And how did... But he had fake IDs or something?
For whatever reason, he had identification of all 3 guys, and they thought it was him because he put on wigs.
I mean, this is funny, but it's not as funny as... Do you remember that dude named Babe Ruth?
Yes.
Who was like impersonating Babe Ruth? Or like, he was impersonating other baseball players in Scammer.
He wasn't impersonating Babe Ruth, yeah.
Between January 2023 and 2025, George Herman Ruth allegedly submitted hundreds of fraudulent claim forms in class action lawsuits. So he was like doing class action lawsuits. He targeted settlements ranging from lens fixing to racial discrimination lawsuits. Yeah, this guy's name was George Herman Babe Ruth. That's what they called him, yeah. 70 years old. They caught him. He was...
Great text on the text line here.
So $550,000.
415 said, sounds like Copes has a chance of getting loans being Fred Warner.
Fred Warner. What do you think, Fred? It's unbelievable.
No, come on, man.
How big do you think Fred Warner is?
Fred Warner is not a short king. Come on.
You think I couldn't get away with that, dude?
No.
I'd be like, well, it works for me with that hair. Seriously, who are these loan people giving up? Well, it all looks good to me.
I mean, for like Michael Penix, like, what do you do? Just wear like a purple do-rag?
Does he have hair?
I think he
does. And he must have hair.
But he always wears a do-rag when he plays.
What a couple of... he did pick guys with dread, like Njoku.
Njoku has dreads. He also has a significant burn scar on his face.
Hey, what's up? I'm David Njoku. David Njoku.
Yeah, it's like,
nobody would ever confuse me for him.
It's like, you got platinum dreads. Well, you must be him.
By the way, that's our local plumber checking in on that one. AI Dangerfield and Caddyshack 3.
No, we don't need that.
No. 408 says can't spell Iceman without AI.
Dude, can you imagine Rodney Dangerfield in like a new version of Caddyshack? Hey, Sabrina Carpenter. Hey, let's get a room together.
Yeah, what's going on? Hey. That's going to do it for the Dirty Work Dial for Thursday, April 16th, 2026. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, at any point, the Warriors season could come to an end. And when it does, we got to start discussing the future of Steve Kerr. Before yesterday's win, Steve Kerr's future was discussed by both Draymond Green and Anthony Slater on ESPN. We'll talk about that next. Before Sam Amick of The Athletic joins us at 3:50. It's Dirty Work. It's a Thursday. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
It's crystal clear. I'll stay right here and keep the simple thing.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Tim Webb with you. Sam Amick of The Athletic is going to join us talking Warrior basketball and the play-in at 3:50 here. What?
You hate this play-in.
It's so dumb.
I don't mind it as much as when it initially started. Like when we were doing the bubble in 2020 and they were doing the play-in, I was like, what the hell is this?
I think that's part of my disdain for all these things. Like, by the way, everybody, I hate the wild card round of baseball's playoffs too. I don't feel as strongly about it, but I hate that there's a bye. I just think it's lame that you can win your division and not get a bye.
Right.
Like, why does it? They've taken away the value of winning your division in baseball because you only get a bye if you win the division.
But it's based on seeds now, yeah.
Yeah, but the team that is, if you're the third best division winner, you get the same reward as the best wild card team, which is you host the best of three. That's sort of lame. I'm like, then what's the point of winning the division?
The setup now is what we had back in the day in the NFL where the top 2 seeds got buys.
Yeah, and it's like, but at least in the NFL, there's 4 divisions, right, per conference?
Yes.
So that
back in the day,
there was 3.
Yes, there was 3, and you had wild card teams hosting playoff games.
Right,
yes,
before the Texans.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the way that worked. I don't totally like that.
Right.
And I think the way the NFL has it now is right. I think that's the most fair way based on the construction of the NFL.
We've tinkered with so much in playoffs now where I'm like, whatever.
Well, of the 3 postseasons, I feel like that's the best one. Is structure-wise. Yeah, structurally.
It's simple, it's easy.
I hated the NBA having 16 teams go before they added the play-in. I had a gripe with that.
Right.
I'm like, why are we putting in, and they, this is part of what they're trying to do to counteract tanking. Tanking's gotten worse since they added the play-in, so it's not working. It clearly didn't work. The Warriors didn't have to win a game for like 3 weeks, and they knew they were going to be the 10 seed. So that's why I'm just like, it's lame, and it's hurt the game, I think, in general. Bottom line is, that's not the discussion for right now. The discussion is Steve Kerr's future. And before the game yesterday, Draymond sat down with Anthony Slater.
No, sorry, right? It was Malika Andrews.
Malika Andrews, you said. Oh, Slater was talking about it also.
Yep.
Draymond was on ESPN talking to Malika Andrews on ESPN NBA Today. And he said that Steph would never want another coach besides Steve Kerr. They're talking about him having the contract be up. And, Draymond talked after the season when he sort of projected that he would opt out of his contract. He said, I'll have to talk to all the powers that be. But I imagine part of that's going to be a discussion about who the head coach is. And I can't imagine Steve leaves while Steph's got years left or if Draymond has years left. Here's what Draymond had to say about Steve's future.
No, because I know Steph Curry still wants to continue to play. I want to continue to play. But more importantly, I know Steph doesn't want another coach. I would say to myself, but I don't mean that as much as Steph does. Like, when you've been through what we've gone through, the success that we've had, like, what's Steph going into year 18? Year 18, you're like, oh, we're going to get a new coach now. No one wants that, And so what Steve has brought to this organization, his winning ways that he brought to this organization, the success, we won 4 championships under Coach Kerr. There's, 26 franchises that doesn't have 4 championships? And we have 4 with this head coach? He's written his ticket. Yeah. He's written the ticket. He's done everything he's needed to do to deserve to leave when he's ready. And I know Joe, Peter, they're very honorable. They're very loyal guys. And more importantly, they're very smart guys. And when you have someone that has had the success that Steve Kerr has had, you're talking a Hall of Fame. If he stops today, he's a Hall of Fame coach. And he came here to an organization that had not won a championship in 40 years, since 1975. And he delivered that in year 1, and then in year 3, and then in year 4. Like, that's unheard of.
Well, the real thing from that clip is I thought the first beat was way better than the second one.
The first one was like
the more like Q-tip, like vibrant thing. Such a vibrant thing.
Dude, that one was way better.
I was thinking that one way more than the second one.
Once that beat started, I didn't hear a word of what Draymond said the rest of the
I hate that now with B-roll where...
Because they're playing clips of video. Tim, do you have the first part of that beat? Because I don't really care what he had to say.
It's a knockoff version of Q-tip's vibrant thing.
I'm a casual, so I just listen to the music underneath.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm a casual.
And you're a casual.
Yeah, I'm a casual. So
with what Draymond is saying, though, like, at this point, there's been enough reports from Tim Kawakami and everybody that Steve Kerr probably come back for one more season.
And so what Steve has brought to this organization, his winning ways,
such a vibrant thing.
We won 4 championships under Coach Kerr. There's 26 franchises?
Kind of falls flat, dude. Once after that, dude. Yeah.
Keep the beat going, though, ESPN.
That's pretty bad, dude. You got to keep the second one wasn't nearly, like, I didn't like it as much.
Dude, the reason they do that
Anyway, KNBR, which beat did you like better on that audio clip from
That's the real debate today.
Yeah, that's the only thing we have left to get into.
They're very smart guys. And when you have someone that has had success that Steve Curry.
Yeah, this one sounds like.
It's more dance beaty, but I'm not into it.
This one sounds like Holla Back, the fabulous song with Nate Dogg. Holla Back, young and woo, woo.
All right. Did they do Slater the same way? I don't think so. I don't think Slater is good. Anthony Slater covers the Warriors for ESPN. Here he is. He's talking about the biggest question after last night's win is Steve Curry. After last night, he goes, that's the biggest thing the Warriors are going to have to start paying attention to once this season comes to an end. Here's what Slater had to say.
Then there's going to be some tough questions that are going to be asked. There's going to be a long summer where they're going to have to review a lot of things. It's going to start to come into focus tonight. The biggest of those questions, Slater, what do you think that is?
Steve Kerr. Okay. And he'll get asked. But, the one thing I can say for certain is we're not getting the answer tonight.
Steve Kerr and his future. Okay.
His future as coach of the Warriors. He's under the last year of his deal. He purposely didn't seek out a contract extension. I've tried to get that answer from him several times this season, including this week, talking to him over at the facility. And he still says he's uncertain. And part of that is there's a lot of bigger picture, questions that they need to sit down organizationally. I mean, it's a transition time for them, and he says he needs to still talk to Steph Curry, Mike Dunleavy, and Joe Lacob about those, and he hasn't had those conversations.
Okay, so the beat on that one.
That was more like DMX.
That one also, I thought it was like if it were not just a stock beat for under Slater, I thought it was going to build more.
Yeah.
Because it sounded like it could have been like bum, and then I thought it get like a DMX like blow or something like the game or something like that. I thought it was going to like pop off the top, and it was like bum.
Yeah,
I was like,
exactly.
damn, don't bring me back down, man, because they're just trying to keep it level.
Do you know why they do that?
Anyway, bottom line, if you guys heard what Slater was saying, it was just about they haven't really talked to Steve.
The reason they do that is for like this reason right now is where they don't want people to repurpose the interview.
Guess what?
We just did.
We don't care.
Yeah.
We just did it.
Courtesy of ESPN, though.
Courtesy of ESPN. Thank you for all the sound.
But real quick, yes, I think that type of moment last night makes Steve Curry even wants to come back for next season.
I just don't think there's much to talk about around this right now. It's certainly something that will be talked about, but nothing is materialized. There was that report last weekend that there was some growing frustration about Steve's narrative within the organization about them being a fading dynasty. You saw that a couple of days ago?
I did not.
This was all over ESPN.
I can understand that, yeah.
You see this? It was a top story the other day where there was reports from inside the Warriors there was a growing narrative and frustration around Steve talking about the fading dynasty, how blunt he had been about the future of the team and where the team stood right now.
I love that about him, though.
And I know that's what we like about him.
Yeah.
Because we know that he is who he is. He's like, we're playing in fantasy land.
Yeah, he's kind of the crap where it's just like, yes, we know that this is dying.
But I also understand where, from a franchise standpoint, that's not a narrative you want your head coach publicly face-fronting putting out there.
I get
that, too, from a Dunleavy and or Lacob perspective.
I get that, and that's more Lacob, and let's be honest, Lacob has a lot of issues with Steve Kerr. He voiced them in an email earlier this year, and I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I think if you ask Joe Lacob behind closed doors, got
some thoughts?
If you ask Joe Lacob behind closed doors, you probably want to move on from Steve Kerr, but because Steph Curry wants him so bad, I'm sure that Steph Curry wants Draymond back so bad, that they're going to run this back again. And you know what?
I don't care what the rules are.
That's probably not the best formula for winning a championship, but it's not really about that at this point for me. It is about a Fast and Furious ending or a Mission Impossible ending where it's just about the nostalgia. It's about going back to the old days where, yes, the new version, not as good, but the new version makes you remember the good version. So that's what last night was, and I do anticipate that Steve Kerr will be back for another season.
The Warriors play tomorrow night is it 7 o'clock again against Phoenix?
I believe so, against Villain Brooks once again.
Villain Brooks and Phoenix. How about that? No Clay out there to throw the 4 in his face this time. You know, you're going to have to do it without the 4. They lost that game, by the way.
Yeah, to Devin Booker, he did that too? Yeah.
Remember that?
Yep.
Like early in the year, we're like, Clay, it's
bunch of bums.
Rodney McGruder. We'll talk more about this with Sam Amick. Covers the NBA for The Athletic. We can talk about the play-in round with him and the Warriors getting ready for Phoenix, plus the future of Steve Kerr. That's all coming up next with Sam Amick, only here on The Sports Leader.
The Warriors advanced to the NBA play-in tournament last night, 126-121 over the Clippers. Steph Curry led the way with 35 points, including 7 threes. Golden State will face Phoenix on Friday. The winner will advance to play Oklahoma City. For everything Dubs, keep it locked right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Sam Amick covers the NBA for The Athletic, and he joins us every week here on the Uma Guest Line. He joins us streaming on our YouTube channel as well as KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sam, what's going on, man? After a Warrior win last night. Kind of a fun performance, huh?
What's up, guys?
What's
Good
up?
to see you. Not as scenic as our hangout session last week.
That was
but
nice.
It'll
Yeah.
get the job
Not as
done.
delicious
Yeah,
either.
I mean, we got a little candy next to me here.
Oh, okay.
Derek, but we're making do. Yeah, man, fun night. It's funny as I was, looking forward to joining you guys as always. Not even trying to be funny, it did strike me like after this whole season of, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but where you guys spend so much of the day job, talking about the not so rosy stuff with this team. It was refreshing to have a Warriors moment, and even like regardless of. Like you just saw basketball fans, media folks, all of the above, people around the NBA, all in unison about the fact that like this special group found a way to create a moment together, and it was fun to watch. It was incredible. So yeah, I'm sure people enjoyed it.
So go ahead, Derek.
Well, no, I was just asking you, Sam. Like it seemed in a way last night that the Warriors were vindicated in their decision to play Steph Curry, and even I was wondering that myself. At some points, interviewing you, be like, "What is this for?" And in the end, it's for what we saw last night. And even Steve Kerr having fun with it, being like, "You wonder why Steph Curry played? It's for that reason." So in a season that we saw so many teams tanking, I guess just was it refreshing in a way to see a team that's been there, done that, go about things the right way, I guess, and to find success in not an easy way, but the traditional way?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, make no mistake, that agenda was driven by Steph himself. He talked about it after the game and how, we've talked about all this stuff, how, you just don't know how many chances you're going to have. But when you say that, a lot of times, because of the standard they set, people kind of get confused. Like, well, what do you mean chances? This is not a real chance. They don't have an actual chance at winning a championship. But we kind of gloss over the fact that for these competitors, a moment like last night is why they do it. And that was a chance to, if they do nothing else the rest of the year, I guarantee you, Steph, Draymond, the rest of the group, but especially Draymond, is going to revel in the fact that they ended the Clippers season. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is something. Yeah, and it's almost akin to, a couple years back, the Kings ended the Warriors season in the play-in and didn't advance past New Orleans at that point. But I guarantee they enjoyed that moment. So, yeah, it's why they do it. And you just don't know. It's easy to say, okay, keep Steph fresh, let him go into the offseason, be fully healthy. But, man, you don't even know if Draymond's going to be back. You don't know who else is going to be on the team. I mean, these guys have to have a pretty short-term outlook right now when it comes to moments like these.
Talking to Sam Amick of The Athletic on the Uma Guest Line. Does a win like this reinforce keeping a core like this together, or is it just as one of our texters said, Copes, you don't have to look at this in a big picture scope. He said, this is a one-night stand, man. It doesn't have to be a relationship. I said, so is this, do we have to look at this? Like, does this reinforce anything about this core, or is it just a one-off?
I mean, it reinforces that Steph can still play at a high level.
Exactly.
It reinforces, like, what this part I find interesting. We finally got our awards ballots today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
From the NBA. They're due by tomorrow. But there was obviously, as you guys know, a delay because of the Luka Doncic, Cade Cunningham, Anthony Edwards situation, where the league had to make rulings. I only bring that up because these play-in games unofficially, were taking place. They were kind of becoming unofficial, data points for voters, even though they're not supposed to be. So Draymond is who I'm getting to here. Mr. I would love to be 10 times on the all-defensive team. He wants to join a group of, I think, 6 to get that honor, which is, absolutely elite company that he would be keeping. Draymond picks a great time to put on a show like he did. I mean, the whole Kawhi Leonard scoreless in the fourth quarter. Kawhi is playing the best basketball of his career, and it is crazy that that's how Kawhi's season ended. Not Warriors related, but Con Knipple is the inverse of the Draymond experience. Con really struggling in their playing game is the type of thing that even though voters are not supposed to take that into account, they might have a hard time, unseeing, if that makes sense. So it showed you that Draymond can still do it. Showed you that Porzingis, does have the potential that they've talked about. Some of the other stuff, like Podziemski having some good moments and showing some moxie, Al Horford's, like who knows what happens with Al. He's obviously oldest guy on the team, but it was fun to see him drop, I think, 4 threes in the fourth quarter. So there are a few takeaways there, I think.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. I feel like, Sam, every time we've had you on, we focus more on the offseason and the future of the Warriors than the actual team, and for good reason, because there wasn't a lot to talk about. But with last night, does any of the question marks for the offseason, come into play right now? Like, do you think a win last night changes things when it comes to Draymond Green and his future, or Kristaps Porzingis, or even Steve Kerr?
It might strengthen some of that. If you're Steve, I just think Steve's been pretty vocal about how he's already still enjoying the job. You know what I mean? Like he talks about that. And so that's a good baseline in terms of him potentially wanting to come back. And then you have a moment like that where, you get the best of a guy coaching wise and Ty Lue, who you know well from the Team USA experience. And you just have fun with your old buddies, with Steph and Draymond and the crew. That, Steve is somebody who cares about fulfillment, and it shows him, the old guys can still have moments. So he comes to mind first. Draymond, it's just going to be what it is in the offseason, which is to say that they do still love him. He still loves them, and very possibly could finish his career with the Warriors. But every single time there is an opportunity to swing for a superstar or anybody on the higher end of the league, it is going to require, if Draymond is under a new contract, it's still going to require a conversation about Draymond. So unfortunately for him, like even if he stays, I think there's going to be a little bit of an edge of your seat type experience, just because they can't afford to stand pat. They can't afford to not consider every option. Beyond that, the Porzingis stuff, he showed out a bit and I think confirmed again some of the reasons they like him. So some of those things could have a domino effect for sure.
Talking to Sam Amick here on the UMA guest line. With expansion looming in the NBA, I've never been a fan of the play-in. I'm still not a fan of the play-in. I thought it was too many teams at 16 getting in. It's more than half the league, and there were under 500 teams in the East. I'm not a huge fan of it. Does the potential of expansion or expansion coming mean, does it solidify the play-in tournament? Does it expand the play-in tournament? How does the postseason work? And how does the NBA view this as it currently stands? Because it's clearly not stopping tanking at this juncture.
I hear you, Coach, but it's funny because, the league loves it.
Yeah, I assumed as much.
Yeah, no, they love it.
Yeah, it's more games.
They talked about it. Well, not only that, and there's two layers to this. It's clearly failing as an anti-tanking measure, to your point. And that's a big deal, and it should be discussed. And now they're having to find other outside-the-box ways to curb the tanking dilemma or, kind of trend. But in a vacuum, I will tell you that, my God, the last couple nights, they are just the absolute best-case scenario for the league when it comes to the plan. Every single game was a banger. And think about this, even outside of the Bay, or if you're a Warriors fan, somewhere else on the globe, looking at all of the action, you're now going to a Friday night where that Phoenix Warriors game is absolute must-see TV. And you're going to have all this stuff that by the time Friday comes to an end, I think NBA fans are going to kind of look up and be like, damn, we already had a whole bunch of fun, and this thing hasn't even started yet. Now, it's going to ebb and flow. You're going to have some first-round series that are stinkers. But the play-in has delivered from an entertainment standpoint in a pretty remarkable way throughout its history. It's almost like they got to, stop expecting it to stop the tanking and forget about that part and find other solutions. But yeah, I think it's definitely here to stay. Yeah.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line. On the flip side of last night, the Clippers and what they do, they had a long, long season where Chris Paul was reunited with the team, and then he gets released because he doesn't like Ty Lue. The whole aspiration situation with Kawhi Leonard, and Kawhi was asked about it last night after the game, and he said, let me just be sad about this game, and we'll worry about my future later. What do you make of Kawhi Leonard's future now, and is it just kind of weird that the Warriors were a part of that last night where he could be joining them this offseason?
Yeah, no, all kinds of weirdness. You talk about, not to go too macro, but just a crazy season for the Clippers, that awful start. And for them, they made NBA history. A team that far under 500 has never found a way to get, back to where they did. and they deserve credit for that on the basketball side. As a quick aside, because I kept cracking up about this, I don't know if it was intentional. Candace Parker on the Amazon broadcast dropping a line, and I'm paraphrasing, but something about how the Clippers had greater aspirations than this, and a little coded language there that I'm sure wasn't a mistake. Like, weird year for them, comes to a crashing halt, and your point about Kawhi is well taken, because he's a free agent in the summer of 27. And, the Clippers already showed their hand with James Harden last summer when it comes to not wanting to financially commit, certainly not beyond 27, but they were trying to give James just a partial guarantee for this coming season and 26, 27. And Kawhi's future is in the balance. He was asked if he wants to sign an extension with this team. And I think he said something to the effect of, let me cry about this loss a little longer before I think about that. So yeah, everything's up for discussion with the Clippers. I don't know that they even know just yet what direction they're going to go, because Darius Garland is part of their future. He's a fantastic, obviously former all-star guard. Even with Ty Lue struggling, I don't expect a change on the coaching front. We know that Ballmer has his resources. We'll see if there's a discipline coming from the NBA when it comes to the investigation. But they got a lot of big choices to make.
Is it just sort of like funny and ironic that the Warriors win last night gives OKC a lottery pick?
It's crazy.
It's like,
I've never seen.
It's like not ha funny, but it's really funny.
I'm covering the league since 2004, and I've never seen a trade with this long of a tail.
It's unbelievable.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's unbelievable, and we need like real-time cameras in Sam Presti's office for when these moments happen, and of course that's the OKC GM. Like every time he gets another gift-wrapped present as a result of this trade, does he laugh? Does he smile? Does he celebrate? It's crazy. The rich keep getting richer. And I think I don't want to misspeak, but believe if the Warriors win this game on Friday, there's even another benefit to that OKC pick. So it just keeps going.
And then they get to play the Warriors. You know what I mean? Then that's the other benefit. Yeah, then that's the other part of it.
Jeez, thunder.
Right.
I don't know if that's as big of it. Like, did anything you saw last night? Because I think I was saying this to you last week, and I said it to Derek. I said I think it'd be really fun to see Steph win these two games, and then just give him a shot to have like a we believe type moment against OKC. That would just be kind of a fun opportunity. But I said they'd have like a unique amount of size relative to some of the other teams they've been to the playoffs with. I mean, with Porzingis and with Horford, and then Draymond there. Does that and what you saw from them last night, does that present any kind of intriguing matchup if they're to get through Phoenix?
It does. I mean, my first thought is, OKC's kind of, gang of jackals defensively is just like honestly, my first thought is like there were a few moments against the Clippers last night when you saw playoff defense and you saw Steph getting frustrated with the officiating, and you saw, like you did against Houston in the first round last year, that whole beat 'em up strategy. And that's what he would face against OKC. And I think he would certainly have his hands full, because if, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has the luxury of not guarding the other team's best player. So it's, Cason Wallace coming at you. It's Alex Caruso coming at you. It's Lou Dort. I mean, it's just – so last night was fun, but no team on the planet is probably better equipped to slow Steph down than the Thunder. So I do think it would be a quick series, but even getting there, if they were able to do that, would be a big accomplishment.
Yeah.
Last one for you, Sam. Once we get past the play-in, I think we have some interesting first-round matchups where you got KD versus LeBron. You got the 76ers versus the Celtics. You got the Knicks versus the Hawks, albeit without Trae Young. Does any first-round series stand out to you as far as intrigue?
Well, I mean, Denver, Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah.
So we left that one. To me, that's probably the one. I mean, give me Joker and Wemby all day. I mean, the game they had, I guess 10 days ago, 12 days ago, was legendary stuff with the Joker getting the best of Wemby. Old. Joker's not old yet, but he's not a kid. So, middle of his career versus the young guy. The Spurs obviously significantly better than the Nuggets team-wise this year, but Denver with the championship pedigree and also with a window that is closing. Like they need to, try to make the most of this opportunity. So I love that series. I'm going to be going down to LA, admittedly partly for logistical purposes, but also just like KD and LeBron. Like you can't, even with the Lakers being, banged up with no Luka, no Austin Reeves. There is, and we're going to write something about this in the next day or so, but like you need to slow down, basketball kind of aficionados and realize that like we still don't know what LeBron's going to do. And it's not likely by any means, but like just make sure when you watch this series, like we are in that stage of like, you never know. He could just walk away. It still could happen. And and then to see him after he was so comfortable being a third option behind Luka and Austin, to suddenly at the 11th hour of this season basically have to put his Superman cape, back on and try to save the day, which is going to be nearly impossible. But it still makes for a pretty interesting storyline. So I think that one will be fun.
Sam Amick, the voice you hear, make sure you're reading him and following him. Covers the NBA for The Athletic. We do with him every week right here on Dirty Work. Sam, as always, appreciate the time, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
Good stuff. Great, Sam Amick. Make sure you're checking all that out. TheSportsLeader.com and the TheSportsLeader app, and check him out on The Athletic. The Warriors play tomorrow against the Phoenix Suns, and if they win, a date with Oklahoma City. I want to look that up and find out what the other ramifications are for OKC if the Warriors win tomorrow. He said they might get something else.
Well, not only that, I believe if the Warriors advance, would they play? Well, they play on Sunday. But either way, like that's a quick turnaround.
It's fast. That's the thing, is you don't get any presents. Being
you
the
don't.
10 seed is that's your one little gift, is you get a chance to try to get in, but it's going to take 2 wins and it's going to turn around fast.
No, the NBA doesn't care in that regard. Like, yeah, okay, cool, the Warriors are in, but like we're going to make it hard on you as the 8th seed. One thing that I saw Sam write about or acknowledge is the ratings that Amazon Prime's getting for these games. In the regular season and the play-in. I will say last night, I had a lot of people text me being like, where the hell is this game? I don't think NBA fans, or casual NBA fans, I should say, know about the hard switch to streaming.
I knew it was on Amazon Prime. Not casual, though. Yeah. You know what I mean? I knew where it was at.
I think that a lot of people, like, with these games, like, the NFL is just a one-off. Like, we're going to have the Chiefs and Dolphins play on a Saturday night. I'm like,
where is it? Oh, it's on Prime? Oh, it's on Peacock? I'm like, yeah, okay. I know everybody's like, you got to find all these games. And I'm like, I just look at where it's at, and I have the service. I just go to the service that I have.
It should be as simple as that, but I think with Prime and streaming, when there's so many games in the NBA, I think it's going to turn off some people.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's more regional than anything. When it comes to the playoffs, this is just really where you need it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you, Dirty Work on a Thursday. So we've been dropping a whole bunch of new bits as of late. You notice that? We had Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry.
Yeah.
We had to air out some of our internet search histories, right?
Oh, man. I'm getting ready for that segment next week.
That's coming up for you, dude. You're going to have to air some stuff out. Then we had one of our...
I'm pretty open with the audience.
One of my favorite things we've done in a while was Dear Derek, where we got all the fan mail from the filth from around the world. Dude, they're still coming in, by the way. The filth are well represented around the globe.
Is that in the same section as the Dirty Work Dial, the bags of the mail?
That just gets emailed in, or sometimes it's just actual, the mailman downstairs, the guy in the mail room here in the building.
Good to know.
The mail room down here. Yeah, they bring that stuff up. They're wheeling it around, delivering the mail.
Time.
Exactly. Well, we have another one that was kind of inspired by something that happened earlier this week. On Monday, you started telling a story, or maybe it was Tuesday. Something came up about you and Greg. You and
we were talking about my trip to New York City for the 2007 NFL Draft.
That's right. When Jamarcus Russell said to Greg,
I came to play football, Coach.
I came to play football, Coach. The only people representing the Raiders were Derek, Greg Papa, and Greg's producer.
Yes.
At the draft.
He all thought we represented the Raiders in a higher regard as far as like assistant coaches.
Well, it's inspired us, as one of the texters said, to start diving more into some of the life and times that Derek has lived as the child of Greg Papa. So I guess we have to start this out by asking the question, have you ever wondered what it might be like to be Greg Papa's son? If you have, you'll find out what it's like next in the debut of our brand new segment, Growing Up Papa. That's next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We caught up with Sam Amick of The Athletic. Covers the NBA. If you missed any of it, all available, thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. 4:50, Rich Aurelia joins us after the Giants won today to salvage a game in that series in Cincinnati. They're on their way to Washington to start a 3-game series against the Nats tomorrow in D.C. We'll have pregame for you at 2:45 for a 3:45 first pitch, but Richie joins us at 4:50. Giants won today 3-0 behind another solid outing from Landon Roop. He's reminding me more and more of Logan Webb every time he goes out there.
Yeah, dude.
I think 87 pitches, 7 Ks. He's mowing guys down. He's throwing all sinkers and changeups and curveballs, which is incredible, but he's hardly ever thrown anything straight. Nobody's making hard contact. He gives up 1 hit over 6 innings of work today. I'm like, I told you, I'm at the level where when he's at his best, he looks like Logan Webb with his efficiency, and he's striking guys out at a great rate. Plus, he's not giving up any hard contact. When he's at his best, he feels like it too.
No, dude, honestly, right now, as far as confidence in the pitching rotation, I go
We're like him
Robbie
and
Ray 1 and then Landon Roop 2, and then Logan Webb will come into his own.
Right now, he's not been as good as the other guys to start the year.
But Landon Roop has been amazing to start the season. Yeah. So, yeah, with a lot of stuff to not be happy about with the Giants, there's some bright spots, and Landon Roop's one of them right now.
It begs the question, where would this 7-12 team be without Landon Roop? I think is that their record now? Are they 7-12?
They are 7-12, yes.
All right. Well, look, we've been having a lot of fun jumping around with some different bits in the last couple of weeks. Like to throw some crap against the wall and see what sticks. And Derek was regaling us with a tale of Radio City Music Hall and the NFL draft in which Jamarcus Russell called Greg Papa coach. I comes to play ball, coach.
I comes to play football, coach.
I comes to play football, coach. So, a lot of us grow up.
You'll fit in well here then, Jamarcus.
A lot of us grow up with dads, For some of us, our dad is Greg Papa.
Yes.
So, what's it like, you might ask? Well, all your questions will be answered in a brand new segment we like to call Growing Up Papa.
It's time for Growing Up Papa.
All right, everybody, gather around, and I'll tell you a tale of Greg Papa and me back in 1999.
So these are all true stories.
This is 100% true. This is a Papa family favorite.
Okay.
Everyone knows this as the Dallas airport story. Or I should say the Dallas airport bathroom story.
I call it Dallas Fort Worth there.
I told the story earlier this
DFW.
week. I told the story earlier this week about how my brother left a bomb in the bathroom.
Oh, yeah. Whatever happened to that? Because you told us your brother has a newer job?
He has a newer job.
And he
moved to L.A. He's been on the job for about a few months now.
But he had a bathroom in his office that was only for his to use because the rest of the office wasn't full yet.
It wasn't a private bathroom, but
he was the only one using it.
He's the only one that has access to it, I guess.
Because it wasn't open to the public. But now he's got new coworkers, and the day his new coworkers came in, he blew up the toilet, plugged it, and texted Derek saying, dude, they're going to know it was me.
Yeah.
What do I do? And he said he couldn't ask his boss for a plunger.
He would feel weird about it because his boss isn't cool like that. So he let it go. And he texted me after the fact being like, I can hear them right now.
What is this Fantasia BS we got going on?
No, this has the storytelling. This is Peter and the Wolf.
Okay, so anyway, your brother he paints that toilet.
He does a real paint job on the toilet.
He tells us that he can't plunge it himself, and he's afraid everybody's going to know it's him. And then he said he heard the new people in there plunging.
And they were like, oh, my God, this is disgusting. And he was like, there's nothing I can do about that.
There was some fallout from this?
So I asked him, what was the fallout from this? And he goes, dude, come to find out, the new coworkers, all women. So I don't have to worry about that situation.
Oh.
Someone came in to clean it up regardless, but he doesn't need to worry about, a guy coming in and seeing that he blew up the toilet.
So he can blow it up whenever he wants.
No judgment going forward. No, he's fine.
Perfect. All right, so let's get to the news story. Growing Up
Papa.
Well,
there's commonality here because it also deals with the bathroom. So, 1999. I'm 8 years old. My dad and I are on a long A's road trip. Simultaneously, the San Antonio Spurs are in the NBA Finals.
And I used to call Spurs games.
He called Spurs games as well, and he's watching. After every A's game, we would stay in the booth and watch the end of the Spurs NBA Finals against the Knicks. And then the Spurs won in 5. And we keep going on, and the A's go to Texas for a series against the Rangers. So we're in the Dallas airport, and I don't know if this came out at the time, but my dad was a big fan of Cinnabon, which was, you could find that in your local, or not your local, but
in your mall.
Yeah, exactly.
Or any airport or mall.
But it's also a gut bomb. So my dad, whenever we were on the road, he does the same thing now where he has all his clippings, like he would print out stuff and highlight everything when it comes to like notes with the A's in the Rangers series. So he highlights it, cuts it out. His work would be all over the place.
He glues it to his little thing.
He glues it to his board, and he would drop it sometimes. People like, "Oh, sir, you dropped your work," and he like grab it. And so we're getting food at the Cinnabon, and my dad scarfs it down, and he loves Cinnabon. He's like, Derek, there's nothing better than a good Cinnabon, an Orange Julius at an airport. So he grabs a Cinnabon.
This is a quote? Nothing better.
He loves a Cinnabon.
Okay.
Eats a Cinnabon. He goes, ooh, I need to go to the bathroom. And, I'm young enough at the time where he's like, come with me, and, but we'll go on the flight. And he brings all of his work with him. So he brings his work, goes to the stall, and all I can hear from the bathroom outside is he's got like all his work with him while he's on the John and like still got all
Greg Pop was cutting notes on the John in the DFW airport?
Yes.
Okay.
So I can hear from the outside, and all I hear is him going, oh no. Oh God. Oh no. Oh. Everyone, it's going to explode. Get out of the way. My dad kicks the stall open and penguin style, his pants around his ankles, waddles out and goes, something's wrong with the toilet. The toilet started to overflow.
Wait, while he was on it?
While he was on it.
It started shooting into the air?
It started shooting into the air. And bypassers, people in the toilet are like, well, that's an unfortunate situation. And I'm laughing my ass off. And my dad's like, you think this is funny, Derek? All my work's ruined.
That's the story.
So my dad literally just waddles out of the stall with like,
How high did it shoot into the air?
Pretty high,
like taller than you?
Yes.
And it's like it's sewage.
Yeah. It's sewage. It's just water coming out. But the sound he made was hysterical.
So what happened to him? Is he covered in water?
He's covered in water. He's got water all over his jeans.
Is he covered in other stuff too? Another business?
It's poo water.
So did he go get new clothes? Like you still had to get on the flight?
Yeah, we still got on the flight. I think he let it dry.
This is post.
This is
Cinnabon?
Yeah, this is post Cinnabon.
So you weren't on like an A's charter flight?
No. This is where we're flying commercial.
You weren't like, the A's were probably all flying commercial.
Yeah, that's true, yes. Back then and today.
Back then Keith Folk walked out of the stall next to him.
Yeah, exactly.
But that was the only toilet that blew up?
That was the only toilet that blew up. It was just weird. And I'm not making it up. Like literally it came up like, like a water fountain.
I mean, that's like a really powerful bidet.
Oh yeah. And hence my father's reaction where he just went, "Oh my God. Oh, it's and he literally screamed out, "It's about to blow!" and kicked the stall open and waddled out like a penguin with his pants around his ankles.
There's got to be somebody around from like 1999 hanging out in Dallas. Like, dude, one time I was in you guys know the Raiders and the A's broadcasters calling Niner games now? One time I saw him in the bathroom in a DFW.
And he blew up this toilet.
916 is telling him next time to flush while it's coming out and it won't clog like that.
Talking about a little brother? Or?
Maybe. I guess so. I guess so. 209 says, whenever you're a kid and your dad asks you think this is funny? It just makes it all 10 times funnier. That's a great question.
Especially when
you think this is funny, huh?
Yeah. Of course it's funny because he was massively inconvenienced. He spent the whole day cutting those clippings and putting it on his play-by-play board, and then it's ruined because it's soaked with poo water.
Did you learn a lesson from this?
Don't get Cinnabon at the airport?
That's not what did it. The Cinnabon?
Well,
you called it a gut.
He wouldn't be in there in the first place.
You called it a gut bomb, and I'm not really with it being a gut bomb. It's not that heavy, is it?
You don't think so?
I mean, I guess I don't need a lot of Cinnabon, but
I don't either. But that could do you in.
I don't know, man. I don't think a gut bombs is things that are just like pastry based. I think of those as more like.
But that's heavy.
But I don't know. They're not that big. It's more just like pastry and nuts, and I guess it's got some sauce on it.
Well, when that's the only thing you eat all day, and for whatever reason my dad chose to do that,
Papa goes cinnamon bomb is what 408
cinnamon
says.
bomb, yes.
And that is your first edition of Growing Up Papa. We'll be back with a new bit for you next week, or another bit for you next week. We do have some things we got to get to. We got to clean up for the listeners before we get out of here. And really, that's that we provide a service. And being that it's a week where we only have 2 full shows, 2 full ones, today and Monday. That was it.
True,
Tomorrow we got a 45-minute show. Even in a week of short shows, we have to provide to the listeners ideas, options, dare I say, a calendar for how they're going to spend their weekend.
Because calendar,
people come up to me and they say, Copes, I don't have internet, I don't have Wi-Fi, I don't have TV. All I've got is the sports leader. Can you tell me how to spend my weekend? And that's why every week we here at Dirty Work provide for you the KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend unsponsored sports calendar presented by nobody. Even in a week of short shows, we here at Dirty Work honor our responsibility to the filth. It's the very reason we broadcast to all corners of the globe. So strap in, because once again, it's time to answer the question that defines your very existence. What the hell am I going to do this weekend? Once again, it's time for the unsponsored Bay Area Weekend KNBR Dirty Work Sports Calendar. presented by No One, your guide to an otherwise meaningless weekend, value and merit to an otherwise worthless existence. So let's start the way we always start, with the basics. Yeah, the Shark season is over after tonight, but the San Jose Barracuda, they're going to the playoffs. Catch one of their final tune-ups as they welcome the Bakersfield Condors. Not to be confused with the Condor on the corner of Broadway and Columbus. See you there tonight at Tech CU Arena in San Jose. Or you could join Derek in Oakland as the Oakland Roots welcome the hated, we hate this club, FC Tulsa's coming to town.
Oh, come on now.
FC Tulsa. Yeah. That's this Saturday at the Coliseum. I think we can all agree Tulsa sucks. So if you hate Bakersfield or Tulsa, then this is a big weekend in the Bay for you. But hey, we get it. The filth are anything but basic. You're saying, yeah, I hate Condors and everything Oklahoma, but I'm trying to be healthy. I only wear dark clothes, and The Cure is my favorite band. What have you got for me?
It's Friday. I'm in love.
I didn't even know where we were going.
He was waiting for that.
I was waiting. That's nice. Well, get your guy liner ready. It's Goth Yoga at Spire Church in Oakland.
You mean Goga?
Nope, it's Goth Yoga this Sunday from 12 to 1:30. Step into the dark and enchanting world of Goth Yoga, where we blend the serene practice of yoga with the serenity of goth music.
All right.
What? Join us for a unique experience of spiritual enrichment that harmonizes mind, body, and soul with the realm of the divine. Immerse yourself in the atmospheric and emotive sounds of the goth music as you move through your yoga practice. Whether you are quite the yogi or just a beginner, you'll find peace and strength stretching in each pose under the spell of your favorite goth hits. Bring your own mat, black nail polish, and signed Joy Davidson records as you downward dog to The Cure. That's this Sunday at Spire, the church in Oakland. Donations welcome, Derek.
All right.
As you well know, but hey, I get it. We get it. Goth music reminds you of that girlfriend that left you for another lady. We've all been there. You're saying to yourself, copes. I need something to do this weekend. Maybe that's not so dark. Do you have anything for me? Maybe more white meat? Help me, copes. Don't let me go afoul. Once again, the Bay Area Sports Weekend calendar comes through. It's Urban Chickens, presented by Garden for the Environment this Saturday from 10 to 12 right here in San Francisco. For the low price of $27.24, exact change only, you'll learn about raising urban chickens. In this workshop, we'll walk you through the steps of setting up your very own flock, review different coop designs, and provide an overview of chicken husbandry so you can keep your birds happy and healthy and tasty. You'll be in good hands with instructors Jamie and Blaz as you will get to meet their own backyard chickens. What a party. It'll be a clucking good time as you learn everything man's other best friend needs to thrive in a metropolis. Who needs a dog when you can reenact the plot to Chicken Run? So get bomb, grab your favorite egg collecting basket, and get to the Garden for the Environment for what's sure to be the greatest day of your life. And
it's chicken.
You know, Chicken Run's my favorite Mel Gibson movie.
I can't stand that movie. And that is your KNBR unsponsored Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar presented by nobody. We're going to take a quick break. When we come on back, the Giants salvage 3 runs today to pick up a game in Cincinnati. Are they any different than we thought they were entering this road trip? Not really. We'll talk more about that next in Richard Willie at 4:50. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Christmas tree, yeah.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
One ball, two strikes. Miller ready from the stretch. He throws, and it's swung on and missed. Eric Miller strikes out 3 in the 9th, and now we've got words being exchanged. Stewart and Miller yelling, and here they come. The benches have cleared. The game is over. Just a lot of yelling right now as coaches and umpires are getting in between players. Sal Stewart, who struck out to end the game, is being ushered away back to the Reds' dugout. Just a lot of standing around right behind home plate. The bullpens have run out on the field. It's all calm right now. The game is over. The Giants have won 3-0.
I don't know what Sal Stewart's got to be pissed about. Dude had like 6 ribs.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, all he does is mash against the Giants. And today he had 0 for 4. He struck out to end the game. I'm not sure what he was pissed about. Eric Miller was screaming after it happened.
He said, sit your ass down.
But then he starts pointing again at him, sit your ass down. But I'm saying the initial thing was just the celebration.
Yeah.
I thought. But either way, like.
Did you hear that guy in the background, though, when Ritz was doing the play-by-play? Some fan in the background just goes, there are kids here. Come on.
How dare they stand around each other near home plate with no
You're
violence?
You're acting like children.
Anyway, I'm all for it. I'm all for a little bad blood. Maybe that does ignite something. I don't know. You need something to galvanize a team. I don't know if that translates into offense or hits, but I do like to see a little fire.
Yeah.
And I'm down to see the Giants have each other's back. I mean, they hit a guy, then the Reds come back and end up hitting Willie Adames. Yep. Immediately the umpire's like, yeah, that seemed intentional. We're tossing him. Probably getting yanked anyway, but that's why Francona had him out there to throw at him. And I heard Dave Fleming pointed out on the TV side that Terry Francona and all his 20-plus years managing, his worst record or winning percentage against any team is the Giants. How about that? Interestingly enough. Isn't that funny? And Sean Estes said, and I'm pretty sure he knows it. So, anyway, I'm just happy to not have to see Sal Stewart anymore for a while.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That guy's a hell of a player. I saw Murph tweeting about this last night. He's 10 months older than Eldridge. He's 22 years old. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of the year of the rookie already across baseball, where a lot of young talent is coming up, and even more and more is going to continue to come up. The game is aging younger, or steering younger. So the Giants are going to have to become one of those teams. But as we've talked about, and as Susan Slusher said to us yesterday, there's just not a lot of obvious places for a guy like Bryce Eldridge to go. So, does outfield become a potential spot? I don't know. What I will tell you is I've really liked in the last couple of days seeing left-handers off the bench. It was nice to see Tony Vitello have the ability to match up lefties against righties late in the game today when they went to bullpen arms and the Giants were able to counter and were able to put something together. Good at-bats by Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, a huge hit by Chapman after Luis Ariz reaches base. So I thought all that stuff was positive. Again, the problem for me isn't that they're capable of doing some of this. The problem is that they're incapable of any consistency, and that's been basically the case since Rafael Devers showed up. So the bright spot today, obviously, situational hitting in the matchups late in the game, and the bullpen, Ryan Walker comes in. Also, you get the Eric Miller nailed down at the end, striking out the side. But for me, it's really about Landon Roop.
Yep.
It's really about his ability to continue to stack good starts. He's had one off start. And besides that, he's had 3 fantastic starts. Outside of Robbie Ray, the best starter going for the Giants right now. Hauser's looked really good, but at times Roop has looked dominant. 1 hit today, 2 walks. Was it 6 or 7 strikeouts he had?
6 strikeouts.
6 strikeouts in today's game. And he threw just 87 pitches. I'm not joking. I don't think it's outrageous to say he looks when he's at his best like Logan Webb and the way he's attacking hitters. It's overwhelming percentage-wise, sinkers and curveballs and changeups. I think he'd thrown like 2% four-seam fastballs today. He throws nothing straight, which is allowing him to pitch deeper into games, to get soft contact. He's efficient when he's getting his strikeouts. As a 1-2 punch, and Logan Webb is going to come around, he will reach form or hit form.
Right.
But if you've got him going along Robbie Ray or him alongside Logan Webb, I feel pretty damn good about the top part of this rotation with those 3.
No, I mean, right now, Landon Roop is singling himself out as the bright spot of this Giants team, where today he was dominant. Last Friday against Baltimore, he was dominant. Coming into the season, I know that some people were like, we'll see what he's got, because last year, some mixed results. But for the most part, I was pretty confident as far as like the 1, 2, 3 guys. when it came to Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, and Elena Roop. I was confident in all three of them. This year, I was talking to him at FanFest. This guy's all about ball, so I thought he was going to come in and feel disappointed about the injury that, shortened his season a year ago. But Elena Roop's been amazing. Same thing with Robbie Ray. He got caned the other day where he had an amazing performance, but just not enough run support. And yeah, Logan Webb will come into his zone. I'm not worried about the pitching, even though Tyler Mahle did not look good on Tuesday. Or what was it? Yeah, Wednesday night.
Yeah, banged around bad, yeah.
Yeah, last night. It was just not good. Four home runs
in the first, yeah.
I mean, gave up 8 runs in 4 innings?
Tons of walks, too.
Not great, and that's the latter portion of your rotation right now. So I would say the bottom line is they just need to hit. And yes, you can make these changes with Drew Gilbert and Will Brennan, and we'll see if that comes into its own. But until they start hitting and it's consistent hitting, I don't think things have changed with the Giants. I think it's the same old thing from a year ago. Not to say that things can't be turned around, not to say that they can have a 81-81 season or 85 wins. It's just that it's not going to be a total disaster, but it's just not anything different than what we've seen the last 5 seasons.
No, I'm with you. And it's, again, consistency. Can you do one thing for 3 weeks?
Yes.
And I mean, or at a relatively high rate for 3 weeks, then that seemingly is who you are. That's something you get good at. We haven't seen that at all in the last few years. Real quick, just sorry to follow this up. 209 says the only fastball Landon Roop threw today was on the pitch that he hit the dude.
Yeah.
I was like, hell yeah, dude. He's like, I ain't throwing any 4 seams. I'm not. I think he's right, though. I think statistically, based on the pitch breakdown,
right.
I think that's accurate. What were you going to add?
Just real quick, because I talked about it yesterday when we were doing Talkback with FP, and people have brought this up, where the offense has not been good, really, since Rafael Devers came over. I don't know if there's a correlation there, but it's just the fact that he's just not the guy we anticipated. And I think that he'll eventually be that guy, but it's just disappointing. Or we have a large sample size now of 108 games with Rafael Devers since he's been acquired by the Giants last June, and it's just not the guy that we saw in Boston. So I know that he traditionally gets off to slow starts, just much like Willie Adames, but right now, you need that guy to be Barry Bonds for you. He's not Barry Bonds, obviously, but you and I were talking about it before the season started. Their success will be predicated on Rafael Devers, and right now he's not the guy that we anticipated.
It's not looking good. I want to get off Devers real quick, though, because, again, he's got a hit. I want to give a take real quick on the Patrick Bailey-Susac situation. Okay. When the season started, I was, even after his first start, I was pretty, you got to give this thing a chance to let guys hit their groove.
All right.
Patrick Bailey's been awful.
Okay.
We all know this.
What are you saying?
I wasn't denying that. I was saying we can't just say after one big game of 3 for 3 and a walk, this is who Daniel Susac is. It's also fair to note, and this is something that FP was saying to us yesterday on the pregame, that was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
It's not like he was a scrub. He said this isn't a Brock Purdy situation, and FP's right. This guy was highly touted, and he fell through the cracks with the A's and didn't end up on the 40-man roster and was available. I think the A's would have preferred to keep him than to have him fall through to the Giants in the Rule 5. Instead, the guy's sticking. And here's the point. And I'm going to stand by my statement and my thought that, if we're really upset with Patrick Bailey's offense, it means there are way bigger problems. Mm-hmm. To your point about Rafael Devers not hitting, I'm with you on that front. What I will say, though, is because it is so glaringly obvious that Susac has been way more comfortable at the plate, we're talking about tweaking things with Bailey, does he just go left-handed and stop switch hitting? At some point, I think you have to ask the question, because things are going so poorly for us, do we just go with anybody at any point that is playing hot or that is playing well? And I think that might be the case right now with the catcher spot. Whoever's the hottest guy is going to be the guy that goes. And I don't think that's the way you win a championship. I don't think that's the way you set yourself up for success for the season. I do think it's the way that you battle through and you have guys either earn spots or that you find some sort of rhythm and continue down that road. Because worst case scenario is if Susac doesn't continue to hit and you think Bailey offers you more defense, you just go back to Bailey. You know what I mean? That you can always do that. So I'm not even saying this is an everyday thing.
Right.
But I do think we're at the point that, 949, you got to get rid of Bailey. Why would you get rid of Bailey? He's under team control. He doesn't cost you hardly anything.
But they're just so mad about the offensive efficiency.
I'm so mad he's not hitting. They have to get rid of him. No, you could just keep him. Isn't an elite defensive catcher something great to have? I'm saying, even if you were starting Susac, who are you going to back him up? I'm saying, if Susac offers you more today at the plate because things are going so poorly, I say ride with Susac the same as I would with any outfielder.
Yeah.
At this point, it's not like either guy is overpaid enough to where you can't pay them. I think you got to just go with the guy that's the hottest at this point.
Well, it goes back to a couple weeks ago when we were coming off after a day game and someone called in and said, what was it? Like, if you DFA'd Patrick Bailey off this team right now, would anybody pick him up? We were like, of course you would.
Yeah.
Of course you would pick him
Also,
up.
why would you just give him away? If you want to get rid of him, then you're going to get something for him. I just don't think you get much for him.
There's value in having Patrick Bailey. He's a great catcher, but the truth is he is terrible offensively. And Susac has shown you he's much better offensively, and he could throw.
925 says that damn Susac, he's so hot right now. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
It's accurate,
where
dude.
I'm at.
And
that damn Hansel.
The day after, when you and I were on the patio, when Susac had that performance where he went 3 for 4 or 3 for 3, whatever it was, he was amazing. And yes, I understand, like, right then and there, you're not going to make that change. It's just a conversation to be had where I'm with Kruko. You should ride the hot hand. And right now, there's not a lot of, hot bats going on with the Giants right now. So you can interchange that, whatever. You can have Drew Gilbert come up or Will Brennan. And, I really don't care right now about, yes, Elia Ramos should be that guy and Jung-Hoo Lee should be that guy as well. But they haven't been. They've turned it on a little bit lately with the Baltimore and Cincinnati series, but I need more pressure applied to those guys. The same thing with Patrick Bailey. Guys need to hit, especially when Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, and Matt Chapman are not consistently hitting themselves.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, if things aren't going well, who's the hot hand right now? You're going to earn your at-bats. You're hitting, you're going to play. That's just kind of the mode you have to get into. There's no point in playing any sort of fine line here. Everybody's a big boy. Everybody's a professional. If you're hitting, you will play. That's kind of where I'm at. Let's take a quick break. When we come on back, Rich Aurelia joins us each and every week talking Giants baseball. He's a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage. We'll do it with Richie next, only here on The Sports Leader.
The Giants snapped their 4-game losing streak earlier today, salvaging the final game at Cincinnati 3-0. Landon Roop tossed 6 scoreless, 1-hit innings, and San Francisco got RBIs from Matt Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Casey Schmidt. For everything Giants, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Taco Bell. We love Live in Moss. You know when we're going to be Live in Moss next Tuesday? We'll be Live in Moss Tuesday at the ballpark. How about that? That's a great place, by the way, to exercise your points. That's what I like to call it. You redeem, I guess is what they would say. I would say exercise your point options at the Taco Bell Cantina just off 3rd and Townsend. But to do that, you got to download the Taco Bell app and sign up to unlock exclusive access and rewards. You'll earn points on every order in the app, on a kiosk, or in the drive-thru. And when you join Taco Bell Rewards, they give you free food. You'll get a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. What's better than getting rewarded for eating some of your Taco Bell favorites? And as I said, is there a better spot to redeem or exercise those points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown, just off 3rd and Townsend, a block from the ballpark? Perfect tailgate spot for a pregame bite and drink before walking over to the yard. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a cold beer and keep the good times rolling. Or go on over to the Taco Bell Cantina in Fisherman's Wharf for a cold drink and good food. Your taste buds will thank you. And as Tim Webb reminds you, don't forget to live Moss.
The original number 35 at third and King.
Kipper swings, rolls one to short, and a bad hop. Aurelia somehow comes up with it, races to the bank with a putout, and the sign is retired.
And now he joins dirty work every week.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Aurelia hits one deep to left field, and this baby is out of here. A grand slam home run for Rich Aurelia, and it's his second home run of the season. And his first grand slam of his career. It is 4-0.
Forever Giant Rich Aurelia on the Sports Leader.
Tim just said in my ear, he's right. It always sounds good, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Always sounds good when we connect with Rich Aurelia, former Giants shortstop and a part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game Giants coverage. Richie is sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants, and by Ayala, Morgan, and Bizard. When you've been injured in an auto accident, you don't just need an attorney. You need a heavy hitter. Contact Ayala, Morgan, and Bizard. Rich Aurelia joins us on the UMA guest line. What up, Richie? Nice to get a win getting out of Cincinnati. How's it going, bro?
Man, yeah, it sure is. I mean, there was zero offense going in Cincinnati this week, which is really surprising to me. You know, I played a couple of years there.
Yeah.
And, you know, you get a ball up to right center there. It's got a good shot to go out. And, you know, thankfully today they got some couple clutch hits with 2 outs later in the game to at least get one in that series. So at least have a flight on a good note to Washington, right?
Yeah. I want to start on the positive, too, because the win today, and really I want to start with Landon Roop. Because 3 of his 4 stars, he's been spectacular. And even the one where he got knocked around a little bit, was that against the Mets? I want to say he got beat up a little bit. Maybe. Anyway, he had 1 start where he wasn't all that great, but he's been fantastic in 3 of his 4. And for me, he's got a lot of Logan Webb going, man. Like, he's throwing a high percentage of sinkers, a big percentage of curveballs, and he can get that thing over. I mean, they were trying to get a bunt down against him today. He threw 87 pitches, 1 hit allowed. It's soft contact. He's efficient, a lot of first pitch strikes. I think he's as good as it gets right now. I mean, the top of the rotation, despite Logan not being on his A game, with Robbie Ray and Landon Roop, I've got a lot of confidence in what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people forget that, like, Landon Roop was on a heater last year until he got hurt.
Yeah.
You know, he started out a little, you know, up and down last year, and I think that was more of a command issue. And then once he locked it in last year, I mean, he was lights out. And now to see that coming back, you know, early this season, and I mean, listen, he's got 5 above average pitches that he could throw for strikes, and he's kind of funky. His release point's a little funky. I could see possibly right-handed hitters not being able to pick him up very well, you know, with where his release point is, kind of like right by his ear a little bit. But yeah, impressive performance today. Velocity was good. Breaking ball was great. And you know what? And the attitude out there was 1,000% great, which is, you know, I was thinking, you know, I know I talk to you guys every week, and I was thinking this week about, like, you know, what am I going to have for them this week? And I thought about it, and I was like, you know, they need to have some guys on this team that the other team hates. You need to have some guys on your team that other people can't stand.
Some screw you guys. Yeah, right.
Some red asses.
And I can, you know, and I could go back in my career, and I mean, yeah, for God's sakes, I mean, FT was one of those guys when he was with the Expos. I hated him. But then he came to play for us, and I loved him, you know? There's certain guys. The Giants need more of that. Like when, you know, those World Series runs, right? I guarantee you everybody hated Bumgarner. I guarantee you there were people that hated Brian Wilson, people that hated Sergio Romo. But that's what good teams have. And I think they need a little more of what we saw today. A little more, you know, emotion, a little more, you know, show that you got your guys back, you know. And on the flip side of that, so tired of watching some young guys around the league just act like they've been here for like 12 years.
Yeah.
Like who's, I mean, I know he's a pretty good player, but who's that Stewart guy? He's got 120 at-bats in the big league.
Yeah.
He's got 120 at-bats, and Steer's a good player, but he's another guy that's only got 3 years in. There's levels of respect in this game, and, some people have them and some people don't, but guess what? It's earned. And if you carry yourself the right way, like Landon Ruth has been doing, and pitching the way he has, well, he's earning a lot of respect around this league.
I mean, there was actually a moment today when the game ended with Eric Miller and Sal Stewart. So, in your opinion, Richie, like, it's still early, but can a moment like that galvanize the clubhouse where, obviously you got your ass kicked in Cincinnati for the most part, but today you showed a little life. Can something like that carry over to, the series in Washington?
It definitely can. And, whether it's something like that, whether it's an all-out bench clearer, whether it's a team gathering on the road just to get everybody, together and on the same page, those things do work. And, I get, and this isn't a knock on, and anything that's happened so far this season. I think Tony Vitello has done a pretty decent job. I mean, it comes down to the players. You ask any of those players to a man, if they're playing up to their potential, I guarantee you they're all going to say, no, we're not. It's not Tony's fault. And, and I think Tony, he's done a good job. But the flip side of that is, Tony doesn't have experience in this kind of stuff, right? So, you got to find ways maybe as players or veteran players to get your team motivated and going. And if it's something like this, great. And I was watching the game today, and I guess, something that happened back when I was playing. I don't know how many years ago today it was, but when Charlie Hayes charged the mound from second base in Arizona, and then Randy Johnson put the Giants hat on.
Yeah, he put it on. He's looking out towards center field, and he puts the hat on.
Yeah,
the Giants.
But that was like something that got us going. I think that might have been like 99 maybe, but that's something that got us going. I mean, there were instances where we were dragging on a road trip, and I forget where it was, but Dusty was like, we got off the bus, and he's like, hey, everybody downstairs, hotel lobby, hotel bar, we're all going to hang out as a team and get to know each other a little bit better. I mean, that stuff matters. And hopefully today, the scenario that happened can bring this team a little closer together. I mean, I thought Willie was going to go. I thought Willie was going to go get him. But, didn't seem, he had umpire standing in front of him or something. But
he had the calm anger.
I like seeing stuff.
Yeah, he had the calm anger. He took his helmet off, and he was like, okay, let me undo my gloves for a minute. Like, he was getting ready, and then the ump jumped in front of him. He's like, all right, I was going to go, but not quite.
You know what I never understand when guys charge the mound like that? Yeah. I mean, why would you take your helmet off?
Keep it on, bro.
Or throw it at somebody. Like, that's protection.
Yeah.
Pitcher punches you in that helmet, he's out, and he's on the IL. So I never understood that.
Talking to Richard, really here, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Just off the top of your head, just I saw this was going around on social media. Guys like former NBA players and current NBA players have been talking about the worst cities to travel to in the NBA. Universally, everybody seems to hate going to Memphis because the hotel isn't great wherever they stay.
Apparently haunted, yeah.
Yeah, they say they don't like the hotel there. It's like not up to the NBA. Was there ever a baseball city that you did not like traveling to, Rich?
Yeah, let me think about that. I mean,
what's the worst as a player to have to travel to? And you get some hot Midwest ones in the summer.
And I played there, so Cincinnati was never a good one.
Right.
Really? Okay.
Because you stay downtown, and back then there was really nothing downtown. But when I played there, I lived outside the city.
That's a little different.
It was great. Yeah, and I loved it. Pittsburgh back in the day was kind of just a dead city.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're talking, God, I've been out of the league for 15, 16 years now. We're talking a while ago.
Unless the furry convention's there. You remember that story?
The what?
Dwayne Kuiper walked into the hotel, and there was like a Giants were standing there. Maybe you weren't on the team at this point, and the furry convention was in town. Remember that?
In Pittsburgh?
There was all the people walking through the hotel in like the mascot costumes. Yeah, dude.
Kuiper's like, what the hell's going on here?
Kuiper told the story on Murph and Mac one time. He goes like, oh, my God. He's like, I don't know what the hell's going on.
There's a furry convention going on.
They're staying at the hotel.
I mean, I do remember going pretty much like 4 or 5 years in a row to San Diego, and I love going to San Diego.
Yeah.
But they always had that Comic-Con
Darth
down there,
Vader hanging
and
out,
you're
right?
Bunch of nerds.
You're walking to the park, and you see about 8 stormtroopers and 5 Chewbaccas, and you're like, what in the hell is going on here?
No.
That's pretty good. San Diego, pretty good town to travel to, though. Rich Aurelia joins us on the UMA guest line. The other bright spot I would say today, nice clean bullpen outing. 3 perfect from the bullpen. And they racked up 6 strikeouts after Eric Miller got 3, got Keaton Muma 2, Ryan Walker. I mean, really, I want to see that. There haven't been many save situations, but I'd love to see those 3 guys settle into those spots.
I mean, if you could, write a script for how you want a game to go. Today was it, right? I mean, that was it. Maybe roles reversed a little bit as season goes on. You don't know, but I think I mentioned to you last week, like the one guy that I 100% at that point trusted out of the pen was Miller, and he came in, got the save today, and he's been looking really good. And again, it comes down to what I've said a ton of times to you guys. It's going to be all the other ancillary parts of this team that are going to have to do well for this team to win, and, at some point Devers is going to break out, of his funk, and, somebody in the bullpen besides those 3 guys is going to step up and do a good job. And I still think, even though the record is not great and it's not what people want, what the fans want, we're not even, into the 3rd week of April yet. So I think, the level of patience needs to be tested a little bit more, as they get further, and I think not after this road trip, but maybe after the Dodgers series, maybe it could settle in a little bit. You got through the tough first 4 or 5 series of the year, and then just get back to work. And, you got a lot of things that could go up from here, right? You got Logan could pitch better. You got Devers can start hitting the ball. Ariz has been great. Matt Chapman's been hitting the ball better. Jung-Hoo Lee's been hitting the ball better. You need Ramos to be better. You need Bailey to be better. So, yeah, it looks, kind of down now, but if a couple of those guys get hot, could get you a few wins here and there and get you back up to 500.
Talking to Rich Aurelia on the UMA guest line. Will Brennan and Drew Gilbert were called up the other day, and we know it was due to injury with Olive and Bader, but the truth is some fans were calling for that a while ago, considering the outfield's not hitting well right now. So just your thoughts on those 2 guys, what you saw in spring training, and does their call-up kind of bring a little pressure to Elliot Ramos, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Bader?
Well, I'll start with what I saw in spring training. I liked what I saw out of Brennan. Guy that has some big league time, knows how to hit, can play the outfield. I watched that guy, for, a week of batting practice, and he was out there every day shagging balls in batting practice. He might have been the only outfielder that I saw out there doing that on the field I was on. Drew Gilbert, I didn't see a lot of because he was injured. There was something wrong with him. I think it was his shoulder maybe or something. He didn't play for a while.
Yeah, shoulder.
So I didn't see much of him. Is it putting guys on notice? I don't think so. Not necessarily. You're going with guys that you could call up there because of injuries, and those are the 2 guys that are on the roster. So, you'll see moving forward what happens. But I know they got some other guys hitting down there. I know Barracoto's hitting, and the big donkey at first is hitting down there. So, it remains to be seen. But I think once we get through April, we'll have a better idea of what we're looking at long term.
I'm a big proponent, Rich, of especially early in the season, you got to let stuff settle in. But the Giants are, they're off to a relatively historic for the franchise bad start in terms of their offense. Now, it is still early to say historically, but just at this point in the season, I am, though, to the point where I'm wondering, when it comes to Patrick Bailey and Daniel Susac, because there has been such a huge discrepancy in their success at the plate or lack thereof for Bailey, I'm kind of just the hot guy plays right now. Is that a bad mode to go into with that position? Like the guy who's swinging the bat the best right now, you just kind of go with the hot hand?
Yeah, it's a little tough, I think, because, my daughter just got home. She just yelled at me.
She's like another minute and a half. We're good. Tell her it's just another minute.
She's a Bailey fan.
Yeah, she likes Bailey.
Yeah, it's fine. No, I think you got to be careful because, listen, Susac's hot right now, right? And Bailey's not hot, but he's also carrying over what we've seen from the last few years, right? We know what he brings defensively. I think, again, I think you need to make him, he may start against lefties, Susac, and maybe you give him, a guy in the rotation, which would have worked perfectly this week with Robbie Ray, but I think Susac played the night before, right? And then against a lefty, and then he couldn't play the next day because they'd have to get Bailey back in there.
Right.
So it'll be an interesting, events leading up to a lot of this stuff coming up soon. Like, I'll be interested to see what they do, because listen, Susac's no slouch behind the plate. Like, you're not a first round pick, for no reason.
Yeah, right.
You can catch and you can hit a little bit. So, and I watched him in spring training. He threw that guy out the other day from his knees. I mean, I watched him throw guys out in spring training, left and right. So he has talent behind the dish. So it's a matter of how much they value, I guess, a rookie and his hot streak against a guy who's got a couple Gold Gloves. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to.
Rich Aurelia, the voice you hear on the Uma guest line, all part of NBC Sports Bay Area's pre- and post-game coverage. Rich, I love seeing texts like this. I'm just going to read you one real quick from one of our listeners, because we were talking about baseball towns you've been to, and this guy came with the most vague explanation of a time he ran into you. I just want to see if you've the 925 text, he goes, dude, I saw Rich at a soup plantation in San Diego before a game one day in 06 or 07. It's a Sweet Tomatoes family. Ask him if he remembers.
Well, Rich?
Soup plantation, dude. I don't know, man.
I have no idea. I know at the time there was none of those around.
Yeah.
The gas lamps. So
Right.
that's where we stayed. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm up for a salad every once in a while.
Yeah, man. I'm with you.
Maybe go in there.
Get a soup or a salad, man. It's all good, Rich.
I always love when fans do that, right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, you remember I met you in 2000 outside the hotel in Chicago? I'm like, yeah, bud, sorry. Sorry about it. I don't remember.
Yeah, they didn't sign your
Must
hat.
have been magical.
You know what I mean? They didn't sign a ball for you. You know what I mean? It was a little different. Rich Aurelia, the voice you hear, we do with him every week. Rich, always fun catching up, man. Enjoy the weekend, and we will talk to you next week.
Thanks, Richie.
All right, guys. Take care, man.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it, man. The great Rich Aurelia. Love doing that with him.
Oh, yeah.
I do love when fans say that to listeners. He just he says, ask him if he remembers Mission Valley. Yes, it was outside of the gas. No, he doesn't remember.
No, dude, he doesn't remember.
He doesn't remember the meeting.
He's not giving you validation on the story. He's, I might have been there.
Don't you remember, dude? I signed your shirt. Yeah, I autographed for you.
I signed a lot of shirts.
That's hysterical. Yeah,
I got a bisque.
Yeah. Don't you remember? You got the chicken noodle. I got the bisque.
Man.
Come on, you got to remember this.
You don't remember your order from 20 years ago?
You said, "Can I get extra crostinis?" Remember we had that dude call in when we were talking about our meeting and run-in with the Marlins, man? That dude called in and said, who did he sit next to, like Owen Nolan or something, and order the exact same soup meal as him? Or like, what was the same exact lunch order as him? Was it Nolan? Do you remember, Tim? Or I felt like it was a Shark at some point. Could have been Thornton. Anyway, that was ridiculous. This guy now, he's coming back. He goes, this was 20 years ago. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, dude,
he doesn't
that's
remember.
a long time ago.
He doesn't remember it. We'll take a quick break. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us at 5:30. When we come on back, your sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, including Derek's old pal, Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out with you. By the way, I'm loving people checking in now with like times that they've met Rich Aurelius. 925 checks in, goes, speaking of Richie stories, saw him a couple of weeks ago in Napa.
Oh, recent, okay.
At the Foreigner concert, and I chatted with him. And to no surprise, went to a bar afterwards nearby, and he was there yucking it up with the lead guitarist from the show. And then he puts, "No sleep till."
All right.
I like that, dude.
Feels like the first time. That's Foreigner, right, Tim? Yes, okay, cool.
Yeah, Tim giving the thumbs up. All right, we are going to catch up with our guy Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. He'll join us.
A little double vision. Danny's double dips.
I don't know what I couldn't hear if Tim was talking to you. Did he say something to you?
Oh, sorry. Was that on over the air?
No, that was not over the air, and it was only in your ears.
My bad, okay.
So you
was only for Derek.
You responded to something that nobody has any idea what.
I had no idea if Tim was on the air or not.
Well, we have this bit called the Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds that... You guys got something going on?
No.
Tea party? You still talking to him?
No, go for it.
You good?
Yeah, we're good.
Tim, you don't ever just talk to me?
Man, I don't even have an opinion.
It's a Sound Soiree.
He's going Marvin now?
Just open up this for me.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
You were a friend of mine.
What?
Soiree, honey, I think that means...
Man, I don't even have an opinion.
The sports leader.
Sound Soiree for Thursday, April 16th, 2026, and it starts in France. Well,
kind of.
It starts in L.A. Vive la France. We have the French call.
We have the French call of Steph Curry's dagger three.
Is this the dagger three from the left side, way deep, where he hands it off to Draymond, the pass back to Steph, the little two-man they run?
And this guy refers to Steph Curry as the devil.
Dude, frankly, met the devil. He's a bad guy, not a good guy.
Not a good guy.
He's not a good guy.
He got horns.
Frankly, lots of heat down there. A lot of good heat.
It's a hot place.
Bad guy, the devil. All right, here's the French call of Steph's dagger three from the devil.
Attention au tir de Steph Curry. Oh non, mais non. Ouais, ce diable de Curry qui nous fait mal. C'est pas possible. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry.
So that translates to, no, Steph Curry is the devil.
Oh, Monsieur Curry.
He is the devil?
Oh, Mademoiselle, huh? I don't know. I got nothing on that.
No.
I got nothing on French.
Yeah.
Or in French. Okay.
I didn't take French in high school or college.
No, me neither. Tim, what'd you take, Spanish?
Spanish and Italian.
And how's your Italian? What was your best subject in school?
Good question, Coach.
What was your best subject?
Probably journalism.
Yeah, but what was your best subject in school? Not what elective did you take in high school that was fun to do? Not I was great in your book.
Probably English.
You know? English?
Yeah.
Okay. Tim, what about you? What was your best? You weren't a math or science man, were you?
No, I definitely wasn't a math guy.
I was fantastic at geography. Really good.
Yeah, I get that. I can see Tim good at geography.
What was yours?
Mine was definitely English and history.
Okay.
English by far my best, and then history probably behind it. Just memorization stuff. And I liked history. I like U.S. history. I like world history. Geography, not bad, but we never had geography as a regular class, I feel like, as a kid. It was just part of social studies or whatever we used to have.
Yeah, a lot of history.
Yeah, we do stuff like that. Science and math. And here's the thing, dude. I sort of really wish, here's my statement about fixing school. I really wish when I got to 7th grade and they realized this kid's probably not going to be an engineer, because you kind of know by the time you're doing 7th or 8th grade math. Couldn't they just taught me how credit cards work, how interest work? Couldn't they have just taught me stuff that? Wouldn't that have been beneficial to me?
No, we're
how to balance a checkbook.
We're going to teach you a bunch of crap that you don't need later on in life.
How interest works, or how home loans work. Wouldn't that be more beneficial to me than but you don't know the area of this isosceles triangle?
Yeah,
I'd be I don't need to.
Honestly,
what do I need
math.
that for? What do I need that?
Obviously, the basics of math, like you need to know how to count and everything.
I'm good. That's the thing, dude. I worked in retail for years. I worked at a coffee shop. Like, I'm great with
There's
money
a lot
math.
of crap you don't need in
money
math.
I'm great with. Like, practical math, I'm fine with.
Right.
Like, I'm fine with percentages. I'm fine with statistic things, like for baseball and figuring out things or rounding, stuff like that. Generic, like getting through my life math, I'm good with.
Yeah.
But I never, ever, ever needed an equation with a letter in it. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty good with multiples of 7.
That's fine. Yeah, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35, 42, 49, 53.
It's just football
Yeah,
scores,
56, 63. Yeah, dude, I always, when we had to do the times tables, that was my best one because of the sevens. I'm absolutely with you. It's my favorite ones.
Yep.
Only up to like 84, though.
Yeah, that's when
Then you get
trails
to
off a little
91,
bit.
then I'm like, once you get to 12, I don't need it.
The scores never go that high anyway.
Also, they used to be like, you're never going to have a calculator in your pocket wherever you go.
Oh, really?
Where am
You're
I now?
wrong, Miss Pizzatola.
I was going to say, dude, you ready for mine?
What's up?
You're wrong, Miss Coons.
Ooh.
Yeah, dude, that was...
Wrong again.
Didn't she show up to a recent show we did?
No, that was Mrs. Faber, my first grade teacher showed up. Who I haven't seen since first grade.
It's incredible that you remember all their names because I know some of my teachers' names from back in the day, but if someone showed up and like, do you remember me, Derek? I was your 4th grade teacher. I'd be like, Mrs. Powers, maybe?
Who's the one that got on you about the Saddam mask?
Oh, Miss Pizzatola.
Miss Pizzatola. And what was your teacher's name in Indonesia for the time? The time you learned.
I was
there?
homeschooled.
Yeah,
I was homeschooled.
Oh, it was mom.
I learned on the streets.
The streets of Indonesia.
Yeah.
That's how I learned how to counterfeit bills.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on.
Derek, dude. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. How about Kawhi Leonard? He was asked about his future with the Clippers after the game last night. Here's what he had to say.
You're going into the last year of the contract that you signed a couple of years ago with the team. You are extension eligible. I was just wondering, is this a place that you would like to stay going forward into the future?
Let me cry about this loss a little bit more. We're going to have our discussions when that time comes.
I was just about to ask.
I was hoping we could get that at the end of
I was
that,
just about to
too.
ask,
Thank you.
how does he cry? Does it sound similar? Like, let me cry this a little bit.
That actually was the cry. Wait, that's a different one. That's a different clip.
It's more of an emotional cry there. He could have easily just said, like, yeah, I'd love to finish my career with the Clippers, but we'll see what happens. You know, obviously a lot going on with the franchise, and we'll see what happens this offseason. When guys don't give an answer, that's usually an indication that they're ready to leave. And I think everything going on with him and aspiration, the bad look of that, and let's be honest, this Clippers team is not very good. He's probably ready to move on. I'm with Marcus Thompson, though. Every time we ask him about Kawhi Leonard, he's like, you think Kawhi wants to come to the Warriors? And I guess in that situation, being traded, he'd have to settle for the mid-level. I don't know how that works with the aprons and whatnot, or being traded or being a free agent. He's not getting cut by the Clippers, but
I'd be traded most likely.
Yeah.
It would be like a sign and trade or something like that. Or trade and sign.
And I guess the mid-level will be like he's got 1 year left on his deal, so you just play it out. You can't sign him to a long-term extension if you're the Warriors here. So, yeah, I don't see that happening either. Of all the things that are on the table this offseason, Giannis, LeBron, Kawhi, I guess Kawhi is the most feasible. I just don't think any of them are going to, result in a championship.
The Warriors with LeBron are listed as one of the top places he could end up. It's like the Warriors, the Lakers, and the Cavs. But I'm like, is he really going to go back to Cleveland?
I could see that as the most logical one.
Really?
Yeah.
Across the country from his family again? Like, I just don't see that.
But that's the
really
best
happening.
ending for him.
Yeah.
He cares about the narrative and the legacy and all that
Yeah,
crap.
I guess he really does. That is something important to him. 925 checks in and says, oh, wow, dude, 3 guys who were on the radio weren't good at science and math.
You caught me.
Yeah, dude, you got us. Dude.
You caught me.
That's why we're here, dude. 510 says, if you never needed an equation with a letter in it, it's a good thing you're not a rocket scientist. Much better at a sports talk host. That's our guy, PC Nomad. Hey, Depop, do you remember the name, says 530, of the coach who mispronounced your last name?
Mr.
Papa!
Mr. Burlingame. And it was a lot of those Texas high school coaches that for whatever reason mispronounced everybody's name. So instead of Papa, it was, hey, Papa! Papa! And when I couldn't get the drills right in like a football, scenario, he was like, how do you go home at night, huh? How do you find the bus every night? You that stupid? Get out of here, Papa.
Jesus, that's what he yelled at you?
They were brutal.
That's pretty mean, dude. That's pretty funny, dude. And his name was Mr. Burlingame?
Mr. Burlingame.
Sounds totally made up.
No,
dude.
it's 100% true.
Mr. Burlingame.
And he had a stroke earlier in life, so that one half of his face was like totally just still. He was like, oh, Papa! Huh? You can't follow these damn drills?
Come on, man.
That was him.
What do you do, man?
That was him.
So half his face didn't move.
No, half his face did not move.
So he just yelled out on one side of his face?
Yeah.
And he thought you were a dumbass.
He thought I was a dumbass. And you know, like just like my dad saying, like, "Oh, you think this is funny with all the poo water falling on him?" I'm like, I can't help but laugh at Mr. Burlingame. Sorry.
It is a good character, man. One more here in the South Soiree before Marcus Thompson joins us. Jamarcus Russell.
We were talking about
former
him.
number 1 overall pick who, after he was selected, looked right at Derek and Greg Papa, dapped up Greg Papa and said,
"I came to play football,
Coach.
I
came to play football, Coach." Jamarcus Russell was on, you guys know this pod, the Raw Room podcast. You guys have heard us talk about this before, right? I bring it up all the time.
Yeah, come on now.
The Raw Room podcast is one of my favorites. This and Kay Adams. Not to be confused with Kay Adams, by the way.
Right.
He confronts the host, Jamarcus Russell does on the Raw Room podcast. I won't say the host's name because that's not important. He confronts the host who called him the biggest bust of all time. Here's Jamarcus.
I'm mad as a motherfucker, too. I ain't played for 4 years. I'm mad as So don't you think I'm mad enough you come play with me, I'll get at your ass? You feel me? You don't think I'm mad as a motherfucker that really done something to me? That you come up and talk crazy, that play with me like I won't do something to you, my like with me? Yeah. Man, that's harassment. You harassing me.
Oh, God. I feel like I got to defend myself now.
Yeah. So it's like, man, you know, hey, brother, I'll be a bus, but let me be that at your house. Don't see me out in public. Don't be know what to say to you a lot of times. They don't know how to speak to you. They can't just say, "What's up, man?" and just be cool. Don't come up to me saying, "Oh, what up, the biggest budget, Marcus Russell?" If you say anything, put the big, nah, I'm going to bust in your mouth the biggest.
So, yeah, the host of the show called him the biggest bust of all time, and he was like, yeah, you can do that when we're in, like, you know, we're kicking it, like, at my house, but, like, in public, I don't like that. I don't like people coming up to me and be like, "Hey, Jamarcus Russell, the biggest bust of all time." Now, this quote...
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, that's a tough life to be. To be everywhere he goes, people are like, "Yo, you're the big..." I mean, dude, it's like Ryan Leaf. He's turned his whole life around. Every time he comments, people want to bring up the worst moments of his life. Every time he says something people disagree with.
Didn't he just get into a fight with Dr. Chow at Radio Row?
Dude, yeah, I remember that. Well, I think it was a verbal altercation.
Not anything major.
Did get heated.
The thing about this quote,
I think we saw him.
I wanted to make sure that we actually got the quote of this with Jamarcus Russell, because there was a quote circulating on social media that Jamarcus Russell said, "You're going to call me the biggest bust of all time? I'm a bust in your mouth."
That's what he said at the end of that statement.
No, he said, "I'm going to bust you in your mouth." I'm going to bust in your mouth. That's very different.
I don't know. I heard what I heard.
Yeah, okay.
Hit us again with that last statement, Tim.
He's grabbing it. Bust in your mouth and bust you in your mouth are very different.
As a guy who was better at English than at math and science, I will agree they do mean two different things.
Yeah, I would think so.
I just didn't hear it the same way because I thought I was hearing the bust.
Bust in your mouth the biggest.
Bust in your mouth.
No.
Tim, give me it one more time.
Bust in your mouth the biggest.
Bust in your mouth the big one.
Oh, maybe you did.
One more time?
Well, that does
Bust in your mouth the biggest.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that does sound bad.
Tough deal. 408 on the text line says, dude, Mr. Belvedere, it's not Mr. Belvedere, Mr. Burlingame is your other teacher, and Mr. Hillsborough, or maybe Mr. Cupertino.
Mr. Cupertino.
I like that, dude. That's your Sound Soiree for Thursday, April 16th, 2026. It does mean something different.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us. It's Dirty Work on a Thursday, and it's only here on the Bus Leader.
Bust in your mouth the biggest.
back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country of The Athletic, joins us on the UMA guest line. A good day to do so after the Warriors get a win in the play-in as a 10 seed over the Clippers in L.A. Marcus joins us. What's up, Marcus? How you doing, man? You getting up for these play-ins, bro?
You know, at first I wasn't. I was just, I mean, can I just be honest? I was ready for the season to be done.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We all were, Marcus. We all were.
I'm ready for it to be over.
Let's, what are we doing here? Let's just bow out like gentlemen, right? Like, let's get ready for the next phase of the year.
Yeah.
But I had a sneaking suspicion in the back of my mind that Steph Curry would do something and send me to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, he don't care about you, about your time off, man. He don't,
don't
worry about that. He don't care about where you got to fly to. He don't care about your ice skating project or whatever, you know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? then, you know, he sits to start the fourth quarter, and they go down like 12, and I'm like...
He's not perfect. Yeah.
Okay, yes, here we go. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's go. I get some time to myself.
Marcus on Expedia, looking at some vacation, looking at spots, you know what I mean?
I don't blame him. I don't blame him. It's a long season, man.
Next thing I know, I'm booking a flight to Phoenix.
Yeah.
Now I'm in it. I'm in it now. Now
we all are
now.
now.
Don't play with me. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm looking to take him to the brink. You better get ready for those. You better book hotels for Game 6 and 7. You know what I mean? And
what? OKC already?
6 and 7. I'm planning June. Like, we going to New York or Boston. What we doing?
He's like, man, where am I going to stay in June when I'm out there for the finals, bro? Now
you know
that they go on this run.
I got my Detroit hotel booked. Let me see. Let's go. I'm ready. I'm ready for wherever we end up.
Pistons and Warriors? Come on.
It's Pistons and Warriors, the series you've waited for all year long. Okay, let me ask you this, Marcus, because we had Sam Amick on earlier, and I'm wondering, like, in terms of what last night meant, did it happen in a vacuum, or is that anything that can go into maybe what this core could be for next year if you don't land one of those big superstars? Is this a viable, repeatable core for next year?
I think if nothing else, like they've got some fresh evidence to argue for it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like and they felt it. They were very happy about that. Surprisingly, right? You would think that they would try to play it cool. You know, they've done that before. You know, play it cool, like, you know, they get to the podium and get public and it's like, you know, we got a long way to go. You know, they love the Kobe line, job's not finished, you know, players like to not act like this stuff affects them. But the Warriors, you know, they felt it, and they weren't bashful about sharing. Like, yeah, we just want a play-in game, and we feel it. Part of it is because that was Kawhi on the other side, right? That's somebody legit. It wasn't like you beat Charlotte, right? Like in this up-and-coming team, like they beat a bona fide champion, right? And then also they won in a place they hadn't won. Right, it had been, you know, like the Intuit Dome hadn't been kind to the Warriors, but so I think now they're going to the offseason like, see, I mean, if you give us what we need, we can still do this because you know they don't have Jimmy Butler, right? Like, you know, Kristaps Porzingis looked like he's just like that was his best performance.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, you could make the case, and I think they will. Like, all right, we got more time. And, you know, without that game, if they go out there and, you know, lay an egg and look old and washed, it's probably a harder case to make, right? That, hey, just go get us some pieces. So that to me was the interesting part. You could tell that this idea that they've been living on got a little renewed life. Like, yeah, we told you we could still do this if we got the squad.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. So me and Copes have kind of had differing opinions today about last night and the significance of it. Where, yes, it's
let me guess where you are on this.
No,
You're
Marcus.
Like,
no, hold on. So
come on.
Hold on. No, I
want Marcus to guess.
Okay. Go ahead and guess. Who was more negative?
I thought you were just gonna be like blame Kuminga.
Well, yeah.
That's probably, So it's probably Steve's fault for not developing Kuminga.
I would have, yeah. No, but okay, so my take last night was it wasn't about, like, it's not an all-time Warriors moment in the postseason or a Steph Curry all-time moment, but it's not the nostalgia of it all, where we don't have many of these left, so cherish the moments with Steph, Draymond, and Steve in these games that mean something. Copes is more like it's a play-in. Like, we're talking about play-in here. Like, that's
how I'm like, what?
It's a 9-10 matchup.
37 wins. What are we doing?
So how should we feel about yesterday's win, Marcus?
Tell us how to feel.
Nah. This is how you should feel. You should feel like 5 heartbeats at the end when they like at the family picnic and they like, man, hey Eddie, get up here, let's do it one more time. And he like, y'all sure y'all want to hang with old Eddie Kane? And you get in front and you can still hit the spin. Like, that matters.
Like, do one more time. Hit us one more again. Okay.
Yeah, it's genuine, still gyrating on the stage, right? Like, it's going out there to play hoop with your nephews and you still getting buckets on them.
Drama, being estranged. Yeah, no, you got to get up there. Yeah, one more time. Give us one more spin at the barbecue, Eddie. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Is 5 Heartbeats not like nights like this? That song?
Yes.
All right, there we go. Got it.
Look at you. You know black people. I love you.
Yeah.
I just had to clarify.
Yeah, right. He's flexing now. He's puffing his
chest.
chest.
I'm not flexing. I didn't know. I was just clarifying.
Let me get out there with some nephews on the court and hit a couple shots. I'm not gonna act like, I'm gonna act like it was my championship. You heard Steve. Steve was like, for one night, we're champions again.
Yeah.
Like, that wasn't. It's the feeling, and part of it is because how serious they take it. Like, they don't look at this stuff like this is beneath me. I don't do play-in. They look at it. They have the ability to turn a play-in game into like fate of the earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like, they can do that. And because of that, they can kind of get that same joy. To me, that's what's admirable about them. Like, how many people just bow out? Like, you know what? I'm not playing it.
Yeah.
You can soft quit this thing tough. They're out there like the Monstars is here, right? Like, this was real to them. And I thought that was impressive. And I also thought that's a sign of, like, when you're older and you see the end is near, like, you just value, like, the mushy parts a little bit more. And the fact that they were able to do that, like, Steve Kerr was ready to go again. Like, he was ready.
Oh, yeah.
He was fired up.
At the table. Like, Steve was lit. I'm sure he was thinking, I get that's a couple extra million right there. Steve was counting. Pay me. Like, Steve should have walked off flashing the money signs like Luka.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Well, no, to that point, Marcus, like, I know that Steve Kerr was pounding the table last night, be like, that's why Steph Curry plays. And I feel like everybody got that validation last night. Like, yes, a lot of teams in the NBA this year are tanking, and that's the soft route to take. We're actually still trying to compete at this stage in our careers.
Especially like Steph Curry, right?
Yes.
Like, this is somebody who, he's already done it all. So he could say, I got 4 championships. I've given this league everything. Like, I don't have to do this. And that kind of, like, mindset, that mojo to say, you know what, like, this is almost like our duty. We're responsible for bringing it, right? Like, Draymond didn't have to take that Kawhi matchup the way he did. And like he said, like, he could play well and Kawhi could get out there and embarrass him, and social media gonna talk crazy about him, right? He's out here campaigning for all NBA defense, and then Kawhi cooks him in front of everybody. Like, there's some risk there. There's a reason not to go so hard, but they just don't operate like that. That's why they are who they are, because it's like the old Bill Russell adage, right? If there's a game to play, we might as well go win it. Like, that's how they approach basketball.
Yeah. Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. Now you got me on 5 Heartbeats. I think Steph is like looking at the Clippers and the Suns. He's like, hold my cane. Step outside, I kick both these asses. You know what I mean? Like you stole something.
Beat you like you stole something.
Yeah, like you stole something. But he says, hold my cane. Does he say that first or take my cane?
Yeah, hold my cane.
Hold my cane.
Step outside.
Step outside with both your asses. So how we feel about the matchup against Phoenix? I mean, like we said last week, this is why this didn't seem outlandish. It's funny to watch it happen the way it did, but what? Steph couldn't go beat the Clippers and Phoenix once? Like, that doesn't seem crazy. I think it seems normal now, you know?
I do feel like the difference, though, like we look at this and be like, yeah, of course Steph could go crazy. I think the difference is, like, when he went crazy before, like Steph used to score 40, and that's ball game. But when you got Clay and you got Andre Iguodala, right, and you got all these people, like, they know how to maximize that. They can take advantage of that. The difference is now Steph can score 40, and you still need those other people. And teams are just like, yeah, we're just going to let these other guys feast. I think they won because Al Horford hit 4 threes. They won because Guy Santos put up 20 off the bench, right? Because Brandon Podziemski played ball. And I do think that's the significant, like, that's the message moving forward. Like, number one, they just can't do this every night, right? They can't just go out there and just will all season. You know, there's some limitations. But they are beholden to the people around them. And that's why getting players like Jimmy Butler, like, it matters, right? Going out to get some young talent, it matters because they now need that. If they don't get if they lose one of those good games, you take off Al Horford's fourth quarter, you take off Porzingis' good showing, or even Podziemski. You take him off, like, maybe Steph's 35 ain't enough. And we've seen that before, right? So I do think that's a bit of a difference. So now you're looking at Phoenix, the question becomes, where does Guy Santos 20 come from? Does he get it again? Does DeAnthony Melton play better? Like, can they consistently provide the punch when the other team is saying, we're taking Steph away? That's going to be the question, because Steph is going to be ready for Dillon Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
You know that, right? Like, but they got a lot of other good games. They had some stuff to punish teams with, and they got to do it again. And that's where the big question mark, can they do it again in these supporting pieces?
Last one for you, Marcus. On the other side, the Clippers, long season, the whole Chris Paul thing and Kawhi Leonard. And Kawhi Leonard was asked about his future with the team and said, he wanted to cry a little bit more about this loss. Do you think last night was Kawhi Leonard's last game with the Clippers? And at this point, like, yes, we know the Warriors will be in on Kawhi Leonard, but would it make sense for him at this point?
It's going to be tough because the Clippers have shown that they're willing to pay him. Wink, wink, right? Like,
yeah.
So they have his rights. It's tough. Is it easier for Kawhi for the Clippers to build around Kawhi than it is for Kawhi to go somewhere else? And he'd have to sacrifice some money. He has to be less concerned about money. And, maybe he's gotten enough, right? Wink, wink. Maybe that's what that whole business is about. It's just tough to see, like, he loves being near home. He's gonna get to San Diego. Like, that's just who he is. So that kind of cuts off half the nation. I don't know. I guess we'll know more about where Kawhi is in his career and how he's thinking about how he handles this. But there just is a sense that, like, you don't need that much more around Kawhi. Like, they suffered because, like, Benedict Mathurin is what you're banking on. And he was hot, but then when the fourth quarter happened, like, that's a big difference. So can they recruit another player to a place where the pockets are as deep as ever? That just feels more feasible. So it's hard. Are they going to trade Kawhi? I don't know. I think he ends up staying just because it's the easiest route for him to win.
Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear, we do with him every week here on Dirty Work. Marcus, enjoy Phoenix, and then OKC, man. Safe travels all the way around.
Hey, Derek, what time are my hours? What time are my hours?
What time are your hours?
Well, what time? Oh, so you ain't watched the... Come on, remember Big Red hung about the balcony?
It's been a minute, man.
It's been a minute.
Of my hours.
I just know the song, man. Nights like this, I wish the raindrops would fall.
Wait, is Steph Big Red? Is Steph holding people over the
Steph
balcony?
is. Yeah, Steph is, dude. He's holding Devin Booker over the balcony, dude. He's like, "What time my hours? What time I leave for OKC? What time we leaving?" Marcus Thompson, we do it every week. Marcus, we'll catch you later, man.
Later, Marcus.
All right, peace.
All right, good. You have a great Marcus Thompson.
Nights like this, I wish.
Dirty work with you on a Thursday. Dude, I tell you what, when you do 3 short ones, 4 hours seems long.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, man. I'm sick of you already. All right, let's take a quick break when we come on back. Thank God, only 45
It's a marathon
tomorrow.
today. Jesus.
We'll take a break when we come on back. We'll put the show to bed. Next, it's Dirty Work on a Thursday, the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors advanced to the NBA play-in tournament last night, 126-121 over the Clippers. Steph Curry led the way with 35 points, including 7 threes. Golden State will face Phoenix on Friday. The winner will advance to play Oklahoma City. For everything Dubs, keep it locked right here on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Ooh, change up. Ooh.
Dirty work putting the show to bed on a Thursday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We'll be back with you tomorrow for a really short show. 2:45.
A little
Giants
longer.
pregame. A little longer than yesterday and the day before. But
5 more minutes.
Much shorter than today. Same number of commercial breaks, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, so another change for me. Or are they going to try to work in that third one on us, Tim? What do you think? They might try to work in that 44 on us, huh?
If that's the case, then the show will be even shorter.
Yeah, that'll be even less to do. So we'll try to have some fun tomorrow in the 45 minutes we have on a Friday. Get you some fun sound soiree and some stuff. After nothing really to get into tonight, Sharks playing their final game. They're up 2-1 right now.
I'll keep it going, Tim.
As they're wrapping up the season.
Nights like this, I wish. It's like this, I wish.
Larry Krueger coming up next.
Raindrops would fall.
With a little Niners Nightly. I bet this sounds really funny to the people on YouTube who have no idea. They can't hear the music at all.
I never think about that audience.
Derek singing. By the way, shout out our guy Rosenbag, who I'm sure we'll see next Thursday, 1 week from today. Our KNBR 49er draft party goes down at Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, 1502 Saratoga Ave. Me, Tim, Derek, Marcus will be out there.
Yep.
We'll just be hanging, drinking, watching the draft, doing some live check-ins, eating. Just all around good time at the draft party. We'll see Rosenbag down there. He checked in a little bit ago on the YouTube chat. What did he say? He said, does anybody else just pull into their driveway and...
You guys ever just sit in your car in your driveway and listen to Dirty Work? My wife doesn't get it. Well, Rosenbag, we appreciate it, man.
It's all right. It's all right, Mrs. Bag.
Yeah, come on.
Mrs. Bag. Come on, Mrs. Bag.
Come join.
Come on, dude. We got something for everybody.
Join on the Dirty
Shout
Work.
out to all the callers today as well. Appreciate you guys. All right, why don't we get out of here? Hand it over to Larry Krueger with Niners and Diners Nightly. Tim, you got a note to self for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self, I really do think the Warriors have a shot as long as they get contributions from everybody on the roster, like Bazingas.
Bazingas.
He said Bazingas
Bazingas,
and
effing, the other guy.
That guy's a great caller.
All time. All time, Bert. Call in anytime, man.
Bert, dude. That was Ernie.
I know it was Ernie.
What you got, Derek?
Note to self.
Note to self.
Really, note to Jamarcus Russell. I'm a bust in your mouth. Oh, is very different than I'm a bust you in your mouth. Very different.
Bust in your mouth, the bigger.
Well, and somebody said for Jamarcus on the text line, they quoted that caller we had months ago.
Yeah.
Said that's a tough nut to swallow.
Yeah.
You're damn right.
Careful there, Jamarcus.
You're damn right it is, Jamarcus. You have that on
It's
call?
kind of a tough nut to swallow.
Tim, nicely done, dude.
I came to play football, Coach.
Good work. Good work, Tim. Well done. And note to self.
Note to self.
I just got to get to know the market better, man. I just got to really... You know me, a guy who doesn't understand the market.
Yeah.
That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Thanks to our guests today. Really fun conversations with Sam Amick, Marcus Thompson, and, of course, our guy Rich Aurelia. All of those are available, thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. We'll be back tomorrow doing 45 minutes of the Dirty Work.
Hell yeah, mama.
From 2 until 2:45 before the Giants take on the Nationals at our nation's capital. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the Dirty Work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly starts right now.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the Sports Leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. 808 KNBR. Does Copes know the market? Let's dig deep. No, of course, we're not taking your phone calls on that. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. Always good stuff. Padres and Mariners going right now. Padres are hot. Welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger back with you on this Thursday. And do we have an incredible show for you? 1 week from tonight, we will be in Santa Clara in the conference room, literally steps across the hall from the 49er War Room. Will they let us go in there and check out the boards? No, they will not. In fact, my guess is if JD's got to go to the bathroom in the middle of the show, he will get an escort. I will get an escort. Todd Husak will get an escort. They might let Todd go by himself. But we're going to have a hell of a show for you next Thursday night, live from Ninerland. And, of course, while we're doing that, Copes and Marcus and Depop are going to be doing a little draft party down with Tim Webb down in the South Bay. So that's going on. So you get the dual action, double barrel Niner draft coverage on the Sports Leader on Thursday night. Mike Kohler Productions. I believe the great Walter will be producing for us down in the conference room. And man, I could probably write a book from all the different nights I've been there doing this exact same show. I remember when I asked Jim Harbaugh what he liked about A.J. Jenkins and how it was clear as day to me that he had no idea who A.J. Jenkins was. Really fast. Ooh, yeah. Good conference. Guy came out of a Big Ten. It's a good conference. Yeah. That was it. Fast. Big conference. You just drafted this guy in the first round. That's all you got? Fast and big conference? I remember that one like it was yesterday. I can remember when the Niners passed on Aaron Rodgers for Alex Smith. Oh, my gosh. And waited for 2 hours to come in to share the news with us because they still had a deal working to trade back maybe for Aaron Rodgers. And then it fell apart in the draft when Tampa decided to go with Cadillac Williams instead of making the trade with the Niners. And thus they came in, or then I should say they came in and said, Alex is our guy. Well, wait a second. What about the last couple hours? Was he your guy then? Well, we weren't really quite sure. So it's always pretty juicy, and we will be down there. Now, I'm kind of hoping that it turns into a big dud. And you say, what? Come on. Why are you rooting for draft night to be a dud? Because I think the best move for the Niners would be to see who falls to them at 27. And then I think the best move would be to trade down a handful of spots with either the Jets or the Cardinals, one of those teams that wants to trade up for maybe Ty Simpson, and then fall down into the 30s. You know, if you could take 27 and somehow turn that into 33 and 44, I think that's where I'd like to be picking if I were the 49ers. A couple picks in that second round would be really nice. You would then have 3 picks in the second round and 4 picks in the fourth round. So a lot of different ways to play their hand, and we're going to discuss a lot of it tonight. The great Todd Husak is going to be our guest, former Stanford star, former NFL draft choice in the 2000 draft. He was picked a couple picks around where Tom Brady was picked in round 6 of that draft. But we always start, and he's going to join us in a bit. We'll get his thoughts on this thing. And I just want to, I don't know what direction he wants to take it, or I'm not even sure if we'll pepper him with a bunch of questions. I just want to get his perspective on, we're a week out from the draft. What does he think the Niners are going to do? So we'll get into that with Todd Husak. We always start with today in 49er news. And I thought maybe we could kind of, we're starting to get down to the nitty gritty on the draft, right? And there's not a lot of news right now because everybody's kind of hunkering down. It's either the lying season or there's last second workouts. And, so there's not a lot of real stuff that's out there. But I think you can, just based on the people that I've talked to and what I've read and what I glean, and maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. I guess we'll find out next Thursday. But if you said, what positions will the Niners draft and what positions will they not draft in the first round? Okay. I don't think they're looking for a quarterback. Shrew. I mean, I'm all over this. Nobody knows the Niners like me. I don't think they're going quarterback in round 1. This just in. I don't think they're going running back in round 1. I don't think Kenyon Sadiq's going to fall to them, the Oregon kid. I don't think they're going tight end in round 1. I don't think they're going corner in round one. They got a lot of corners now. They just brought in Nate Hobbs. They just signed Jack Jones. They got 8 corners, 7 or 8 corners. Jacob Robinson, the undrafted kid from BYU. Watch out for him in year 2. He's going to look good. So I think they're pretty set at corner, quarterback, running back, tight end, cornerback. I don't think they have needs. Now, I don't think they're going to draft an offensive tackle unless Trent Williams is either retiring or moving on. If Trent Williams is returning, I don't believe they would draft an offensive tackle in the first round. I just don't. I don't believe that they would go offensive tackle in round 1. They're not going to use their biggest draft capital on somebody that can't play. So it's got to be somebody who can play guard. Now, it could be a future tackle that can play guard, but that's always difficult. And I don't know that Caden Proctor is going to fall to them. In fact, I'm pretty sure the Lions are going to take him in the teens. So I don't think Proctor, who probably could play left guard and then slide to left tackle eventually, I don't know that he falls to 27. And I'm not too excited about the Caleb Lomu idea. But if Trent Williams is returning, I just don't think the Niners are going offensive tackle. I think there's more pressing needs in other areas. And then wide receiver. They brought an awful lot of wide receivers for top 30 visits. But man, if they draft a wide receiver in the first round, they got 6 on the roster. They got 9 technically, but they got 6 real receivers on the roster plus Ayuk right now. Evans, Kirk, Pearsall, Cowing, Watkins, DeMarcus Robinson. And that's if they don't draft a wide receiver. You got 6. Most teams keep 5 and maybe 6. And usually that guy's got to play special teams, that last guy in the roster. So are they really going to draft one of these non-special teams, first-round wide receivers, the Chris Brazzles of the world? Are they, Omar Cooper, Jeremy Bernard, are they going to go with these guys in round 1? I would say most likely not. So what positions could they draft in the first round? Well, it's really hard to say, but I would say left guard, edge rusher, safety, and then maybe D tackle, maybe inside linebacker if the right guy were there. So that's kind of how I see it. Now, how many possible players do I think, what do I have it down to? Okay, this is what I think. If you said to me, okay, how many guys do you think it potentially could be? I thought about that before the show. Okay, I think they could go with either Chase Bisontis or Keelan Rutledge at guard. So that's 2 guards. I think they could go with either Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Toledo or maybe AJ Halsey from LSU at safety. In round, we're talking about round 1 now, or maybe even at the top part of round 2 if they traded back. I think there's a handful of defensive ends. I mean, I would say it's likely to be an edge rusher. Zion Young, Cassius Howell, Keldrick Falk, Gabe Akis, TJ Parker from Clemson, and Akeem Mesidor. And of that group, I would say Mesidor probably makes the most sense because he's really polished. He's older. He's playing at a really high level. He doesn't need a lot of tutelage or development. He should be ready to go. Now, he might be the lowest upside of that group, but he might be the guy who's most ready to contribute. And they want somebody, I would imagine, who's ready to roll right away. That's why you go after a Mike Evans. You're bringing in a Dre Greenlaw. Those aren't moves for the future. Those are moves that say we're trying to win right now. And then I would say there's I think that John Lynch was at that Georgia Pro Day. Was he there to see Kristen Miller? The big defensive tackle. I think that could be the case. Was he there to see CJ Allen, who's a phenomenal player, the inside linebacker who ran in the 4.4s today at the workout that he did right before the draft because he had been dinged up. That's possible. So I think it's one of those guys. So what do you got there? You got 2 guards, you got 2 safeties, and you got 6 edge rushers, and you got 2 flyers. So you got basically a dozen guys. My guess, it will be one of those 12 guys. Chase Bisontis, Keelan Rutledge, AJ Halsey, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, one of these defensive ends. Zion Young, Cassius Howell, Akeem Mesidor, Keldrick Falk, Gabe Akis, TJ Parker, or maybe Kristen Miller from Georgia, or maybe CJ Allen from Georgia. They're just really special players, in my opinion. So that's what I think that's kind of what I look at this thing and say, okay, that's what I see going in. Couple notes from today. Matt Mayoko reported yesterday that he believes the Niners could potentially trade a linebacker for an additional day 3 pick. And he named D. Winters, Nick Martin, and Tatum Bethune as candidates. Well, that's interesting. The Niners also have Garrett Wallow as a special teamer. They've got a couple special teams linebackers. They're pretty loaded at linebacker, which makes the C.J. Allen option in the first round not look very viable, but you never know. Maybe they're moving one of these linebackers because they plan on drafting a linebacker. I'll say this. I think C.J. Allen's a great player. Matt says that D. Winters, between Martin and Winters and Bethune, would probably fetch the most as far as a day 3 draft choice. So that sounds like something that may happen. You may, Matty's pretty tied into this thing. If he says they may move a linebacker, I would imagine they may move a linebacker. Barrows is reporting that he's skeptical that the Niners will draft an offensive tackle in round 1, just due to the fact that they've got more pressing needs elsewhere. And, there's a lot of talk about Caleb Lomu. A lot of Caleb Lomu to the Niner talk. And Matty says he's kind of skeptical that they'll go offensive tackle because I think he sees the same thing I see. They're going for it this year. They don't want to take their biggest draft asset and say, we want this for the future. I mean, that's a luxury move, and they're not in a luxury move mode from where I'm sitting. All right, somebody asked me also on social media in the last 24 hours, Crew, give me a few players that you think are likely to be Niners, okay, and make it make sense. All right, I'm going to give you 6 before we take a break here. I'll give you six guys that I think potentially make sense to the 49ers, and they're not necessarily in the first round. In fact, none of these guys are in the first round. I'll give you 6 of them. Wide receiver Reggie Virgil, Texas Tech, makes a lot of sense for the Niners. He's a big receiver. He's probably going to be a 4th-round pick. Might be an undrafted player. Might be a late day 3 pick. They'll definitely have opportunities to take him on day 3 if they want him. He's a big receiver. He has been working in this offseason with Mike Evans. And Evans has been tutoring him, and I could see that being a very good fit. You bring Evans to town, you bring a young receiver that he can work with that knows Mike Evans. I mean, that could be a very good thing. I like Reggie Virgil. There's a number of people that I've talked to that really like him. He played opposite Caleb Douglas this year for Texas Tech. And he's not a burner, 4 or 5 guy, but he's a really good player. And he can high point the ball and he makes plays down the field. So Reggie Virgil, player I could definitely see with the Niners. Austin Barber, swing tackle Florida, probably going to be there in the 4th round and might be the 49ers offensive tackle option or choice in the 4th round. He has been training this offseason with Joe Staley. Staley, of course, is tight with Shanahan. And I got to think Staley probably gave Barber a pretty good recommendation. And I think Barber makes sense. He's tough. He's experienced. He's had over 3,000 collegiate snaps, and he's played left tackle. That's the thing about the left tackle. It's hard. Everybody, go get somebody who can play left tackle. Most of these guys are guards or right tackles. There's hardly any of these guys have experience at left tackle and can stand up and do it at the NFL level. I think Barber can, and he's been working out with Staley. I think that makes sense. The third guy is Jayshawn Barham from Michigan, defensive end, outside backer, the Maryland transfer. He was a stack backer at Maryland. He transferred to Michigan. He became an outside linebacker. Very similar physical traits and pass rush traits to Jalen Walker. Who's Jalen Walker? He was the Falcons' 1st-round pick last year when Raheem Morris was in Atlanta. A lot of people could see Jayshawn Barham being, a 49er because Raheem Morris is probably going to be looking for that sub-package player, that edge rusher who's a little lighter, a little faster. Barham's on an exclusive list. Barham, Abdul Carter, and Micah Parsons are the only 3 edge rushers since 2015 with a pressure rate over 25%, a win rate in true pass rush sets over 27.5%, and a run stop rate over 10% in their best college season. So Abdul Carter, Micah Parsons, and Jayshawn Barham. He's a hell of a player. He really is. And I would absolutely not be shocked if Raheem Morris said, hey, John Lynch, why don't you get me Jayshawn Barham in round 2? And that would not be surprised at all. Another guy that would not be surprised if he was a Niner at the end of draft weekend. 49ers used to be the best run after catch team in the league. Now they're one of the bottom teams in run after the catch. But Chris Bell, the wide receiver from Louisville, is a run after the catch demon. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Ayuk, a little bit of JJ, a little bit of T.O. He is just big, fast, and rumbling. And he's coming off an ACL, so he's going to fall to the second or third round. But he would be a phenomenal receiver, and he would give the 49ers a receiving element they don't have right now. He's unlike the rest of their receivers. And then the fifth guy on the list is Bud Clark, the TCU safety. What an incredible cover guy this is. And that's really what the Niners need at safety. They have the box guy, right? Whether it's Jair Brown, whether it's Siegel, whether it's Mustafa. They got guys who can play in the box and hit. What they don't have is they don't have that guy who can pick off passes down the field and cover. They don't have that awesome coverage safety. And in a league where you need that player more now than ever, Bud Clark is like the perfect coverage safety. His coverage in Mobile was unbelievable. His coverage on film is incredible. He's very linear. He's very much like a corner, really skinny. But, man, that is a great cover safety, and he'll probably be there. Definitely on day 2, but maybe even on day 3. And then the last guy, the sixth guy on the list, Chris McClellan, who they just brought in for a 30 workout, the big Missouri defensive tackle, very underrated. 34-inch arms, 11-inch hands, scheme versatile. He's a kid who grew up in Tulsa, and he's really good against the run. Probably going to be a 4th-round pick. Really durable, 51 college starts, and just a very good player for the Missouri Tigers, who once produced the great Dieter Kurtenbach. All right, let's do this. Let's take a timeout. Let's welcome in the great Todd Husak, and we'll talk a little ball with Todd. What does Todd think the Niners are going to do in the draft? It's next. It's Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants snapped their 4-game losing streak earlier today, salvaging the final game at Cincinnati 3-0. Landon Roop tossed 6 scoreless, 1-hit innings, and San Francisco got RBIs from Matt Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Casey Schmidt. For everything Giants, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
faithful. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continues on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. It's Niners Nightly. And with us on the UMA guest line, one of our favorites, Todd Husak, former star quarterback for the Stanford Cardinal, a man who experienced the NFL draft up close and even a little Washington Commanders, pre-Commanders, when they were the Redskins back in the day. And he's with us on the UMA guest line to talk a little bit about the upcoming 2026 draft. Next Thursday, John Dickinson, Todd, and I will be down in Santa Clara across from the War Room as Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch plot what they want to do in the 2026 draft. Always important. Todd, what do you think? How are you? Welcome.
Doing great. Excited. NFL draft 1 week away. It's pretty funny just being around people at either my kids' sporting events or just trading texts and emails. People are excited about this draft. And we've talked about this over the last couple of months. The NFL is truly a 12-month, 24/7 news cycle because there's never a shortage of content when it comes to the NFL. And I think this draft, compared to the previous few that I've covered for the Niners and KNBR, it just feels a little different where I think the number one pick overall is a sure thing. But outside of that, I think it's going to be a fascinating way to look at how teams judge talent, judge need, judge because you have coaches and GMs that are going to draft because they need to win now. And then you have secure GMs and coaches that know they have some lead time, so they're going to draft maybe the best available player. I think it's building through the draft is so important for franchises to have long-term success. And I think this draft is pretty unique where there's plenty of talent, but there's not 7 or 8 players that are cut above. I think there's maybe 2 or 3, and then there's 40 that I don't think there's a huge difference between the 40th pick and the 8th pick. So we'll see how these GMs and coaches work through it and where they value picks and how they build their franchise.
I had a buddy of mine who scouts in the league call me this week and said, I said, what do you think it's going to be like in this draft? And he says that he thinks because the draft lacks some depth, that there'll be teams that will want to trade some of their day 3 picks to try to get into day 2. And that, because of that, you may see a very unpredictable first round because, teams are going to be a little bit more urgent about trying to get whatever player they want because they're not going to feel as good about their option at the position in round 3, 4, 5, like they maybe have in past years. And he said outside of the top 3 or 4 where he thinks it's going to go, like Mendoza, Arvell Reese, the Miami offensive lineman and like Jeremiah Love, he said after that, from the New York Giants pick at 5 on down, he said, I think it's going to be totally wide open and you may see the board really change depending on how the board falls. I mean, there may be a run at certain positions and people go for that position because they don't feel like they can find it in later rounds because the draft lacks depth.
And if there's a team that really likes a certain player, maybe they move up. I think you're going to see some trades and some movement in that top 25 because the way I view it is there's not a big difference between pick 8 and pick 40, but you're going to have teams that really see a value in a certain player and they're going to draft up or trade up to draft that certain player because he might not be around when it's their turn to pick. So I agree with that. This is as unpredictable a draft as we've seen in the last few years. Interesting lack of quarterbacks. Where the last few years there's been, I think, a consensus that there's a handful of difference makers at the top. This one, there's one, and then Ty Simpson is the clear 2. And then between 3 and 8, 2 of those quarterbacks I think are going to have productive NFL careers. Now it's where they get drafted and how they perform once they get to a certain spot. Maybe it's coaching or being around certain players or getting the opportunity to play. But that's where I see this draft being unique, where I don't certain GMs will fall in love with a player and they'll want to get him and not wait another half a round to make it happen. So it'll be fascinating. I'm really looking forward to it.
I think it's interesting. They've got Ty Simpson. You mentioned him as the number 2 quarterback. They have, Tankathon has him going 34, the second pick of round 2 on Friday night to the Cardinals. And then you got the Jets, who also are looking for a quarterback, and they've got multiple picks in the second round. They pick at 33 and they pick again at 44. I mean, I think in an ideal world, I looked at this board a number of different ways. I mean, there's always that one guy that could fall to you that would change your mind, but just, if there's nothing totally unforeseen, I mean, I think it would be great to move down from 27 into the second round with the Cardinals or Jets and let them trade up for Ty Simpson and get that extra maybe day 2 pick. Because to me, that's where the value is. One more, day 2 pick, I think would be great. Now, I don't know that they can do that, but they're definitely going to be sitting in a spot on the board where it seems like it might be possible. What about position-wise, Todd? I mean, it's funny. There's a lot of people that are mocking. I'm looking at Tankathon right now. They've got the Niners first couple rounds here. They've got the 27. They have the 49ers taking Caden McDonald, the absolute run-stuffing deluxe defensive tackle from Ohio State. It's kind of like a DJ Jones, but even more of a run stuffer. I mean, probably the best run defender in the middle, which would be seemingly overkill with CJ West and Alfred Collins already, but you never know. And then they have them coming back in the second round with AJ Halsey, the safety from LSU, who, I mean, I think that would be a phenomenal second round pick, kind of an old school safety, 220 pounds and kind of a thumper, but can also cut or also cover. So Halsey's really a good player. What do you think position wise? When you come up on 27, are you playing this straight best player available? A lot of people say offensive tackle, but I kind of think it's going to be either a left guard, a free safety, or somebody on that defensive front 7.
Well, it's interesting. I agree with you. I think offensive line would be the direction they should go. And I say that because breaking down the top 6 or 7 offensive tackles, I think there's a pretty significant drop-off after that. And not just tackles, like even Caden Proctor, right? There's talk about him maybe moving inside and playing guard because he's such a massive body, doesn't have the super long arms. There's not a prototypical left tackle in this draft, maybe other than Monroe Freeling. And so even some of the other guys that are being talked about, the 2 Utah players, my favorite offensive lineman is the kid from Miami, Francis. How do you say his name, Larry?
Maui Noah.
I think he's a cut above the rest of the players. I think Monroe Freeling is maybe from a length and a height, 6'7", 325, and has long arms. But Maui Noah he's a dominator. I think he's a difference maker up front. The other guys, I think there's some questions about, but I do think there's a drop off once you get past those first maybe 6 offensive linemen. If one of those top 6 is on the board, I think the 49ers have to address that issue with a guy that can come in and play early. We've seen it over the last few years. And I think planning for the future is something, and listening to some of the podcasts and hearing the GMs talk, I do think it's a really interesting conversation. Do you draft need or best available? And I think the consensus is you have to draft best available because you're building this franchise. If you can get a guy that is a Pro Bowler at offensive line, even if you don't need him right now, and you're going to draft a secondary guy because you think that's more of a need, and you draft a guy that doesn't play, the consensus is you draft the better player because you're looking 3, 4, 5 years out. I do think the 49ers need to address the offensive line because as we've seen the last few years, the teams that can move the ball, they've addressed defensive line in the draft. And if they can stay healthy, I do like, and by the way, offseason moves, they've signed some free agents. I like their top 6 defensive linemen. I think that is not a need as much as offensive line, both high level play and depth and projecting over the next couple years. So I'd like to see them go offensive line. That being said, if there's a standout that is available, like there very well could be a player that's ranked 13th or 14th that falls to them. And I mean, on their big board, this is how we rate the players, just pure talent standpoint. If a guy like that, even if it's not a position of need, then you take him and let them come in and make some plays for you.
You know, it's like a buddy of mine was asking me, he's like, Krug, give me your 30 seconds on this. Who are they going to take? And I said, man, if I'm a betting man, I'd probably go that they're going to somehow re-sign Trent Williams. I think a lot of it is predicated on that. I mean, is Trent Williams going to be here? If he's not going to be here, it's going to be a left tackle. I mean, there's no question. He's going to be a left tackle. But I kind of like Austin Barber, who's been working out with Joe Staley, who's more of like a 4th round left tackle. I kind of like Austin Barber more than in the 4th round, more than I like the Caleb Lowe moves of the world in the 1st round. So that's that. And I think they're going guard. If they're going offensive line and Trent's going to be there, I think they're going Chase Basantis from A&M, who's played left guard at Texas A&M. He's plug and play. I think if you can't ask Trent to do it all. And I think this is their acknowledgement of such. And also the bottom line is, there's a lot of bottom lines with the Niners. They didn't get enough separation wide receiver wise. So that's a problem, and that has to be addressed. But they couldn't block Leonard Williams and they couldn't block Byron Murphy. And I don't think Seattle's going to do the Niners a favor and sit them out in the head-to-head matchups. So you better get ready to block those guys. And Chase Basantis is a beast. He's a big, burly guard. He's probably A&M strength and conditioning coach said he's the strongest guy he's ever seen. So Basantis would be a great plug-and-play left guard, and you plug him right in there, and maybe you can start running in the middle. If I was gambling on it, I'd probably bet on that. But let me ask you this. Who's a pretty good guard that you'd love to have in the NFL? I mean, do you have, or just think of and then ask yourself the question, would you trade Fred Warner to get that guy? And quickly you'd be like, no, right? No, I'm not trading Fred Warner to get some solid guard. Are you kidding me? Krug's lost his marbles. Well, CJ Allen is on the board from Georgia, and he might be the next Fred Warner, and he's great. And if you ask me, what do the Niners really need? More than they need of this, a left guard, of this, a free safety. They got to get a great player. All their great players are older. CJ Allen is a great player. He's a great athlete. He's a great leader. He tested this week. He ran 4.4. He's 6'1", 230. At worst, he's Roquan Smith. At best, he's Patrick Willis. This guy's a lock. The two safest positions, I think, going from college to the pros, running back and inside backer. If they do it and they've got the instincts and the measurables, they're going to do it at the next level. It's a lock. To me, no more risks, no more rolling the dice. I love the Ionicher offensive lineman, but I mean, it's a major dice roll. Yeah. And some of these other guys are dice rolls. Give me the SEC all-world linebacker that Kirby Smart says that when he gets to the facility at 6 a.m., this guy's already there working out. He's a relentless worker. He's a leader. He runs 4.4. He's a 3-year starter. Everybody swears by him. Somebody said he's a stud of a human being, I think was the quote in this Beast draft guide. Go get C.J. Allen, and why don't we start the 2025 draft with a future Pro Bowl linebacker and then not worry that Greenlaw's there, because Greenlaw's going to miss 8 games. And don't worry that you got Fred, because Fred's towards the end anyway. And go get the next awesome guy. Or do you look at linebacker and go, no, that position's not premier enough?
Well, I think that's where you look at the 49ers really in Lynch's tenure. They have not consistently hit on first and second round picks at a pretty low rate. Now they've made up for it by hitting on third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and of course Brock Purdy in the 7th round. But you look at the teams that have gone deep in the playoffs the last few years. The consistent thing is offensive and defensive line plays at a huge premium for those teams that are going deep in the playoffs. They all have good offensive and defensive lines. And we saw it with the Seahawks this year and the Rams as well. But those teams have also drafted in the 1st and 2nd round, and those players have become impact players. JSN, right? Like the players that they've drafted high have not just been starters, but been Pro Bowlers and offensive players of the year. And now Puka Nacua was a late round pick, but he's established himself as one of the top receivers in the NFL. The 49ers have not drafted consistently in those first few rounds. So I agree with you, Larry. If it was that easy, if you knew you were getting a Pro Bowler in the first round, shoot, GM would be a lot easier job. But I think they need guys that are going to come in. I think regardless of the position, to your point, you need guys that are going to come in and not just start, but play at a very high level and make the overall team better. And then you hope that you can hit on some 5th and 6th round players that'll come in and fill in the slots. But I do think if you're looking at just where they need help, I think offensive line is a big priority. You can always be better on defensive line, but linebackers right there too. And it's not just this year. It's as we saw last year when they started a guy late in the season that they picked up off the street. Like we were literally sitting up there. Yeah. I remember in one of the late season games, like I don't even know who that guy is. They just signed him. And so having that depth of playmakers is critical. Certainly keeping guys healthy is more critical, but identifying difference makers, especially in those first early rounds, because those were the measurables are at a high level, right? The guys who can run super fast and jump super high and are bigger and stronger faster than some of their competitors. Those are guys that can come in and I think make an impact early and typically play at a higher level. But you've got to hit. You can't have another season where you miss on your first and second rounder again.
You know, it's an interesting year too. The Niners had a bunch of 30 visits, and they brought in a bunch of first-round receivers. Omar Cooper Jr. was there just yesterday. Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston. They're rumored to have interest in Chris Bell from Louisville, Chris Brazel from Tennessee, Antonio Williams from Clemson, Zachariah Branch. All these guys. I mean, this is a really interesting. Jacoby Lane from SC, Reggie Virgil from Texas Tech was been working out with Mike Evans. They showed interest in Jeff Caldwell from Cincinnati, who's big and fast. There's a bunch of others. What do you think? Is there a receiver or a receiver type that you're looking for? You want an inside guy? You want an outside guy? They're losing Juwan. They're adding Mike Evans. Evans is getting older. They have Pearsall. They've got some young guys with some speed. They've got Demarcus Robinson. What are you looking for as a receiver out of a receiver? What do you want as a receiver that you like in this class?
Mekhi Lemon, to me, I think there's 3 receivers that have separated themselves. Carnell Tate from Ohio State, who's the big kind of prototypical outside receiver, big body, good at high pointing the ball, good in traffic. Jordan Tyson from ASU, who people say is probably the best athlete in the class, but he's missed a bunch of games with a hamstring injury, which that is a huge red flag for. I would not feel great about drafting a guy in the first round that has hamstring issues as a wide receiver. I think Mekhi Lemon is a great. He's not the big body receiver that can, go out and line up and he's 6'4", 200 pounds, and but he is a football player and he's tough and he's. To me, he reminds me of Tet McMillan from last year, who I thought was the best receiver in the draft, ended up winning Rookie of the Year. Great ball skills, great toughness, great awareness. When you watch a receiver, you like to see that they're aware of where the defenders are, and when they catch the ball, there's no wasted motion. They catch it and get upfield, away from the defender right away, and that equals 4 extra yards after the catch. Well, when you're catching the ball 80 times a season, those yards add up, and they add up over the course of a game. And I like Mekhi Lemon from SC because I think he brings that at a level better than some of the other players in this draft. Carnell Tate will probably be the first receiver taken off the board. Ohio State certainly has, I think between them and LSU, it's kind of a neck and neck race on who's putting out more great performers at wide receiver in the NFL. but I don't think he's a sure thing. And I think with Jordan Tyson's injury history, I'd be nervous about him. I think Mekhi Lemon brings what you want in a receiver from toughness, great hands, yards after the catch, will block. Even though he's a little bit smaller, he's sub 6 feet. He's got a good catch radius. He's super athletic. And I think his floor is much higher. And having watched the 49ers draft wide receivers the last few years, we've seen some hits and misses. And I do think Ricky Pearsall has a chance to be a really good NFL wide receiver. He just hasn't stayed healthy, which I think that's why you look at injury history from a guy in college that cannot be on the field for 12 games. You need him on the field for 17 games, and that's where Jordan Tyson makes me nervous. So I think it's not a deep class of wide receivers where you look at like these 8 guys are going to be impact players in their first 2 years. But I do think there's 7 or 8 guys, and you mentioned a handful of them, that have as good of a chance as anybody else of being an impact player. So if you take out those top 3 and Lemon, Tate, and Tyson, I think the next 7 or 8 are all of them are capable of, if they come into the right system, they stay healthy, they can be players. It's just picking the right one and who's the best fit for your system.
One key position I think in this draft is going to be, whether it's in the draft or after the draft, they got to get themselves another tight end. Kittle has coming off a serious injury. He's approaching the twilight of his prime. Tonjes is really good, but he's a receiver. Farrell's a very limited receiver. The players behind them are really unproven, and it's a really good tight end draft. I mean, Kenyon Sadiq could fall to 27. Now, I don't think he's going to, but he could. Eli Stowers has got a bigger catch radius. The kid from Vanderbilt, he's kind of like a jumbo wide receiver, but he's got a way bigger catch radius than Sadiq. I mean, there's no question. He's got a bit. And then there's other guys. I mean, Roush kind of fights the ball a little bit, but you know what? He is big and strong and smart. The kid Delp from Georgia runs sub 4.5. I was watching highlights of Michael Trigg the other day from Baylor, and he catches the ball like really, really with total ease. The kid who went to Cal, who went to transfer to Texas, Endries, was at their local pro day. He's 6'5" and has real good ball skills. I like Bo Kircher from A&M, who's kind of a big physical, bulldozer of a blocker and kind of a solid receiver, but a really strong blocker. But there's other guys. Royer from Cincinnati, Raridan from Notre Dame, Kak Merrick from Ohio State. They say he's the best blocker in the entire class. This is an important spot. They got to get a good player here, and not a limited player. They need kind of an all-around player. What do you think? You're be Brock Purdy's. Go buy a tight end for Brock Purdy. Who do you like?
Well, I hard to pass up Kenyon Sadiq, who guy ran a 4.3 at 245 pounds. I mean, that's he's a weapon
down the seam. I mean, could you imagine him down the seam? It would just be a pitch and catch.
But we've seen it with Vernon Davis, who ran similar 40, like type 40 time. And he was a really good player, but I don't think anybody saw George Kittle coming in and being that type of guy. I think there's enough. I think tight end this year, again, to your point, there's 5 guys that can come in. I'd shy away from this guy's just a blocker. And this guy's, if I'm going to draft one that favors a certain talent, I'd take a guy that can catch, a guy with ball skills, because a lot of these guys are 22, 23 years old. They'll get more mature. They'll get physically better. You get them in the system and the weight room, and they should be able to get stronger and more physical. I think it's tougher to teach ball skills. And we saw it last year with Tonjes. He made some catches on balls below his knees and high pointing and in the red zone. I think that's where you want a guy to come in with that skill set and then teach them how to block a little bit better. I don't think anybody, all the guys you mentioned, I don't think anybody stands out as certainly not a first or second rounder other than Sadiq because of his unique physical traits. But I think you can find a tight end in the 4th or 5th round that can come in and contribute, and you hope you strike gold like they did with Kittle, a guy that has the ball skills and gets better as a physical blocker.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors advanced in the NBA play-in tournament last night, 126-121 over the Clippers. Steph Curry led the way with 35 points, including 7 threes. Golden State will face Phoenix on Friday. The winner will advance to play Oklahoma City. For everything Dubs, keep it locked right here on the Sports Leader.
This is where you get your faithful fix. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger keeps rolling on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we're talking NFL draft with Todd Husak, former Stanford quarterback, former NFL quarterback as well. And I asked him, a little bit about how many of the top 10 of the 2000 draft that he was a part of can he name today? Let's see what kind of memory you have. Todd was a product of the 2000 NFL draft.
Yep.
We'll see how many, without looking, how many of the top 10 can you name here? The Cleveland Browns had the first pick in the draft, and they went Courtney Brown. The Washington Redskins had the second pick in the draft, and they went with
third.
And the third pick in the draft, and they went with
LeVar Arrington and Chris Samuels.
There you go. Cincinnati had the fourth pick in the draft, and they went with
Peter
Warwick.
From Florida State.
I forgot about Peter Warwick. Ravens had the fifth pick, and they went with a running back.
Jamal Lewis? No.
Jamal Lewis.
Yeah.
Jamal Lewis. Eagles had the sixth pick. They went with a defensive tackle from Florida State.
Don't remember.
Corey Simon. Remember Corey Simon?
Yeah.
Arizona had the seventh pick. Running back from Virginia, Thomas Jones.
Oh, Thomas Jones. Yeah. I was going to say Rondé Barber.
Pittsburgh had the eighth pick. They went with, you know what? I've got to pack my piece in my sweats. I'm going dancing. Plaxico Burress.
Yeah.
Still unbelievable that he had to go to jail. I mean,
shot himself.
He shot himself while dancing in a club. I mean, that's a rough night.
Knuckleheads.
Ninth pick in the draft by the Chicago Bears.
Oh, the free safety from New Mexico.
Free safety, yeah, that big free
linebacker, Urlacher, Brian Urlacher.
Brian Urlacher became a Hall of Famer
at
the ninth pick. Just kind of goes to show. 10th pick, Travis Taylor, wide receiver from Florida.
Yeah.
And you were in the sixth, right?
Sixth round, 2 picks behind Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is.
That was
3 picks. 3 picks.
202, yeah. Tom Brady was 199.
He was 199. So, yeah, it's a very interesting little run here. Before Tom Brady, you know who was the pick in front of Tom Brady?
No.
St. Louis Rams took a safety from Iowa, Matt Bowen, who now works with Greg Cosell on the Matchup Show. One of the best football analysts in the country, to be honest. And then Brady at 199. Wow. Sherrod Gideon at 200. David Nugent, Purdue defensive end at 201. Todd Husak at 202.
All right, without looking, by the way, what quarterback did the 49ers draft that year?
The goat farmer himself.
Gio
Carmazzi. Oh, you know what? You know what's the worst part about that? The 49ers actually drafted 2 quarterbacks.
Tim Rattay in the 7th round.
7th round, Tim Rattay.
He's a good player.
How about this? We like to think, everybody knows everything. And you'll hear people who, if the Niners, they don't like their pick, they'll rip Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan, he's no Bill Walsh. Like Bill Walsh walked on water. The truth is, Bill Walsh had Tom Brady at the 49ers local pro day and advised the Niners to take Gio Carmazzi.
In the first round? Or no, third round.
Third round.
But
Walsh called Gio Carmazzi the best athlete at quarterback in the draft.
And
the beauty of it, they played head-to-head in the very first preseason game. It was the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
Gio Carmazzi looked like a fish out of water. Tom Brady looked like, whoa, he looks pretty good. Belichick said at the end of that game, they knew they had their guy.
That's cool.
One preseason game.
No, that was
Joe Montana was there.
Year, the only quarterback drafted in the first round was Chad Pennington.
Right.
And then I think Chris Redman and Carmazzi were third round. Yeah, it wasn't a great year. Mark Bulger was that year.
Who's really good, actually.
Yeah, he had a great career with the Rams. So it goes to show you the draft. This is not breaking news. Who knows where these guys are going to end up? I think so much of it is the surrounding cast, the coaching staff. How are they put into a position where they can succeed? Can they stay healthy? But I do see a lot of players in this draft that you watch their tape and it's out there. The other interesting thing, we talked about offensive linemen earlier. A lot of these offensive linemen are only 3 years out of high school. They do not have
takes time
the experience. So you're going to see some guys, I think, maybe struggle early, 21, 22 years old. But you got to be patient with them. But there's certainly some physical traits on these guys that will translate. But that's part of it too. Some of these guys are 21 years old. They're going to make a lot of money. Can you trust them to approach the game the right way, approach it with some maturity and importance, that they're going to view this as a life-changing opportunity to not just come in and play, but set themselves up for a 10, 12, 15-year career.
I was super impressed by Clay Patterson, the Stanford defensive tackle who, started at Yale and, played there and got his degree there and then, finished up at Stanford. Patterson is violent and talented and 35-inch vert. He's 285 pounds and, really, really built the way you want a defensive tackle to be built. Carries a lot of weight in his legs. He's powerful, he's explosive. He's pretty interesting. He looked really good at the Niners local pro day, and I don't know if he's going to get drafted. I don't think he will, but if he's not, man, somebody should be on the horn to Clay Patterson. Get that guy on campus. Whoa.
My guard dog is hold on one second.
Guard dog. That is beautiful.
Well, no, I was going to say how interesting that if it goes Mendoza and then David Bailey from Texas Tech, we could have Cal, Stanford 1 and 2 in the draft. Unfortunately, they didn't finish their careers at those schools. But David Bailey, he had a great season at Texas Tech. But to your point, it's these guys that come in and grow and develop, and then they're given a certain situation, even in college, where Bailey flourished at Texas Tech, surrounded by, I think, some other guys that'll get drafted on the defensive side in the first 3 rounds from the Red Raiders. And Mendoza, it's a fascinating thing where these guys, if you looked at Mendoza's draft chart a year ago, maybe he's a 4th rounder, and all of a sudden he's by far the best player in the draft. It's fascinating.
There you go, a little Todd Husak, and for the rest of that, you can go to KNBR.com. We'll finish up with our 49er stat of the day, and then we'll hand it off to the great Dieter Kurtenbach, and of course, Raph producing tonight. Our Niners stat of the day, the Niners, we don't know what they're going to do in the draft, right? They could go offensive tackle. The last offensive tackle the Niners drafted was Jalen Moore in round 5 of the 2021 draft. Could they go receiver? They definitely need some yards after the catch. Niners are 28th in the NFL in yards after the catch in 2025, averaging only 4.7 yards after catch per game. And you know what? Can you name, this might be the ultimate Niner trivia question. Can you name the only 49er wide receiver returning who scored a touchdown last season? And if you have Demarcus Robinson, you are correct, sir. That's right. Demarcus Robinson scored the only wide receiver touchdown that is returning. Of course, JJ scored a bunch. He had one in week 16. And you got to think that if push comes to shove, the Niners are most likely to go defensive front in the first round. Why? Well, 49ers this year had 20 sacks. It's not just the fewest sacks in the entire league. It was the fewest sacks by 6. It's also the fewest sacks the 49ers have ever recorded in a non-strike shortened season since sacks became an official stat. So it's historically bad sack season. They're getting Bosa back, but they need help. There's no question about that. All right, so they could go D-line in round 1. We're back with you next Thursday for more Niners Nightly. I should say we'll have more Niners Nightly earlier in the week, but we'll have our draft coverage, I should say, next Thursday from Santa Clara. Myself, Todd Husak, and John Dickinson. All right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Raph. Thanks to Todd. Thanks to all of you. Dieter is next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Yes, sir. It's Sports Phone KNBR on a Thursday night. We still have Warriors basketball. Not taking my advice over there with the Dubs, and I'm glad they didn't. We still got some Sharks hockey, at least for one more period. Macklin Celebrini, 115 points. And counting. Third period still happening. And if you don't already know, 115 points. That's the Sharks' single-season record. Macklin Celebrini's been living at Joe Thornton's house for the last 2 years. I think he gets the master bedroom tonight. Took Jumbo Joe's record. Jumbo Joe only 100 points for the Sharks once. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff from Macklin. And I'll just say this now. I'm going to miss this Sharks team. I know they're not making the playoffs. That's frustrating because you get a taste of it. You want the whole thing. But this Sharks team, I mean, every game, a blast. Maybe because Macklin Celebrini played in every game this year, all 82. 19 years old, 115 points, just for reference. That's the same amount of, well, he's one shy of what Nathan McKinnon did in 23-24 when he won the Hart Trophy. That's the MVP of the NHL. There are 3 teenagers in the history of the NHL to score 115 points. Macklin Celebrini, Sidney Crosby, and Wayne Gretzky. I like that company. I like that company a lot. I mean, even if we just wanted to take this as a one-year thing, Macklin Celebrini, as it stands, as we speak, has the 123rd best scoring season in the history of the NHL. Again, he's 19 years old. He doesn't even know what he's doing yet. And I better get this all in because he might score again. Winnipeg decided not to play defense tonight in the final game of the season. And, there will be some folks maybe doing the Dieter Kurtenbach thing and saying, oh, I wish that the Sharks wouldn't have won this game for the lottery odds. And yeah, that kind of stinks, but watch it Macklin do it again one more time. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that. If I learned any lessons from last night with the Golden State Warriors, enjoy it while you got it. And we're going to have Macklin Celebrini for a hell of a long time here in the Bay Area. And we'll get into what the Sharks need to do and kind of how the timelines change and all that a little bit later on in the show. But wanted to give a huge shout out. Not that he needs it and not that he can hear it. He's currently playing a hockey game in Winnipeg, Manitoba. So I doubt he's on the live stream as we speak. And I as strong as the flamethrower is, I don't think it's getting up to Winnipeg tonight. But Macklin Celebrini, a 1 of 1 at a time when the Bay kind of needs it. I mean, we're lucky enough that we still have Steph Curry. Obviously, the Niners operate on their own plane of existence of excellence. They overtake everything in this market. That is just the nature of the NHL or NFL in 2026. But getting Macklin Celebrini, a true generational player, and there's zero doubt about that. I can't believe anyone would even suggest the alternative anymore. In the Bay, playing for the Sharks. Man, I've been telling you guys this all year whenever I join us here on Sports Phone KNBR. This is the start of something great. And if this is the start, my God, where are we going from here? I think silver is in the future for the Sharks. Just don't know how soon. I wish they had a shot at it, even though they wouldn't have gotten anywhere near it this year. That would have been a lot more fun. We got a lot to get to tonight, though. We got to talk about that Warriors game last night. My goodness gracious. What a contest. For all the bloviating and nonsense I gave you about their lottery odds and, let's just roll over and get this thing done with. Did anyone see that coming from Draymond Green? Steph Curry, okay. I could have predicted that, right? You could have called that one. Steph is still at Draymond Green, fourth quarter. Wow. We'll get into it on the other side. And then the Giants today, a little bit of fight, a little bit of sass, a little bit of scrap. And I know they lost the series in Cincinnati. We're not going to whitewash the whole thing because they got in. Eric Miller's yelling at dudes and they're plunking guys. But I do think that this could be the start of something, and it might be the foothold that Tony Vitello needs to finally make his mark on the baseball team that he, for all intents and purposes, is the manager of. We might actually start to see Tony V-ball for the San Francisco Giants moving forward, and that has me excited. Again, more Sharks talk on the other end, and then Jake Hutchinson's going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour to talk NFL draft. He and I put together a draft guide every year because, well, we're sickos, and that's why we put it in the title of the draft guide. If you want it, you can visit sickos.football and check out Jake and I's draft guide. More than 250 prospects, fully analyzed, and let me tell you, it almost killed us. It almost killed us. Jake's going to come on, and we're going to go over some guys that we think are really safe picks, not just for the Niners, but for everybody. And, of course, there will be plenty of Niners talk in there, but safe picks in the 2026 NFL draft, guys that we feel really good are going to have long careers, guys that you should know the names of now because you're going to learn the names of them in the days, months, and years to come. I don't know if there's any Macklin Celebrinis in this NFL draft, but there's some damn good players, even in an unquestionably down year for NFL draft talent. So we got a lot to get to. We also got to get to your calls and texts. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR is the number. You can call in, text in, join the show. It's technically yours. I'm happy to talk the entire time. Heaven knows I got no problem listening to myself talk. But if you want to get in and break up the monotony before Jake joins us in the 8 o'clock hour, you can do that. 415-808-5627. Say hello to my man, Raph. If you want to call in, I'll be checking out the text as we go through this show. Lots to get to. An optimistic Thursday here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
All right. How we doing, everybody? Great to be with you. Yes, sir. All that good stuff. Let's just get right into it. No reason to beat around the bush. We're going to talk Giants in just a little bit. We're going to get into some 49ers draft stuff. Looking forward to that conversation as well. Sharks ending their season tonight. But we have to start with the Golden State Warriors. Holy crap. Wow. Unbelievable. And I know you've been hearing about it all day. You've been living with this for the last 21 hours. It's just great to see excellence once again. I don't know how many more times we're going to see it. I sure as hell didn't expect to see it last night. And for most of the game, it didn't feel like it was coming. But how brilliant it was to see two of the greatest of all time do their thing one more time, if in fact it is just this one last time. Steph Curry, unbelievable. That is par for the course for Stephen Curry. But it is still in the biggest moments, biggest games, even if this game doesn't mean it. You won't even find it in the standings. It doesn't exist on the ledger. It's a play-in tournament game. It's fake. It's artificial. If the Warriors would have lost this game, we would have never thought about it again. If the Warriors won this game, well, we're talking about it now because of the way that they played it. It was entirely contextual. And Steph Curry was unbelievable. Unbelievable. 2022 vintage. Get on my back. We doing this thing. I'm the man. I'll always be the man. What a dude. What a dude. Steph did his thing. But Steph was doing his thing in that game last night, and the Warriors were still losing. It's not to say that Steph was the reason they were losing. It's just to say you spot them 10 points at the beginning of the game, and every time you claw back, well, they got a counterpunch too. They're just as good as you. It's the 8-9 game for a reason. In fact, the Clippers, frankly, in so many regards, much better than the Warriors. Clippers have one of the better records in the NBA post-Christmas. And they even sold off James Harden and got rid of Ivica Zubac. Like, they even white flagged it a little bit. Still one of the best teams in the NBA down the stretch of the season. And so Steph is doing his thing, and you're getting nice production from Agui Santos, feeling like Porzingis is a little bit frisky, and we'll talk about him later on in the show. There's some positive things happening for the Warriors, and it's not mattering because you got down 10 early, so you're constantly playing catch-up. And every time you catch up, Clippers right there saying, check this out. Here's a Benedict Mathurin shot. Here's a Robin Lopez, Brook Lopez, whichever Lopez shot. But there wasn't a Kawhi Leonard shot. Not in the fourth quarter. Not when Darius Garland, who was cooking the Dubs, picks up his fifth foul and then decides to spend the rest of the game playing Olay defense to the benefit of the Warriors. Not when Mathurin, lights were bright enough. Third quarter, early fourth, but once you get down to crunch time, Benedict Mathurin ain't the guy you're going to. All that confidence is going to backfire in those moments. That's called the Pajemski effect. No. You got to go to Kawhi Leonard. You got to go to your dude in the fourth quarter of a big game. And frankly, are there many better players that you could go to in that spot? Warriors are going to Steph. They're going to ride Steph the whole way. Al Horford's helping out, absolutely, but Steph's making the plays. The reason the Warriors won that game last night was because Draymond Green turned back the clock. Because Draymond Green said, I got one more for you. And that was the real surprise. It wasn't that Al Horford made a bunch of open threes. That was fun, but it wasn't a huge surprise. Al Horford's been doing this for a very long time. His short-term failures, mostly due to injury, don't override the fact that Al Horford has won titles doing exactly what he showed last night, again, in a 9-10 game. The question for the Warriors was, what are you getting from Draymond Green? And they've been asking that question on a nightly basis since before they won the 22 title. In this decade, the Warriors have been asking the question, what are we getting from Draymond Green on a night-in, night-out basis? Because some nights it can be brilliant. Some nights the backpack is off. He's knocking down threes. Steph is out there, so he's got an identity on the offensive end. And defensively, he came to play. He came to play. Last night, he did more than come to play. He came to prove a point. And what he did to Kawhi Leonard in the fourth quarter was spectacular. And what he did in the final minute of that game, as big or bigger than Steph Curry's incredible go-ahead shot with 50 seconds to play. Curry hits that shot. There's 50 seconds left to play. Why is that the game winner? Because Draymond Green decided it was. And the Clippers come down the floor. They give the ball to, well, they can't even get the next inbounds pass. They literally call a timeout after Steph's three, because what else can you do? And Draymond intercepts the inbounds pass that's going to Kawhi. Podziemski comes the other way, goaltending and one. Garland's out. All-time play. All-time play. But it's a 4-point game now. Clippers have the ball. Coming down the court. Kawhi Leonard's got it. Poop. Picked his pocket. Draymond Green. Game over. Steph Curry hit a game winner with 50 seconds left to play because Draymond Green put on 2 individual defensive stops that are as good as anything you will see on a basketball court on that side of the court. And who saw that coming? Even with Draymond up in his game for moments this year, even with Draymond looking more 10 years younger with Steph Curry back on the floor late in the campaign, even when you think about what Draymond did to Victor Wembanyama earlier in the year, incredible defensive performances. Did you expect that against Kawhi Leonard last night? And in the moments that were biggest, did you expect him to find vintage 25, 26-year-old Draymond Green defense? If you did, congratulations, you made generational wealth. Congratulations on your unbelievable bet that you made and the amount of money that came as a windfall. I didn't see that coming. How could you have seen that coming? Steph, yes. Draymond, again, we've been asking the same question about Draymond Green since Steph went down with a broken hand against the Suns in Game 5 of the 2020 season. What are you getting from Draymond from this point on? Even during the NBA Finals in 2022, they had to figure out if he could play or not down the stretch. They had to offense-defense him in closeout games. He's one of the greatest of all time. He's the greatest of a generation. He might be the single greatest defender I've ever seen. And when you say, oh, well, what about Tim Duncan or all these guys? Let me ask you this. Who are the defenders that you could play Nikola Jokic and Kyrie Irving against? And anyone in between? Who are the players that you go, okay, Kyrie's got the ball, put Draymond on him. That will fix it. That's our best option. Who are the players where Nikola Jokic is on the other side of the floor and you say, you know what, we got an answer for you. Here you go. Have fun with this. There's one. Draymond Green. Maybe LeBron if he wants to activate, but I don't even think it's LeBron. Very, very, very small sect of NBA players in the history of mankind who can make the claim that they could even try, much less succeed the way that Draymond Green has succeeded. He'll end his career with one all-defensive player honor, one of the great travesties in the history of the NBA. And again, a reminder last night, nobody's done it better in this era and perhaps in any era. And the guys who can maybe lay claim to being that good, well, they were all, 7-footer freaks of nature. Now, Draymond Green removed the word tweener from the NBA's lexicon. Removed an entire subsection of player from the NBA. Now everyone's looking for their own Draymond Green. A lot of teams have guys who are not Draymond Green, but boy, they think they can be. And they can only try to be because Draymond Green led the way in that regard. Steph, Draymond, and then you get a little something from an Al Horford. You get a little something from a Kristaps Porzingis. My goodness, what a performance. It led me to ask the question last night in my column, How much would you give to be young again for a day? What kind of deal would you make with the devil so that you could drink from the fountain of youth, even if it was just for one night? I don't know what the Warriors did. I don't know what kind of deal they made, but they got to do it. And they took us along for the ride with them. And now they get another game. And I listen, I'm as cynical as they come. I'm as pessimistic as they come. I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried for the sake of the Golden State Warriors that they win this game on Friday, because I don't think it's in their best interest as a franchise long term. But you know what? I'll also say this, and it's a point that I've repeated time and time again. We have some real conflict here. The Warriors have no future. They can try to 2-timeline this thing again. In fact, they should try to 2-timeline this thing again. But there's no future. There is only Steph. There is only Steph and Draymond. There is only Kerr, Steph, and Draymond, because Steve coached himself a ball game last night. And he had those boys believing. I shouldn't say boys, they're older than me. There is only the here and now. The Warriors were dog water before Steph Curry showed up. Highest moments in the history of the franchise. One title, and what's next? An 8-1 series win? They were a laughingstock. They were a joke. Joe Lacob got a steal on them because no one wanted the Warriors. There was a reputation. You didn't want that reputation associated with your name. You know, these billionaires are trying to buy teams because, well, you know, looks cool to the other billionaires. Does it look cool to own the Warriors when Joe Lacob bought them? Was that something that you could really tell? Oh, yeah, I own the Warriors. Oh, really? What happened? Now, they're the preeminent franchise, business-wise, to say the least, and certainly basketball-wise, from pre-2022, in the league. They're the gold standard, pardon the pun. Was that Joe Lacob's incredible leadership? Or was that hiring the right coach at the right time? Maybe that's part of Lacob's leadership. Getting Steve Kerr when a lot of people said, you can't get rid of Mark Jackson. How'd that work out? By the way, how's Mark Jackson doing? Has anyone heard from Mark Jackson lately? Or is it Draymond Green, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, big part of this. Sadly, not part of it anymore. Andre Iguodala, big part of it. Sadly, not part of it anymore. Is it the triumvirate? Is it the last three remaining? I'm going to go with the latter. I'm going to say it's the guys on the court and the guy calling the shots on the court. The guy who put in the system that unleashed hell on the NBA that have a lot more to do with it. This wasn't just, oh, it all comes around eventually. No, this is greatness, exceptionalism, one-of-oneism. And that's not coming again for the Warriors. It's not. It will never be better than it already has been. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, if the Warriors lose, I don't think anyone should cry over it on Friday. They'll get a really good draft pick. They could even get the number 1 overall pick. It's a really good draft to have a high draft pick in. Kind of falls off, in fact, after pick 11 or 12. So you really want to be in that. And if you make the playoffs, you're not in that. You're picking 15th. If you're the Warriors, it's locked in because you have a sub-500 record this year. So is it in their best interest? No. But there is something to the argument that everyone was making, which is you can't take Steph Curry for granted. Anytime you get to see Steph Curry is a brilliant day. You know, having watched the 4 games prior to this play-in tournament game, I kind of rolled my eyes at that a little bit because, yeah, he had one awesome game, one incredible game, one vintage Steph game. They lost that game to the Rockets. And the rest of them, I'm not sure I need to see this anymore. Get that knee healthy, get back for next year. Well, he was saving it up. And Steve Kerr jammed his finger into the dais 5 times. This is what he does. This is why he came back. And yeah, it's easy to be cynical and say, oh, really, for the 9-10 game? That's why he came back? But it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. And Kristaps Porzingis, I think, put it pretty well. Played well. Again, we're going to talk about Kristaps in a little bit. I mean, this is a hint of what's to come. They get one more shot at this next year. My expectation is that Steve comes back, that Draymond re-signs, that they're going to find a way to keep Porzingis in town. Jimmy's going to come back at some point. I'm very skeptical about what that looks like. Hopefully, I'm positively surprised. But they get one more shot. It's the last year of Steph's contract next year. They get one more honest-to-God shot at this before everything could go absolutely haywire. And they beat a damn good basketball team in the Clippers. I know it's 9-10. The Clippers were one of the better teams in basketball down the stretch. Kawhi Leonard's playing as well as Kawhi Leonard has ever played. They get one more shot at this next year. And if this is all we're going to get to go off of, it was so brilliant, so blindingly, stunningly brilliant, that it might be enough to make us believe for next year too. But even if it all turns out to be for naught, at least we got to see Steph and Draymond and Steve do their thing at the highest level one more time. Even if that level does not compare to an NBA Finals or a series with the Rockets in the playoffs or even a first round. It was win or go home. The stakes could not have been higher. Even if winning didn't provide much value, losing would have. Losing would have been finite. Losing would have been final. So the stakes were high. High enough to bring out that. To bring out brilliance one last time. And my God, how great it was, and apparently how great it still is. Kurt and Buck with you until 9 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Hey, we're back with you, the sports leader. And listen, it's one game, 3-0. It's not like the Giants are fixed. We're not going to pretend that the Giants have, at 7-12, figured it all out. Right? It's one game. They lost the series in Cincinnati. But let me indulge me for a second here. Indulge me for a second. What they have shown since the 7th inning of Wednesday's game has me encouraged. Has me feeling like something might have gone down. That something's up with the San Francisco Giants. And I mean up, as in I like what I'm seeing. 7th inning, blowout game. You probably turned it off. I had to go back. I'm not going to lie. I had to go back and watch it. I went out to dinner with my family. Giants were getting their asses kicked. Why am I going to hang out and watch this crap? But in the 7th inning, against the Reds yesterday, Brubaker just gets into it. It doesn't really actually make that much sense. He has this little fracas with Quinn Walcott, the home plate umpire, and Spencer Steer, and there's a whole little thing. It's a blowout game. And TJ Brubaker's out there just picking fights. And after the game, Vitello is like, you know what? I like it. I'm not gonna condemn that. I like it. I think a lot of people, especially on the outside, would look at that and go, what is JT Brubaker doing? Like, Spencer Steer might not be a household name or anything, but he's got a hell of a lot more to his resume than JT Brubaker. What's he doing trying to show up Quinn Walcott, the umpire? It's hard enough being an umpire. They said, what the hell? Giants are just, oh, this is lame. This is them just projecting their insecurities. But I loved what Vitello said. He's like, yeah, I want more of that. And boy, did he ever get it today. So Spencer Steer gets hit in the 2nd inning. They take care of that. Then Willie Adames, 2 inside pitches. Connor Phillips, I don't know, making a stand. Dumb thing to make a stand. 8th inning, you're down 3-0. Maybe don't put somebody on base, but he stands up for his guy. I guess they're hitting Willie Adames. I don't know why you're hitting Willie Adames. Willie's a nice guy. Maybe it was the bat fly. I don't know. But Willie Adames gets hit in the 8th. And then Eric Miller comes in. And that was interesting to me. It very clear that that's the way it was going to go based on Vitello's bullpen usage today. Once they got the lead, Walker looked good. My goodness, Keaton Winn is a dude. Absolute dude. When he's on, he's unbeatable. And it's not always the case, of course, but those innings just go bang, bang. They're just easy. He's just mowing them down. Love myself some Keaton Winn. 7th, 8th inning. I can feel it in the 9th. But the Giants have their 9th inning man now. They had 3 lefties in the bullpen coming into the season. You go, that might be too many lefties. You know, like, is any of one of these guys sort of a generalist? Even in the 3-batter minimum league? Eric Miller is their generalist. Eric Miller, until further notice, with his 6 ERA, is now this team's closer. 3 strikeouts and a walk in the 9th inning today. Nasty stuff. And he strikes out Sal Stewart, who I was unaware could get out. Strikes out Sal Stewart. Sal Stewart says something, and Eric Miller is out here. It would definitely not be New York Rangers forward JT Miller. Eric Miller is out here, and he's like, cool, let's fight. Let's go. You want to talk, Sal Stewart? Bring it. The game's over, but we still got action in the parking lot. You want to go hang out before we get on the bus? Eric Miller, little sass from the boy. Loved it. Can't get enough of it. Eric Miller's the that was some Rod Beck action today. He might not have the mullet or the beautiful mustache, but Eric Miller, bigger fella, maybe a bit of a compression shirt, I know from experience. Eric Miller coming with that elite closer, if I ain't going to get you out, I'm going to knock you out energy. Can't get enough of it. Loving the scrap, the fight, the annoyance of these San Francisco Giants since the 7th inning of a blowout game. Listen, again, we're not going to pretend that beating the Reds 3-0 is the turning point for the season. Oh, they're fixed. Everything's going to be gravy from this point on. World Series, here we come. Playoffs, here we come. There's much bigger issues than that. But as I have been saying since the second Tony Vitello got hired, this team needs an identity. This team needs to have some sort of electrical charge. And they didn't have it. They didn't have it going into the 7th inning of yesterday's game, and the record reflected it. They had no soul. They had no fire. They had no fight. When they would lose, they'd roll over. Legitimately, as a team, they were just like, whatever. Do whatever you want. I don't care. We're losing. It's over. Done. What? No, please. Put more runs on us, please. We don't deserve to win. That was their energy. Carried over from Sleepy Bob Melvin. If you're going to lose, pretend like you have some say in the matter. No. We let them lose. We let ourselves lose. It's hard to win. It's hard to win. That was their general energy. And it was so antithetical to what we thought we were getting from Tony Vitello. Because Tony Vitello's out here in the college ranks, and I don't know how much SEC baseball you watch. I watched a little bit. I won't pretend like I'm some expert. But I keep SEC Network on pretty much around the clock. One of the TVs. And so you get a baseball game here and there. College baseball is a fun watch. It's not nearly even remotely close to the pros, but it's a fun watch. And the teams have a little spark. You get the rivalries. You get some really cool crowds, especially in the SEC. Like I'm in on college baseball. I was in on the Vitello hire. What do they have to lose? Bring in another retread, some guy who's just out there, knows how to play the 162, steady Eddie. Like, what manager would you have liked the San Francisco Giants to get? If the mandate is we need somebody to put a charge into this team, to create an identity for this team. I'm starting to see it now. Maybe this is just wishful thinking. Maybe this is me just projecting my desires onto the situation, finding a little small thing and using it as confirmation bias. But when they hired Vitello, I said, that's great. Because talent-wise, with the way that they handled free agency, with the place that their farm system is at right now, and we'll see in the future, but where this roster was going to be for the 2026 season, it was pretty obvious to me that they're going to need a little something extra. Because it was a 500 baseball team coming in. Right? Last year they were 500. The year before that, there were not enough fundamental changes to the roster to where you could say, this is going to be a squad that can go win 90-95. Might not do it, but they could. It was the same thing as prior years. There was a lot of plausible deniability in how they handled free agency. We got a guy. Harrison Bader's a very good center fielder. Okay, how's he hit? Oh, no, we got a guy. Luis Arise, really great bat-to-ball skills, doesn't strike out. Okay, but what does he do when he actually hits the ball? And can he play defense? By the way, Luis Arise, making reservations for me to eat some crow. We're going to give it a little bit more time. It's early yet, but it's not trending well for your boy, who had some pretty strong takes early on. Arise looks good. Arise, frankly, oftentimes this season has looked like the only guy who knows what the hell he's doing. So very positive pickup there. But it's not like Luis Arise is a foundational player in the lineup. I mean, you hear, they wanted to be more of an RBI guy. Like, I'm not sure y'all know what an RBI guy is. Regardless, I'm digressing. It's merely to say that this roster was going to need a little magic, right? A little something that was ineffable to get them from 500 to over the hump. And clearly they did not have that. Clearly they did not have that at the start of the season. But we're starting, maybe, just maybe, I'm hoping, we're starting to see some of that little extra something now. A little scrap, a little fight. I want the San Francisco Giants, because they cannot be the Dodgers. They can't. They can't be the Phillies. They can't be the Braves. Maybe they could be a couple of those teams. They can't be the Dodgers. They could play up at that level. They could play up with the Mets. They could play up with the Phillies. They could play up with where the Cubs are. They don't want to. The front office doesn't want to. Ownership doesn't want to. That's their prerogative. I disagree with it, but that's That's not the route that they've chosen. So you better have something that you come to the ballpark with every day that differentiates you. And I thought that by hiring Tony Vitello, the Giants would get some of that collegiate energy. And let's just call it what it is. Dirtbaggery. Pain in the assery. Annoying to play against. That's what I thought that the Giants could be. That's an identity. That's a spirit. That's something you can rally around. They didn't have that. But I'm starting to see it now, and it's getting me excited. Because, yes, this team has issues. Having a nice 2-out rally in the 7th doesn't negate the bad offense for basically every other inning in this series and most innings this season. It doesn't. Landon Roop going out there and shoving again doesn't cancel out what Tyler Mahle did yesterday, or that Logan Webb has not looked like himself. But you have to have something to you. You have to have something that announces your presence, that makes other teams in baseball think about you just a little bit more before you start a series. You have to have an identity. And I thought that the best route for the San Francisco Giants to go with Tony Vitello was to be the villains. They're not going to win every game. They're probably only going to win a couple more than they lose, and that's best case scenario. But you would have to reckon with them in every single game. And the dream, the true dream, was that every other fan base in baseball hated, just couldn't stand, and frankly, for good reason, the San Francisco Giants. That was the dream for me. If you're going to be mediocre to above average, have something to it. Because clearly mediocre with absolutely no charge whatsoever is death in baseball. It's death in sports. It gives me no reason for belief. It gives me no reason to watch. It's just they're non-playable characters in a video game. They're there to fill out the schedule. And that's what the Giants looked like. That's what they looked like. In fact, they looked even worse than that. They looked like rollovers. So maybe JT Brubaker deserves the player of the series ball for getting something into this team. Giving this team a little bit of something. And getting Vitello to be like, okay, I know what that's about. Let's do more of that. Giving him kind of a foot to stand up, maybe a leg up. Because understandably, Vitello comes in. It's his first time at the Great American Ballpark. It's his first time at Camden Yards. First time at Petco. Like, literally. He's never been to these ballparks before. He's been to, like, St. Louis and maybe Chicago. I'll have to ask him. But he's working during baseball season. He's recruiting. Like, he's not out and about hanging out at big league parks. I've been to far more Major League Baseball parks. I think I only have 3 to go. I still have to get to Atlanta. I have to go to Pittsburgh, shockingly. And there's one more there. It'll come to me. But everyone else I've been to, beautiful ballparks. And then, of course, the not-so-beautiful ballparks. But, I've been to the new Dallas one. I digress. Again, I'm so excited for these Giants. They got something to them now. Maybe. I want it so bad. Vitello hasn't been here. He has to stand back a little bit. Take the lay of the land. And I don't know who could tell him, because no one's ever done this before, when he needs to start putting his stamp on something, right? If you're Tony Vitello and your team's playing like crap, and they're rolling over when they're losing, and when they win, they're kind of front runners, when do you start putting your stamp on this thing? When do you start saying, okay, here we go. I'm going to start speaking up. I'm going to start holding guys to account. I'm going to start, putting fingers in chests. I'm going to start acting like Matt Chapman when Casey Schmidt can't get the ball at first base. I got enough standing now. I've been in this enough now that I can make myself known. That was a really, really tough question. It could have taken all year. But when JT Brubaker goes off for no apparent reason in the 7th inning of a blowout game, it was just a stool. Put it out in front of Tony and said, step on up, buddy. Here you go. You know what this is all about. You know this ball game. Here's something you can work with. And Vitello said, I want more of that. You're right. Here it is. Here's my moment to say, okay, I might not know major leagues. I might not know these ballparks. I might not know these teams. But you know what I do know? And I mean this not as a pejorative. I know about being annoying. I know about making other teams really dislike you. So how about we go down that route? I can teach you those ways. It might be my first go-around in the majors, but when it comes to being a dirtbag, when it comes to being annoying as hell, when it comes to being a villain, I got more experience than all of you in this room combined. So let's boogie down that route. And I think that the Giants did that today. They're getting comeuppance with Steer. Willie Adames is up there. I don't know what Willie Adames did. I guess it was the bat flip, but they got Connor Phillips all hot and bothered. And then Eric Miller out there saying something to Sal Stewart. Who knows? Who knows? Who cares? You just got 3 strikeouts and a save against the heart of the lineup. You're allowed to have some emotion. Heaven forbid we all be Team USA in the World Baseball Classic, right? You're allowed to have a little something when you strike out 3. You get yourself out of a little bit of a jam with the walk. And you get Sal Stewart out. I know Sal Stewart's a rookie, but you could convince me that he's been in this league for 10 years the way that he's hitting. You strike out Ellie De La Cruz, who's been killing it against lefties. You have reason to let your freak flag fly a little bit when you do that as a closer, especially when you come in with a +7 ERA and you don't, kind of shocking you're the closer here. Let it go. Be a little Rod Beckian. Have a little Brian Wilson to you. Maybe not Rob Nen. Rob Nen was a little more of the quiet type. But the best closers got an edge to them. The best closers, again, if I'm not going to get you out, I'll punch you out. That's what a closer should be. And they got the Reds all hot and bothered. Do you feel like the Reds won that series with the way that the Giants played today? With the way that the Giants kind of, to use the parlance of the kids, mogged them? I mean, I know that they did. It's not easily forgotten for Giants fans how bad it was. But it does feel like that game, to avoid being swept, changed something just a little bit. And it might be the start of an identity for the San Francisco Giants, an identity that I think suits them extremely well. An identity that Tony Vitello can find his footing in the major leagues with. An identity that is counter in so many ways to what the Dodgers do. Everyone hates the Dodgers, but you watch the Dodgers, they're kind of actually likable and fun. You just hate them because you hate them. And again, I'm not telling you you're wrong. You should hate them because you hate them in the same way that, growing up I hated the Yankees. Being on the top is a different kind of villain than actually being annoying. One of the only teams that's ever done it right when it comes to being the villain and earning the reputation is the Golden State Warriors. They were the villain because they were so good. And everyone's like, oh, you're ruining the league and this and that. But you also have Draymond Green, elite villain. And by the way, for as high and mighty as we think we are in the Bay Area, and we are, I subscribe to it. We do kick total ass. Villain suits us so well. I don't necessarily love how that translates into the business world most of the time, where you got a bunch of guys trying to be like supervillains from comic books. But the Bay Area, everyone thinks, oh, we're so snooty and we're so full of ourselves. And you know what? They're right. Lean into it. Let's be the villains. We're not trying to take anybody down. But you don't want to like us? Cool. Cool. That's our identity now. Lean into it. Again, maybe I'm projecting some of my own stuff here. I'm just so encouraged by the scrap and the fight that the Giants had, because villains is perfect for this team at this time. Lovable? Who gives a damn what the 29 other teams think of you? Lovable? Forget that. Villains are lovable to the guys, for the guys and gals that root for them in the home market. Right? How many teams that you've rooted for have you been like, I can't do this anymore? I don't like the way they go about their business. People will justify anything. We've justified Draymond, mainly because he's one of the greatest players of all time, but we justify Draymond left, right, and center Teams justify Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks shows up to a team and that fan base is like, oh, I have no problem with the way Dylan Brooks plays basketball. Warriors fans accepted Chris Paul. I even saw him last night accepting Chris Paul further because Chris Paul's all angry at the Clippers because the Clippers are like, you know what, you're annoying, get out of here. So then he did the whole, showing up to my haters' funeral meme on Instagram. And it's like, you're a 40-year-old man. Let's pull it back here a little bit. You're annoying. I never bought into the Chris Paul on the Warriors thing. I always thought it was strange. It wasn't a bad trade. Jordan Poole was getting DMP'd at the end of this year by a terrible basketball team. And it wasn't because he was too good. Pelicans don't even have their own draft pick. They DMP'd him because he sucks. But Chris Paul thing, again, we justify anything. You play in the uniform that we like, yeah, that's cool. We'll go with anything. How many fans do you know who have just written off their favorite team because they don't like the way they go about their business? Oh, I can't stand them. Still watching. Still caring. Villain is great. Being a villain is fantastic. Because the Giants are not good enough for every team in baseball to have a thought about them. Nobody on the East Coast thinks about the San Francisco Giants. They might start now. If they're going to go into towns and start kicking over tables and making a mess, and it doesn't even matter if they win or lose, they're just going to be annoying to play against. Now you're thinking about them. Now you have an identity. Now we're playing some ball. I love it. I love it. And I hope upon all hopes, as much as the 7th inning 2-out rally was really good, as much as Landon Roop has been awesome this season, as good as the bullpen was today, the thing that I truly hope carries forward more than anything else is the Giants embracing being annoying little blanks. Not even little, just annoying blanks. Dirt bags. Villains. That's something I'll tune in for. And, I get paid for this. But Giants have been a tough watch. Been a tough watch. If what we're going to see moving forward is what we saw Wednesday, I'm in. Easy sell for your boy. And I think it'll be an easy sell for you too. Curtain Box with you until 9 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We're back with you. The sports leader, Dieter Kurtenbach, hanging out until 9 p.m. We'll talk to Jake Hutchinson here in just a couple of minutes regarding the 49ers and the draft and just guys that we like. Try to give you as many names as possible so that you are fully prepared for every round of the NFL draft, because we wasted way too much time trying to get analysis and breakdowns on damn near every player that we think should be taken in the NFL draft. Jake Hutchinson in just a little bit. Let's go to the text line here. 916, Dieter, you're 100% correct. Loving how this text has started out. Giants need an identity and an edge. Hopefully today was a spark moving forward. That's my hope too. If I didn't just lay it out for 20 minutes, that's what I hope too. Is the great Tim Webb texted me listening to the segment. You can listen to Tim on Dirty Work. It's more fun to root for the heel than a baby face. That's wrestling terms. But heels are fun, man. It's fun. And especially when you're a team that is competing for second place every year in your division. Be a nuisance. Be a little brother. I know that comes across very pejoratively, but the Dodgers run this thing. Be the biggest pain in the ass to the Dodgers and every other team. And at least you can hang your hat on that identity. And it's not like whatever they were doing for the first 15, 16 games was getting them anywhere. So this feels right, especially with Tony Vitello there. I was doing a little bit of research this afternoon because I was, again, familiar with the oeuvre of a Tony Vitello Tennessee Vols team. I was unaware how annoying they were. Like, I knew that they were annoying. I knew that pretty much everyone in the SEC hated them, but also had to respect them because they won a national championship and were perennial contenders. I did not realize how just unabashedly cringe they were. I found videos of Tony Vitello wearing a hat that said daddy. Ugh. I found it was like a fur coat involved at one point. There's a lot of frat boy energy. And you know what? Don't have to love it in a vacuum. But sign me up if that's my baseball team. At least they got heart. At least they got some verve to them. At least they have some personality. I mean, you watch the World Baseball Classic. Who did you gravitate to more? Venezuela and the Dominican Republic? Teams that were out there swagging out? Or the U.S., who, again, treated it like military conscription? And, in fact, overtly stated such. Paul Skeen's out here saying that we're all doing this as service to our country. What are you talking about? You're playing baseball. It's not service to it's cool that you're representing your country. That's a great honor. We should all be so lucky. But this is nothing. You're playing baseball. Military conscription. That's how they treated it. I mean, just remove Skeens from it. Remember Cal Raleigh, not shaking his teammates' hands before they're at bats? Come on, get over yourself. It is baseball. It is a game. You got 162 of these. Now, you only have 148 or whatever left. But have a little fun with it. Show some personality. Give people something to latch onto with this team, because again, it just wasn't working out on the front end. 707, all because of one win? No. It's not because of one win. It's the way that they went about that win. And frankly, it started in the 7th inning against the Reds 2 days ago. Yesterday. If you're going to lose, make them feel you. Put a couple bruises on them. Maybe that's antiquated thinking. Maybe that's too old school. It feels like in many ways asking this team to be the villain and have all this personality is maybe too new school. I'm just starting to think that no one actually likes this stuff. So old school, new school, whatever. At least it's an identity. The identity of a team that I'm going to miss, and I'm excited to see what happens from this point on, because it could be a one-day blip. It could just be the Giants, and they all get together in the clubhouse, and they go, you know what, guys? We need to respect the game. We need to, buckle down and be boring and bad again. They could decide that on the flight to Washington. I don't know what's going to happen on the back end, but I'd like to see more of what we saw today. And when you're searching for anything of value, whether that be aesthetic or just scoreboard, I'll take what we had today. It's better than what we were getting before. A team that I will miss is the San Jose Sharks. I'm going to miss watching them every night. I know I mentioned this off the top of the show. Their season's officially over. Macklin Celebrini setting the single-season points record for the San Jose Sharks. 35 years of San Jose Sharks hockey. Far more playoff bursts than not, right? The model of consistency in the NHL for so long. But it's now 7 years without the playoffs. But the rebuild's over. And Celebrini, as if you didn't already know this, is the centerpiece of what's next. And I'm going to miss watching him because for all 82 games, there was something to him. There was never a game that didn't mean something. When they won, it felt like they were getting closer to what they could be. When they lost, they were valuable lessons, very valuable lessons on how to win in the NHL. And the ups and the downs and all the young players developing. We're not just talking about Celebrini going off. We're talking about Will Smith figuring out how to make it at his size in the NHL. We're talking about Igor Chernysov, who is in and out of the lineup, and it helps to play with Macklin Celebrini, but developed into and still is developing into what could be a preeminent power forward in this league. We're talking about Sam Dickinson, the other rookie, who, man, he was exceptional tonight. Tonight might have been the best game a Sharks defenseman has played all year. And it was Sam Dickinson, who frankly had been in the blender for the last 2 weeks as the stakes got really high. Of course, there were no stakes tonight, so we have to read into that a little bit. But Sam Dickinson and his progression throughout the year at a position that is so difficult for young players, so much responsibility for a young defenseman in the NHL, the way that he came along, very exciting for next year. Michael Misa breaking through. After the Olympic break, Michael Misa was arguably their second best skater, and he had a wicked goal tonight. William Eklund, who at the end of last year was like, I'm done with losing. And you hear that sometimes from guys. You hear that, I've been on a rebuilding team for too long. We're going to get this thing right. No, like William Eklund is like, I'm done. It's over. If we don't start winning next year, I'm out. Well, they started winning this year. Now, again, not enough to make the playoffs, and that is sad and a little bit frustrating. But I thought that William Eklund was absolutely outstanding for this team this season. And I could go on and on. Colin Graff, I'm going to be sad that me and the Graffmen have nothing more to text about because Colin Graff is going to be on hiatus for a while. Colin Graff, what a revelation. I remember the Prospects game 2 years ago, watching it, riding the Peloton, watching the Prospects game because, again, sick in the head. And I'm like, who's this Graff guy? Quinnipiac? This guy's good. This guy is the kind of third, second line, do-it-all, penalty-killing guy that just always have a spot in my heart. Colin Graff with more than 20 goals this year, just an outstanding player and somebody that the Sharks can count on to do the right thing every single shift for years and years and years to come. At one point, Eklund scored tonight. I think it was to make the game 5-1. And Eklund scores. He was the oldest player to score a goal. He was 23 years old. Graff, Misa, Eklund, Celebrini scored. Eklund's the oldest at 23. Yeah, the future is very bright. But on the flip side of that, because Macklin is so good so soon, no one saw 115 points coming. I didn't see 100 points coming. I thought he could be an 85, 90-point scorer, which would have been exceptional. I didn't think that there was enough talent around him to get to 115. And you can still argue that 115 is his floor because of the lack of talent around him when it comes to at least productive talent. Guys who can get on the scoreboard on their own. Guys who give him easy assists because they're making plays with the puck on their stick. He did 115 with Smith and Graff as his twos. I mean, it's a big difference when you're Connor McDavid and you have Leon Draisaitl. Right? It's kind of a shift. It's a big difference when you're Sidney Crosby. You have Evgeny Malkin on the power play. Most Hall of Fame players, and there is a little bit of course they do to this, but most Hall of Fame caliber players, the greats that Macklin's name has been associated with all year long, they have other Hall of Fame players with them. Now they make them. You can also have a Joe Thornton situation where Jonathan Cheechoo scores 50-something goals in a season. But he also had Patrick Marleau with him and Joe Pavelski with him. Like he had great players alongside him. Maybe when we look back on this 10 years from now, we'll say, of course, Macklin Celebrini had great players alongside him, and he made a lot of those guys the best versions of themselves. But you just look at the points, and you go, man, Macklin Celebrini was dragging this team. And you watch a lot of the games this season, you say Macklin Celebrini was dragging this team. You have an MVP caliber player right here, right now. Remove the age. If you were to remove the age from this situation, you would look at it and you would say, Sharks got to start going for it here. Macklin Celebrini is so good so fast that he has created a sense of urgency in San Jose because he will get paid here soon, and that's fine. Frankly, blank check, whatever the hell he wants. But the Sharks got to put some stuff together. They can't take another year and not make the playoffs. You can't waste, even though his prime should last until he's 32, 33, 34 years old. You can't waste brilliance, all-time greatness, like Macklin Celebrini is putting on the ice again 2 years before he can legally drink in the United States. You can't waste that. You got to take advantage of every single year that you have someone this good playing on your team. And that would be the case no matter what his age is, no matter where he's playing, no matter the circumstances. If we're in Carolina and Macklin Celebrini was doing this, I'd say Hurricanes got to get better. They got to find another gear. You got to win cups with this dude. There's nothing less is acceptable than Stanley Cups. And I'm not saying that next year they got to go win the Stanley Cup, but they got to be in the game. They got to make the playoffs. Maybe a series or two. This kid is so good that he has accelerated the timeline of this rebuild from at the beginning of this season, hey, maybe they can go to the playoffs, to next year they have to not just make the playoffs, but be competitive in the playoffs. Look like they have some say when it comes to who's going to be the champion in this league. That is insane. That is incredible. And it makes Mike Greer's job, if it wasn't already hard enough rebuilding this entire operation from scratch, it makes this, in a weird way, the most important offseason of Mike Greer's tenure as the GM. And if there's anyone who deserves the benefit of the doubt in how to figure this thing out, it's Mike Greer. Because, again, who saw this kind of season coming? The Sharks have more points this season than they had the last 2 years combined. But we know why that's the case. It sure as hell wasn't their blue line. Nedeljkovic was great, but it wasn't their goaltending. It wasn't their, deep lines and all their depth, even though down the line I feel very, very confident that they'll be rolling 4 deep at the highest level. It's because of 71. 115 points at 19 years old. And this was a sweet spot season in so many ways for the Sharks, like legitimately. Because, again, the expectations up until, I'd say, just after the Olympic break were very low, right? Everything was sort of gravy, all the success that they were having. And then you get a little bit of expectation. You ride the waves of that. You end up short, but every game felt like it mattered. Every game felt like you saw something new. The development process of these young players was just so enjoyable to watch. They play highly entertaining hockey, sometimes to their own detriment. This was a special season. This is a season that I will remember for a long time. And the hope, of course, is that, one, you get many, 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 many more of these seasons for Macklin Celebrini, and two, you have enough around him to where when he gives you one of these seasons again, as he should, in perpetuity, you can make something real serious out of it. Expectations, urgency, they're on the menu for the San Jose Sharks. It's a great place to be. It was always the goal. But man, what a change from where we were. Because I've been on this radio station. I was carrying the torch. End of last year, coming into this year, I go, there's something happening here. There's something happening. Something special's going down. And people caught on. There's no dummies over here. Sometimes they're a little late, but there's no dummies. Next year, I don't know how much room there's going to be on the bandwagon. Hell of an offseason coming up. Can't wait to see what the Sharks do. Kind of nervous about what the Sharks do because it's so important. But I think it goes on. I'll continue to look back on this season with a really incredible fondness, even though it ends with some frustration. But a very nice note at the end. I have not taken a look. Apologies. I should probably do this right now before we head over to Jake Hutchinson. But I have not taken a look
KNBR, the sports leader. Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We're back with you. The sports leader, Dieter Kurtenbach, hanging out with you until 9 p.m. Happy to be joined now by the great Jake Hutchinson. You can check him out, the Hutch Report on Substack, the Dieter and Hutch Show with some bozo as his co-host, and the new sickos.football, where Jake and I have our new draft guide available to anybody. Become a member of our YouTube channel. You can check out our draft guide. More than 250 prospects, fully vetted and fully badged. I'll reference the badges here in a moment, but we have a ton of stuff up. It's sickos.football. Consider this a late night plug. But Jake, happy to have you on the show. Did you watch that game last night? You watched the Warriors last night?
I watched a little bit, and then I went to go get dinner and came back and went, of course they did that. That was the most predictable way for that to play out, for them to be like, yeah, of course it was. No, here's why. Because it's like this team is cooked. They've never been more dead in the water.
Correct.
But of course they're going to go off in the play-in game and just pull it out. Like, I don't know. To me, that felt like the most quote-unquote predictable thing of all time.
All right. Well, we're looking for the draft, terribly unpredictable. We're looking for predictability in the draft today. We're going over the safest picks, and there are some ground rules here. We're going to pick an offensive player and a defensive player from days 1, 2, and 3. We're not allowed to take, like, the cream of the crop. We're not allowed to take a guy that I think you had, 8 or 9 top-tier players. I had 7.
Sure.
Like, we're not allowed to take one of them because the correct answer on offense in the first round is Carnell Tate. Like, he's safe. Like, what's the worst that can happen with Carnell Tate? Oh, he's a really, really good number 2. Like, that's so safe.
He's a solid A-tier wide receiver.
Right. Like, there's some risk, listen, in like an Arvell Reese, because no one has ever been Arvell Reese before. So there's some risk there. There's some risk in David Bailey in that he might not be able to stay on the field against the run. Caleb Downs has some medical issues and stuff like that. Mansour Delane, like, is he really up there? Like, I love him, but why doesn't it feel more convincing? Ruben Bain's got stumpy little arms and some off the...
And
Mendoza feels safe, but he's a quarterback, so what the hell is safe for a quarterback? Jeremiah Love actually feels like a really good pick. Maybe a little bit too rich for my blood, but like the correct answer, of course, early on, Maui Noah, like pretty safe, pretty damn safe.
Noah has some back concerns too.
Oh, does he now? That's news to me because a lot of these guys I looked at 2.5 months ago, and then I'm like, yep, lock it in, and I have no reason to revisit it because the Niners picked 27. So I'll find out what happens and where come next Thursday, which is fast approaching. We're a week away from the draft. So we got to figure out the safe picks. Jake, I'll let you go first. Who is the safe pick, not of the elite tier, in the first round on offense for you?
Yeah, for offense, begrudgingly, because there actually aren't a ton of offensive options, I will take Jordan Tyson. Wow. He is not necessarily my favorite receiver, and I actually think in year 1, he probably will struggle in the first half. A little bit similar to it's not the same because of what happened with Ricky Pearsall and just because they're Arizona State wide receivers, but I mean in terms of route timing. Jordan Tyson is incredibly talented, very snappy wide receiver, can break off, can do a lot of great things. Great with the ball in his hands, sneaky good contested catch player. He does sort of do the tick-tocky thing of like he's doing a dance at the line of scrimmage that takes about 2 seconds, and then he breaks off. Ricky Pearsall did a little bit of that coming out of college too, where you're like, you have to go. You have to go within the timing of the play, and I do think it might take Jordan Tyson some time. That said, I think the ability and what he's put on tape and the production at Arizona State, I think that's hard to doubt. And in a weird class overall, I think he's probably on the safer side of wide receivers, although he's not my guy.
Yeah, he's definitely not my guy either. It wouldn't be a shock at all if he ended up being the best wide receiver in this class because he has some real twitchy traits that just not a lot of guys generally have in the league. right? Like his ability to whip himself open is really impressive, and he's a separator of the highest order. He is not a clean route
concerns, so this is technically not a safe player.
And then, yeah,
my options were limited. Okay,
I mean, to a degree, yeah. I mean, you could have gone with we don't like Ioane as much. I mean,
I could have gone with Spencer Fano, who's not safe because he's got stumpy arms, and you're converting him from tackle to guard in round 1.
You could have gone with Sadiq. Sadiq feels safe, but is tight end never a safe position?
I don't know if he's fully safe because there's a lot of questions about the arm length and some of that stuff, especially taking a tight end in round 1. So I don't know. There's the top is safe, but round 1 gets really dangerous real quick.
Well, here's my concern. I mean, obviously there's the injury stuff. There is the I'm just gonna go down stuff that really does show up on tape. There's the lack of a clean route running tree, and there's the fact that he has really short arms, 11th percentile arms, and that kind of stuff isn't huge. Like, we're not talking about a tackle, we're not talking about a defensive end, and you could certainly get away with it, but I just do not. You don't see that kind of snatch. You don't see the catch radius with him. It has to be on the money. And when you're somebody who doesn't beat man off the line, you're somebody who needs that space at Z to get your release. Your release is, as you noted, a little late, and you don't have this huge catch radius. It's cool that you separate, but
to be clear, To be clear, let me just list the amount of options we have for round 1. There was Kenyon Sadiq.
Yes.
There's Monroe Freeling, Spencer Fano.
Nope.
Caden Proctor.
Maybe.
And I guess Makai Lemon.
Makai Lemon probably safer. Probably safer than Tyson. I think lower ceiling, higher floor.
But we're talking about clear round 1 that feels safe. And to be clear, I don't think Tyson's the safest, but out of that group, I might have chosen Freeling, but he's got a lot to learn, and he's probably going to go super early, and that doesn't feel totally safe. But
my stance on Freeling is strong. He is not a safe pick at all. There's so much to learn there, and you're just betting on athleticism, and that's nice, but at some point y'all have to play football and get out of underwear. My pick, and maybe this doesn't qualify. We're really working the boundaries here. What a hell of a job preparing the show, dear. I think KC Concepcion is a first-round pick. I think he's a bona fide first-round pick, and I think he's super-duper safe because I think he can play all 3 wide receiver positions. I think that he showed really good stuff against man. I think he's very, very good against zone. I think he's gadgetable, as we saw with his time at NC State. I think there are some questions about the drops. I don't worry about that as much. A drops for a wide receiver, especially when you consider the level of quarterback play.
I said this on the last pod. I don't care about drops.
Right. Well, and I'm with you 100%. I care about fumbles. I care about lack of production for pass rushers. I care about bad technique for offensive linemen. We could go down the line. Drops is very low on my list of concerns when we're talking about wide receivers. I'd much rather have a guy who drops it but consistently gets the ball thrown to him than a guy who can't damn separate. So I think Concepcion is just clean and the truth. And everything that people are saying right now about Omar Cooper, they need to actually be saying about KC Concepcion, who is markedly better and can run more routes than Omar. I think KC Concepcion is just worst case scenario for him. He's a really good punt and kick returner. That's not, I know first round that should be built in. That's not the case with most of these guys this year because it's not a good draft. There's a couple of good players at the top that you feel pretty damn good about. And after that, between picks 11 and 50, frankly, go to town. Whatever the hell you want. It's all more or less the same. There are levels, but not really. I'll go with Concepcion.
Okay. And then on defense, I was told I had to take my guy Avion Terrell.
Yeah, I had already made the thumbnail.
I was told I had to take Avion Terrell, who I love, but does have some physical, in terms of pure athleticism, concerns. I don't really care. I think he's as much of a gamer as it gets. He plays corner perfectly. He runs routes for wide receivers, triggers to the ball incredibly well, plays as a tackler, punches above his weight. I just think he's got it up top. He's incredibly sharp, and as much as you would want him to be a blue chip guy like some of the other corners in this class.
Right.
Which is why I almost took the other Tennessee corner, Colton Hood. I think Avion Terrell is just as sharp as it gets at corner, and I have very little doubt about him being good at the position. Maybe it's not great because of the lack of elite traits, but I just feel very confident he's going to be good.
His brother is extremely good. This guy plays like his brother with a little bit more of a chip on his shoulder. I'm not sure how that doesn't translate. I've seen a Terrell function as a very high-end corner in the NFL. And just, quickly going through his badges, his stinking badges, eye catcher, brains, gamer, ball hawk, sticky, heat seeker, smoke, technician. No, it's not a blue chip athlete. Right. He literally has everything that you could have for a corner except for elite athletic traits. And it's not as if they're bad. They're just good enough, and then he translates all of it into great play. Terrell's
he's
a really
also not as small. Like he's the size concerns that he has to play nickel. I don't think is necessarily accurate.
I fundamentally disagree with that. I think that he's an outside corner, maybe a number 2, maybe a field side, but he's just going to play really high level football for a decade in this league, and he's going to make a good amount of money. Over $100 million in his career without a question. Like, that feels like a pretty safe pick. For me, Chris Johnson's the safe pick. I won't belabor the point. We've talked about Chris Johnson for months now. Chris Johnson is my guy. He's your guy. He should be everybody's guy. The only question was the level of competition good enough? But when you're that much better than your level of competition, I like the quotient that you have to put on it. Like, I feel pretty good about it. Baseball players, when they were grabbing guys from Cuba all the time back in the day, they had to come up with a formula to figure out what you do in the Cuban league versus what you'll do in the major leagues. And this was kind of pre-analytics. That's the quotient you have to use for Mountain West.
Right.
But that number was on the money, and my quotient for this guy I feel like is on the money. He's just so damn good. And again, worst case scenario, you're getting a Saron Neal level special teams ace.
Yep.
I know that does not sound exciting or fun or positive, but the guy likes playing special teams. He has the ability to be a true number 1 elite level corner. What is there to lose? How can you not go in feeling yeah, we did a good job here? Because if your pick comes up and his grade somehow pops onto the viable picks thing on your database, and you take him, you're just going to be yeah, that was good. That was good.
Yeah.
No one's going to ever stress about that pick.
I have almost no concerns about him, especially since he tested off the charts that answered all the questions about.
I mean, how early could you take him? Who?
Chris Johnson?
Yeah.
After pick 10?
Yeah.
Genuinely, I think he's that good.
I think Delane should go as the first corner. Johnson's my second corner.
Delane, the corners at the top, I could see, frankly, going in a lot of different orders.
Totally.
Yeah,
and dropping out of the first round, too. Some second round guys can pop in because corner is such a subjective position for NFL teams. So, Chris Johnson's my guy. You went with Jordan Tyson with no conviction whatsoever, and Avion Terrell with all of the conviction in the world. Concepcion and Johnson for me. Okay, I'm going to go with my offensive guy on day two, and it's Oscar Delp. I just don't know how Oscar Delp in the worst case scenario isn't Charlie Warner. And I know it's white guy, Georgia, he just feels like at the very worst he's going to be a very capable Y tight end who's going to run the angles right, who's going to be a decent special teamer, who's just going to be out there doing stuff. He has the athletic traits to give you some serious upside. I think that he is very underrated in the limited opportunities he got as a pass catcher, and that if he was at, Illinois, he would have gotten 75 catches. And that's a good school that played, top 25 football this year. He would have gotten 75 catches for, 800 yards, and everyone would be like, whoa, Oscar Delp, what a dude. But because he's the sixth option at Georgia, here we are.
Tight end's interesting where it's almost better for you to go to a small school. Some positions are like that.
Yeah.
And I think tight end is one because you get more opportunities the worse of a school you're at. Yeah. And teams are so desperate to find a tight end that can play make that they sort of go, well, I don't care. It's fine. I've seen it.
take it even one step further than that. You also, at a smaller school, will get a couple of opportunities to like show blocking up, but you also get to put like wicked blocks on tape because you're playing dudes that are not, they're just not allowed in your sandbox normally. So just, a little lesson for all the young tight ends out there, play it one rung lower. Just one run lower. Go to Colorado State, go to Iowa instead of, going to Georgia or Alabama because it hasn't really worked out. So I just feel very comfortable with Oscar Delp in the second or third round. He just feels safe to me, and safe is good.
Let me go with another pick that without conviction, but who I think actually fits the criteria perfectly.
Yeah.
This is Jake Slaughter out of Florida, who in our draft guide, his superlative is totally, supremely fine. just not a dominant force, but doesn't really lose all that often, if ever. Like quick first step with a lot of functional reps against whoever it is. Survives almost everything you throw at him, even though he can struggle with leverage at times. His feet can get a little too skinny, but he is a blue chip athlete, and he faced a lot of tough competition. So there's a lot of other guys I actually feel more convicted about and would probably fit this safe criteria. But in terms of doing this accurately and who is just like a round 3, we need a center. Jake Slaughter is probably just fine. He's athletic. He survives most reps, which is like, I think about it with Dominic Pooney last year. You want to have interior offensive linemen. You want guys who can drive, but there's not a lot of those true drivers. There's only a few of them. And then once you get past that, you want to go, okay, high athletic floor and just survives reps. That's what Slaughter does. Like he gets the ball off quick, and then he's just helping and surviving and not really losing much ground and in the right position. So he's not my guy. There's a lot of other offensive linemen I like a lot more, but a safe pick, I think he's a safe center pick in round 3.
Big athleticism too. That matters. And he's coming from the SEC where he was getting a lot of nose tackles, nose guards, the best of the best when it comes to interior defensive linemen. So you feel like, if he was in the ACC or even low-level Big Ten where he only gets 1 or 2 good games a year, you'd be like, I don't know, it's a lot of meh, and then you kind of try to push it up, and you're like, what's going to happen when Chris Jones is in your face? Like, that's not going to go well. But because he's coming from such a high level to begin with, and he put on, again, the tape is good, whether it's low-level competition, high-level competition, he is just there. So Jake Slaughter is actually a really good one. And maybe that's the answer. The safest pick is the one that everyone's like, do I have to?
Right.
Really? Like, I guess we have to take Slaughter.
Yeah.
No fun.
It's like TJ Parker.
Kind of.
Not my defensive answer, but just fine.
No fun at all. Just, I guess we'll do this, and we'll be we'll be whelmed at all times from this point on. But yeah. We're not gonna lose our jobs because of this guy, but no one's gonna call us a genius,
right?
And Larry gave an analogy where it's like, I want to be a home run hitter. It's like, Larry, we can tell you've taken 12 dudes in the 7th round, and I'm like, I want to be a doubles hitter. I want a bunch of guys who are just like solid caliber starters,
right?
But maybe not, all pros. Like home run hitter. Like, have you seen baseball lately? These guys strike out a lot. And maybe not. I want a bunch of like Brian Andersons from the Orioles back in the day, who's just like lacing 70 doubles a year, getting on base, making things happen.
Go Oppo.
Exactly. Just make get yourself in scoring position off the swing. If you do that, like that's badass. Like it'd be great to have Aaron Judge, but here we go.
The TJ Parker of Jake Brendels is the correct answer for Jake Slaughter.
That is exactly right, Kawachito. But yeah, doubles is there. Jake Slaughter's a single. Jake Slaughter's like, 1 out. Here's a single. I'm not stealing second for you either. We're just
Luis Arias. I'm gonna hit a single.
Yeah, it's like, I guess this works. Good bat to ball skills. Just can you tell I'm watching the Giants and that no one's got a run yet? It's the 7th inning. My guy on defense, and I've talked about him ad nauseum on this channel. If y'all don't know by now, you'll know now. It's Anthony Hill, who I just think is going to be really, really, really good. And worst case for him, he's just a really good Will. Like, just hanging out, doing that job. Even,
Let him
good
play
system.
like Dre Greenlaw to start his career. Just say, go hunt.
Yeah, just keep your eye in the backfield and do what you got to do. And if someone comes out to the flat, go hang out with him. Like, this is your little corner. Make sure it's covered. And he'll do that with aplomb. I think he projects as a really an elite level Mike. I am fairly unique on that take, but here we are. And yeah, worst case scenario, he's just going to be a solid, reliable, capable outside linebacker with the upside that's just through the roof for me. And I'm really excited about Hill in this draft class. I'm just really excited about Hill overall. We're going to get to like our number one guys. Yeah. Let it be established. Hill might be my number one guy, but I'll give you somebody else.
My defensive day 2 guys, Caden McDonald. Just
totally. So much so that he's probably a day 1 guy. I think everyone's in agreement where it's like, oh yeah, this works. This translates.
Yeah, in round 2, just he will eat up space. He will destroy lanes in the run game. And there's enough power that you can say he's going to get home occasionally as a pass rusher, and maybe we can sharpen that a little bit. There's enough pop in his hands that you're like, I just love this in a terrible defensive tackle class.
Ooh,
where you're like, there's some guys we like in the middle rounds, but it's a weak defensive tackle class. There's no first rounders, and he's the only one that's maybe. Peter Woods is not. Having watched the tape, he's not a first rounder. Kristen Miller is like an almost maybe, sorta, but not proven enough.
I think there's a level of safety to him.
I like him too. I just it's like, how high is the ceiling is my question a little bit. But
fair.
It's like those 3 are like round 2, and then it's no one even theoretically. Remember Lee Hunter?
Do I ever? Isn't it weird that we haven't picked a safety yet as our safe pick?
Yeah.
Dylan Thieneman.
Dylan Thieneman, I wanted to pick him round 1, but you made me go with Avion Terrell, which is okay by me because I love Avion Terrell.
That's fine. I'm going to miss a bunch of stuff today because Warriors did a thing, and then I had to stay up, and then the kids are up at like 5:36, so I'm cooked. I'm cooked, and we got to knock this thing out. But that is a great joke with gravy, as per usual. Day 3, and here's how I know it's a really, really bad draft. It took me 45 minutes to find just lists of names, know every one of them, have a feeling about every one of them. Not one of them said to me, this is safe. This is, just go with that. That's a good pick. Here's your single. Here's your double. Not one of them. I'll start on offense, like Pat Coogan, the center from Indiana. Just big old dumpy boy. I don't know.
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
I don't know if he'll ever start a game, but he will be on an NFL.
He's the only interior round 4 guy we have, I think.
I know. The fall off is so incredible after like 80.
Yeah.
It
gets
really
dicey. It gets really
and like there's a
ugly
big
out
gap between like 45, 50 and 80. Like that's a whole other tier. Like round 3 is a distinct thing.
It's going to be a draft where you get to round 4 and you're like, there's 70 players I don't like, and 3 guys where you're like, oh my God, I don't care what round we're in. This guy is 3 rounds above the rest of these people.
Right. I'm going to put a little bet out here. There is going to be a player taken before the end of round 5 that you and I do not know.
Oh, it's going to be before the end of round 4.
Okay. There it is. Well, I think you know more than I do, so it's
going to be before the end of round 4 where we go, what?
How
Nick
about
Martin got drafted 75th overall?
Jesus. I mean, we loosely knew the name. It was like this vague concept of a player. And then we go back in the notes and we're like, oh no, why would that happen? No. Like we did go over this. We just didn't think that it was important. Proved to be very important.
Maybe. We'll come back around to it.
We'll come back, never came back around. So I'll go with Pat Coogan, big old dumpy boy, very good guard at Notre Dame, goes to Indiana's the center there. He's smart. My comp for him in the draft guide was John Feliciano with brains. John Feliciano played for a long time, and people don't really like John Feliciano, so he must have been pretty good. So that's where I'm going. It's Pat Coogan, and boy, was that hard to find.
Yeah, my offensive guy is going to be Kalen Black, who it's funny that he was kind of the number 2 for Indiana when I was like, he's so much better than Roman Hemby.
Yep.
Like, it's not even really close, and he had to do a lot of the dirty work. I just think whoever gets him is going to be like, this is the best number 2 running back. He's a great athlete. He's kind of slippery. He does a lot of the dirty work. He pass protects pretty well. Looks kind of comfortable as a route runner. Could like legitimately be a nice RB1 on a team. Like wouldn't shock me at all if he turned out to be a starting running back for somebody, because I think there's that upside. He's at worst like a fast guy who's kind of low on the totem pole, but with enough traits, to be a guy on special teams and your RB3 who just can do some of the dirty work when the next guy's out.
He is the Ashton Genty of Patrick Taylor's.
That's a beautiful sentiment.
Thank you. Just the best RB3 that you've ever seen, a totally fine RB2, and I guess we'll ride with him down the stretch. He reminded me of like late stage Tevin Coleman, where you're like, you could do this. This is fine. This will work.
Right.
He's going to do all the things. Coaches will want to play him. Like, that's huge. That's huge. That's very difficult to find, especially when you're in a running back class where you're like, I'm not sure this man's going to live to see the end of his first season.
Let me give you one more Indiana guy, 3 in a row.
Love it.
Because Indiana really should just be everyone from Indiana should go in round 3.
Just take them. Don't think twice about it. Yeah, the guys who should go, say for Mendoza, the guys who should go round 1, round 3. The guys who should go in round 6, round 3. They are just median.
I'm completely with you. I'm going to go with, and on defense, Aiden Fisher, who's one of my favorite linebackers in this class. I describe him as Mongoosian.
Love that.
He is a heat seeker, just a great – he is one of the most effective guys, and I talk a lot about it, where Nick Martin had no craft and no ability at the second level to get off blocks. And that's why when I reviewed, I went, I don't understand what I'm looking at here.
Right.
Because you can talk about speed and all that and being a hunter and playing fast. Maybe get off a block. And Aiden Fisher, outstanding at the second level, dipping, using his hands to get off blocks while keeping his eyes up. He might not be a great pass coverage guy. He's an okay athlete, but it's enough where I'm pretty fine with it. Yeah. I just think he's got an aggressive first step, really, really exceptional at avoiding second level blocks in a way that makes me think like you could play him at will, you could play him at Sam, and he's just going to help you in the run game.
Frankly, you just can't go wrong taking Kurt Cignetti's scouting.
Totally.
He's good at this. They run pro-style stuff. Safe picks. Indiana. Just take safe picks from Indiana. Texas Tech doesn't really run pro-level stuff, but they got a good scouting department. That's for sure. Yep. They paid a lot of money to bring in a lot of players. They brought in Cole Wisniewski, and Cole Wisniewski is my defensive day 3 pick. There is not good athleticism here, and that is a concern. At any other position, more so than safety, where I have seen a lot of guys who do not have very good athleticism, one, make a lot of plays and be really good, but also just hang around. And when you're talking day 3, I just need someone who can get a second contract for it to be a safe pick. So Cole Wisniewski just has incredible instincts, clearly cognitively on top of everything on the field. His issue is frame isn't what you want it to be, speed isn't what you want it to be. But it's safety, especially if you're going to put him next to somebody who maybe does have those traits. His brain's going to play all day, every day. And again, special teams is a very viable option, even though he's probably not with the best frame for that either. I just think that he'll find a way. He'll find a way to make plays because he was such a competent guy. The reason that there's not a lot of guys this year, usually we have a plethora of these options. Where it's like, he doesn't have the athleticism, but he's a great football player.
Right.
That's like the definitive round 3 guy. That is a round 2 or 3 guy this year. Like, I don't see it with the athleticism, but, he made plays. And they're like, I guess we need to put a premium on that. And then vice versa.
So weird. It's going to get so weird so quick.
Yeah. Yep. Thank God we spent all this time trying to figure out what was going to happen. That won't backfire at all. So Pat Coogan, Cole Wisniewski for me, Caden Black, Aiden Fisher. I also asked Jake 2 more questions before we came on here. Who's your guy? Like, we're 1 week away. Take a stand. Who is your guy? Like, your number one. It could be Avian Terrell. It could be anybody. Like, who is you want your name associated with this man, the stamp of all stamps for a Jake Hutchinson?
I've gone a lot of different directions with this,
As
done
well
a
you
lot
should.
of soul searching, done a lot of thinking.
Yeah.
And what I came back to, unfortunately, because I found out his name is pronounced a different way than I've been pronouncing it, because I thought it was French and I thought it was Emmanuel Prignon. Apparently it's Pregnon, which I don't love. And I'm going to keep calling him Emmanuel Prignon until he tells me I'm wrong. Listen, he's, I think, 25. He's been in college for a while. There's a question about playing down to the competition because he's been in for a while. I just don't know if there are many meaner offensive linemen in college football. There's not many prospects I've watched this year where I was looking specifically through the lens of a guy to deal with the Seattle Seahawks front, a guy with the power, the torque, and enough athleticism to get out in space and run like a zone blocking scheme while not just being a booker who's on the Cowboys, where it's like just power and pop up front but can't really move. I think Prignon is just a mauling guard. I think literally describe him as the upside as a mauling guard, the guy to defeat the Seahawks front in the run game, and comes with athleticism to boot. I love him so much. I love the level of aggression. I love the level of anger in which he plays with. He will finish people. I just think he's fantastic. I think he's so strong. He can play in a couple different schemes. He can do gap stuff. He can do zone stuff, and he will finish and actually put fear in the hearts of undersized linebackers and safeties.
It's a good pick. There's a lot of guys early that I could go with. I'm going to go with Chandler Rivers, nickelback out of Duke. I think he's so good. I think he's going to be an immediate impact guy. Somebody who has more physical traits than an Upton Stout, but plays with the same tenacity. Upton Stout got by pretty strictly on just tenacity. And I think I saw a couple of weeks ago, ESPN redrafted round 1, and Upton Stout was a round 1 player when they redrafted. We'll leave that as it is. It's silly, but alas, that's what they did. And Upton Stout was unquestionably the Niners' best rookie last year, if you have to take into account the full 17-game schedule. Now, I preferred Michael when he was playing, but that's just one man's opinion. I just think Chandler Rivers has everything you're looking for at a corner. Inside out, can stop the run, smart as a whip, hips that can open up and take on anybody. I think that you can play him field side easily. I think he can be an outside corner. I think he's got the tenacity to play outside, to play boundary if you really needed him to. I just don't know how he's not going to be a dude, an absolute dude. And I could have put him in on the Hill and Delp category of round or day 2 guys that feel safest, but I got to give him a higher stamp of approval. Chandler Rivers is my guy, and whoever gets him is just going to feel so damn lucky that they had him all along. Jake, my friend, always feel so lucky to have you. Thanks for joining us. And again, sickos.football, the Hutch Report, if you want to get more of Jake's stuff. That is going to do it for the show this evening. Let's thank our co-host, in effect, Jake Hutchinson. Thank everyone who called in and texted in as well. The great Rafael Corral on the 1s and 2s. Always a pleasure to work with my man, Raf. Felt like we were back in the old days, buddy. I'll talk to you next week. NFL Draft, a week away. Who will the Niners have on their roster come this time next Thursday? Excited to find out, excited to get into all of it with all of you. And until then, good night, Jeff Passan.
Thank you, Dieter.
KNBR, the sports leader.